maybe because he thinks you went to college. Who fucking knows?
No, I don't. I'm retarded. I don't have a college degree. But beef. It's not about. I'm not calling you. I'm not calling you a Jew because you want equality or whatever the fuck lie you just said. I'm calling you a Jew because you want to control what people think, whether it's positive or negative, and you're thinking out loud on how to achieve that outcome while controlling.
Are you a real person?
Oh my god, some of this shit gonna be good.
Oh my god, do you remember that guy? What was that guy's name? The black guy, the reverend, and the. Martin Luther King. Like he had a dream or something, and that dream was about like people thinking differently. I mean, that was just like the civil rights movement. When you think about it, was just like a huge mind control campaign.
Yeah, it was trying to change race.
Martin Luther King when Jews stood by his side. They would fall in hands.
No one's disrespecting him.
Okay, just wrong.
Martin Luther King is like the biggest. Like he was going around telling people what to think. Oh my god. Literally tried to brainwash. Telepathy brainwash.
Yeah, tell me Frenchie how it's not disrespect.
Everyone is trying to. If you think somebody's going.
Oh, sorry. Did Pockets not get the sarcasm?
Oh no, I got the sarcasm. I'll be sarcastic about it.
Just never shut up.
But how was it an insult against MLK?
Pockets. Everybody, you want to talk. Do you know you're doing it?
Why do you think it's an insult against MLK?
He didn't have to talk. You did. And you have been this entire time.
Absolutely.
Sorry, Pockets.
Nothing is being said.
How is it an insult? How is it an insult against MLK?
Oh, no, you're right. The sarcasm of, what did he have a drawing? My bad. I'll take the sarcasm.
No, but how is it an insult? Like, what is the insult?
No, sarcasm isn't an insult. It's all respect. Sarcasm, yeah.
No, but I wasn't sarcastic against MLK.
Oh, okay.
I use that as an example. I use that as an example to say, NPC said, like, this is what they do. They try to, change people's minds, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just saying, well, if you thought that, then you thought that MLK was just a mind control guy. Mm-hmm. Like, he was trying to mind control the minds of people by telling them not to be racist and telling them that we need to desegregate the blah, blah, blah. That's not an insult against MLK. You fucking replay.
Oh, yeah. With such respect, my bad.
Yeah, we all understood.
The disrespect wasn't against MLK. The disrespect was the mockery against his NPC's position, using MLK.
Yeah, no, much respect.
Stupid idiot.
Yeah, much respect. You're so smart.
Yeah, you didn't get it. It's fine.
I got it. You're good.
No, you didn't.
So, Pockets, I'm gonna...
If you thought I was disrespectful against MLK, you didn't get it.
There's an analogy.
No, you didn't get it.
So, NPC says a Jewish quality is to influence the minds of other people. And then Bob was saying, LOL, MLK influenced the minds of lots of people.
You literally didn't get it.
It was the comparison.
Jewish as well, because he also was influencing the minds of other people.
Yes.
And it was a reductio ad absurdum to the thesis that NPC forwarding. So it's a reductio ad absurdum.
Yes, calling out his hypocrisy. I got it.
It's a criticism of NPC's ideology.
I know.
It's not a criticism of MLK.
I know. I heard it 5 times.
Okay, do you know what reductio ad absurdum is? Do you know what reductio ad absurdum is?
It's calling out his hypocrisy. I got it.
So why don't you admit
My Lord, I literally just said he was right. Can you all shut the fuck up? I literally just said he was right.
God. Okay, we can move on then.
Yeah, go on my shirt. Fuck you all.
Can I just say, people in chillism don't get these, reductio parallel reasoning arguments.
When they were saying they wanted to kill all...
No, they understand. They understand the argument. They just don't want to accept it.
It was the same thing you didn't know.
They wanted to kill all Jews. I gave them a reductio that basically implied that, you could make the same argument against their
Jew. They understand what you're saying,
right? And they
did
not understand what I was trying to say.
I did understand exactly what you said.
I think just most people don't get that.
No. They get it. They just don't. They just don't want to understand.
I don't know why you were giving them that much credit. I genuinely don't. If you give an example and they get lost in the details of the example, something like that happens all the time.
People just generally don't understand analogies until they have a bad
metaphors.
Yeah,
right.
Comparison.
They don't understand what the point is.
No, in my experience, people understand what you're trying to say. They just don't like what you're saying, and they pretend to not understand.
Yeah, exactly.
Every ounce of my personal experience tells me that they frequently just don't get it.
No,
here's the thing that you heard.
That's that you IQ arrogance.
Yeah, I got it.
People tell you that they don't understand.
I didn't say anything about IQ.
NBC, I did want to ask you though, I think That is a good point. You're saying it's Jews who want to like mind control people's lives. The civil rights movement, en masse, not just MLK. The goal was to change the minds of the white supremacists, wasn't it? What's wrong? Why is that just something Jews do?
So general population.
Well, it's because Martin Luther King's strategy.
The whole world, if they could pull it.
Martin Luther King's strategy was actually laissez-faire. It was take it or leave it. It was completely a peaceful movement. It was completely treat us fairly. If you don't treat us fairly, I guess it's too bad. Like, he didn't do this whole entire emotional blackmail thing. But what he did was he made sure that the movement was peaceful. He made sure that the movement was televised. And what happened. That's what a real good idea does. A good idea penetrates people who don't even want it to happen. What Sam is trying to
it's NPC. Don't hurt yourself.
To browbeat blacks into Zionists, and it's not.
That's not what he said at all.
Don't hurt yourself. You didn't get the point. It's fine.
He literally said to educate them, and I said they're going to be willfully ignorant. You missed the whole conversation.
No, you're not following.
No, I know. I was literally. I remember the conversation.
It's like
it's hilarious that we brought that example up.
Sam,
it's hilarious that we brought that like cognitive issues up, and then both of them fall into the trap
Sam,
immediately.
You were right. Sam, you were talking about educating people to make sure they realize history, right, Sam? And I said they'll be willfully ignorant, and you said no.
Frenchie, she doesn't have a diagnosis. You'd have to have a little money and time to actually go to a psychiatrist. Listen, NPC is an accelerationist. He claims he's a stormtrooper. NPC, why don't you tell everybody about your anarchist, worldview? It's pathetic and annoying and sickening.
Anarchist?
Well, I got to go get ready for my white job that the Jews pay for, so be right back. I'll tell you guys about the acceleration is there.
Yeah, I'll have a big one.
Another crazy person.
So.
What a weird collection of people today. We have Onyx in the room. We have this person Pocket.
It's the title. It brings in an interesting.
I literally called out the racism on both sides.
I went up.
Pocket has been a good person. She's been saying all the right opinions.
Literally, and I'm still. It's whatever though.
Just whatever.
And then you're all talking over each other. It sounds so intellectual.
Absolutely.
Well, this is how you actually make black people less racist, which is just letting them talk it out of their system. Because progressive taxation and community representation is a scam and a fraud. Black slave reparations is a fraud. It's a scam. And anyone who thinks otherwise is just a low IQ propagandist.
You weren't saying that. That was definitely a coherent point you just made.
We'll see you on YouTube.
Really great way to talk over somebody is to mute your mic while somebody else is speaking.
I just heard three.
That was a good one.
What's happening?
It's so funny that I never bring up Alistair up on stage, and then I give him one chance to say on stage once, and then he's like says some dumbest shit ever. And it's like,
he's a troll, right? Like literally just a troll.
Had one shot, one opportunity. Palms are sweaty, knees weak. Oh, what the heck? Just kidding. Let's see you later.
Sam, maybe you should actually make another rap song.
Oh, I should make a rap song about that, but then I'll do one more.
Cultural appropriation.
I'll do one more.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie, Sam can freestyle. That young blood can freestyle. I'm not gonna. He's talented.
Yes, brother.
But you gotta do it with a Nigerian accent, Sam. This time.
I feel like when I do a Nigerian accent, it also just kind of sounds Jamaican, and I can't distinguish different black people accents, so it kind of sucks. You know what I mean? Like,
Different black people accents.
I see it. Oh, that's.
You guys know you're like white.
You all sound the same to me.
you racist asshole.
You guys know you're like white.
Why are you gay?
Wait, can we have Glenn do an American accent?
Yeah, let's hear it.
I'm not going to do those things.
Okay. Wait, Sam, can you do a Jewish accent?
Oh, what do you mean? You want a Jewish accent? Oh boy, my soup is too hot.
Cartoonish. That would work for a good character.
My bubble.
You know, the voice performers, they have to develop the character. That's a funny character. I bet you could play with that.
Just try and sound like Mazed. You don't need to make it Bugs Bunny.
Yeah, I mean, I sound like a Jew regardless of whatever accent. Yeah, try it. Never.
Like Larry David. That's what
It's funny because it's true.
Yeah. Well, I just say Beef Feast was too, I don't know. I don't think it didn't work for me.
Personally, I think Mark's Jewish accent is the least Jewish of everyone. So, there.
Whose accent?
I want to tell you guys.
Not Jewish at all.
Mark.
Devoid of Judaism.
You mean the guy who talks like this? Yeah, you're right. They're not very Jewish.
Yeah, guys. Yes, hello. But here's my Jewish joke. Two Jews are meeting in a cafe, and one of them looks over at the other Jew, and he's reading this really anti-Semitic magazine. And he's like, "What are you doing, Hyman? What are you doing reading this anti-Semitic magazine?" And he's like, "Well, when I read the Jewish magazines, it says that we're all deconverting and that Israel's going to get destroyed. But when I read the anti-Semitic magazines, we control the banks, we control the media, we're so powerful, we're so rich."
Can I have an interesting
I learned a really good joke myself a few days ago, or maybe a couple months ago. I don't know if I can deliver very well. I'm not much of a joke teller, but two Jews are walking by a church, and on the billboard it says $100 if you convert and get baptized. So Shlomo says to Hyman,
You wouldn't know that Bailey is
go
for it. Every
so
photo
Shlomo walks in the
promoted
church. Hyman waits next door. Waits around. A couple hours later, Shlomo comes out, and Hyman's like, that took a long time. Did you get baptized? And Shlomo's like, yeah. And Hyman's like, okay, so did you get the $100? And Shlomo's like, it's always about money with you.
It's good. It's pretty good.
Mark, you heard this new idea that Hitler liked black people and was trying to save the true Jews from the fake white Jews?
I've heard a better theory from one of these people that actually Hitler recognized black people and Africans as like the master.
Is that why he hated them, or is it like
no? According to this apocryphal telling, he's actually like extremely pro-black.
It would have been more based if Hitler got really into race science, but instead of murdering lots of people, he just got really into like breeding people and like got like really tall dinkas to breed with, like, just trying to get like.
He did have his hybrid camps.
I thought they were into eugenics like in a big way,
but not into like
Stalin had a hybridized human ape soldier program.
Well, I've heard about that. I don't know if they ever actually tried it. Like I don't even know if it's
definitely like something that was worked on, right by like the Russian state. Like I'm not sure that they actually ended up taking a woman with a.
Isn't that that's just they get some juice that makes them super strong. But I think Stalin was thinking if you bred humans with apes, you'd get really strong humans.
He thought he would get super soldiers that were like stupider and easier to control.
Yeah.
I am soldier.
It would be really weird if we could breed chimps and humans. Like, I think it's not possible because
literally the plot of Planet of the Apes.
Well, aren't they just pure apes?
Literally apes.
No, they look like they're like humans.
They're like hybrids?
Didn't the Soviets try to do this? Maybe someone said this earlier.
Yeah. But I don't know if they ever actually tried it, and I
just said that, Mark, you fucking idiot.
Oh, I wasn't listening. Sorry.
Someone tried it, but we don't know the results. It was the Humanity Project.
I'm pretty sure it failed.
We don't know what happened. Yeah,
well, if you follow the product of Jakub's project, so that's like white people and Neanderthals.
Don't you Shalom. Oh my God.
We changed it already. Anyway, your previous conversation I think was good because I see on here, and I just did also other social media in Black space or people communicating with Black people, and they're using that bit of anti-whiteism or whatever to like breed anti-American, more anti-American sentiment. I think that that the Americans need to American based. What were you saying, Zabu?
I wish I could give birth to cats.
Have you seen the?
That's a weird thing to say.
It was such
I've seen the
A
movie.
big problem that we suffer from is like we don't see ourselves as Americans. We see ourselves as Black Americans. I think Black Americans need to see themselves as Americans. But
Zabu,
yeah.
I want to have Jellicle cats. You know, from like the musical Cats.
Oh yeah.
Those are literally the most annoying cats you could think of.
There was a famous 18th century female charlatan who claimed that she could give birth to rabbits. So you want to look. She like fooled a bunch of doctors into affirming them.
That's actually pretty common.
Also, Mills, did you catch that? He made reference to cats.
Wait,
you think that's the song from Cats?
Or 19th century?
What?
1800s or 19th century?
18th century.
18th century, so 1700s?
Yeah.
Okay, it's Mary Toft is her name. And
Millis was like, oh, I'm gonna catch him on it.
No, I was actually
subject to considerable controversy.
18th century, so you mean the 1700s?
She was subject to considerable controversy when she tricked doctors into believing that she'd given birth to rabbits.
Oh my goodness, this is great.
It's hilarious.
I love it.
I wonder why we don't release more rabbits into the wild. I feel like
There's plenty.
more rabbits around.
There's plenty of them, I feel like.
Not enough.
Similar to the kind of fast one that Mary tried to pull.
You know what I want to do? I want to import a bunch of raccoons from America to Slovenia, where I currently live.
Yeah, we don't tinker enough with the wildlife.
The local ecosystem, the flora and fauna would benefit from raccoons, I think.
How do you like Slovenia?
It's literally all.
Literally awesome.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, it's right there at the Mediterranean, and now it's probably the best time of year, right?
How do you get by not speaking Slovenian?
Well, you can use ChatGPT to just translate any word into Slovenian. So I had to sometimes I've had to be like, how do I say? Typing ChatGPT, how do I say sun-dried tomatoes? How do I say fucking
I'm shocked that you would have to ask. How nice is Slovenia? Like it's like everyone knows that Slovenia is the place to go, right? Like it's the most amazing place.
Yeah,
How did you
like
move to Slovenia? Did you move there for a person, or you just picked it?
It's complicated, but
okay. Is it a woman? It's a woman. Okay, got it. That's fine.
Say no more.
That's good.
Say no more.
Yeah, that's great.
Never been to Slovenia.
Bars.
I'm gonna walk by the Adriatic today. It's gonna be awesome. I'm gonna skip stones and
Beautiful sea.
For y'all Americans, that's the sea between Italy and the Balkans.
It's like the Gulf of Mexico, but it's better.
Who gives a fuck where these things are?
John, how come you don't want to agree?
I realized after I said what I said that you guys probably don't like. You're not getting a visual because you're so.
Yeah, what's the Balkans?
You neither know nor
Exactly.
I was like, I wasn't actually specifying something you could visualize, so never mind.
Where is that in relation to the boot?
The boot is Italy, so it's right in Italy.
Well done for knowing the boot. It's very good.
So a lot of people know that Italy looks like a boot, but they don't know that Slovenia looks like a chicken. And that I have recently had a Slovenian man explain where a thing was, where on the chicken it is. Which is pretty.
I think that'd be fun if they sold like a little stuffed chicken as like a representative of their state and like had the different states represented on the different portions of the chicken instead of like a globe, with regional facts on it. I think that'd be adorable.
Yeah, that would be cute.
I have a problem with chickens. I find them to be a little bit too cocky.
Don't be jealous. Don't be jealous of the comparison.
I'm going to Austria this weekend. Does anyone know any Austrians that I should meet up with?
Yeah. Actually, Sam.
Where in Austria are you going?
Sorry, Vienna.
Yeah.
Oh, based! I was there last year. I've been there a million times.
Okay, Sam.
This is my
There's a guy in
favorite
this
city
app.
in the world.
There's a guy in this app. He's been here for years. Frank. He lives, I believe, in Vienna, in Austria, or like near there. You should go hook up with him.
If you hurt yourself, my aunt has a clinic there. I'm sure she'll.
That's cool.
Fix you right up.
Oh, maybe you don't like Frank?
Oh, no, he's one of those middle-aged white guys who gets like, if you like push back, they get incredibly angry, like, how dare you? And there's so many.
You should see the Donau tour. You should see their park. You should see Schönbrunn, the castle. It's actually amazing. It's like this mini Versailles.
Sam.
The inner city is gorgeous. You just like walk around there. I mean,
Sam, I have a question. Did any of your ancestors live in Austria before World War II?
I think they're Polish.
Yeah, but some of the Poles ended up in Austria. I just don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Okay. I know that my grandmother on a couple of sides were in Vienna.
You should go to Spanish. I connected it. I connected it all. It's all coming together. You should go to the Spanish writing school. Very well-renowned school in Vienna.
I know.
They have Lipizzaner horses, and Lipizzaner horses are from Slovenia.
Enabled by the government to allow this massive
literally the
amount
horseshoe
of
theory.
taxpayer
I'm
money
kidding.
to be funneled into nonprofits and NGOs. So a good-sized portion of that goes back into the election coffers to keep these people getting elected again, while these individual corporations and nonprofits raise millions and millions and millions of dollars every year.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Denzel and Gene Hackman have that conversation.
Pop is fucking on it. That's very good. Yeah.
That's right.
That's right.
They're from Portugal. But that was a Lusitania, the Lipizzaner.
You know, Gene Hackman was great. It's sad that he fucked up.
It was amazing. Yeah, that was quite sad.
It was a pretty cool.
Anyway, I'm stoked for you, Sam. Super jelly.
Days.
Oh yeah, hanging out in Vienna is awesome. I've never been, but it's on my list.
Whereabouts are you staying?
My partner has a friend that's just letting us stay with them. It's pretty nice. So it's very nice.
Nice. Very good. There's a place in Vienna called Schwedenplatz, which means Sweden place. You should go there. Just
Wow. For spring break, and we're just walking around the beach, and someone goes, "Hey, aren't you, Blake's son?" I go, "Oh," and I turn around, and there's some woman who knew my mom. And she was like, I've seen photos of you on Facebook or whatever. And I was like,
"Oh, that's crazy. That's scary, actually."
Just, literally in a random state, on a random beach. I was like,
yeah, I will send you a photo of that guy. But in that photo, that you don't look like. But hold on.
And what's funny is I'll ask my mom about that. I'll be like, I told her about it. I was like, hey, so and so, I met so and so at the beach. She's like, I don't know who that woman is.
Yeah.
She's like, I don't know who you're talking about.
You zoom in on the face. I'm sorry, it's a photo where he flips off, but he kind of has like similar facial features. So this person is half Dutch, half Portuguese.
I guess kinda.
Yeah, right?
Not really though.
No, not really a little bit. The nose.
Because my brother his hair is super light,
Yeah, I'm not talking about the colors. You look at the features. I told you.
I did. Oh, what's up, John Kitover?
I brought him.
Hello?
We've been talking about Talmud. Do you know anything about the Talmud?
I've never bought the Talmud or tried to read it, but I've bought many Jewish books. I've read many Jewish books, and they're all pretty smart. You know, books are smart. They got a lot, because when you produce a book, the book publisher doesn't want to waste time putting together a bad book.
By the way.
Well, I do actually have a copy of. I do have a copy of that, and when I read it, I laugh because you have to realize that Hitler didn't actually write it. It's a ghost book, and the government purchased millions and millions of copies. That's actually how Hitler was able to siphon a lot of money out of the German government, was through that stupid book. And if you read the book, it's really not that good.
It really isn't, is it?
No, it's not a very good book in terms of like political theory and whatever it is. Again, it's just a hardcore propaganda book. It's basically a collectible at this point. It's not.
But you just told me that books are smart. Now you're saying a book isn't smart.
That's what I'm saying. When you read Jewish books, you're like, oh, these people took a lot of time and effort to create this. But when you read Mein Kampf, you're like, oh, this sucks. This is like basically a gossip magazine.
Gossip magazine.
Yeah, that's basically what Mein Kampf is.
I think the smartest Jewish book
Gossip magazine is funny as hell.
I think the smartest Jewish book I've ever read, Alistair, is Playboy magazine issue number 35.
Oh, crazy.
Did you ever read Playboy magazine issue number 35, Alistair?
Is it from 1982? Because I have the whole 1982 Playboy collection.
You get the catalog.
Yeah, I was born in 82, so I was like, you know what? I want to own Playboy and Penthouse 1982 the whole year.
You were running what your father was giving to when he had you.
Ew, shut the fuck up. Ew. Men are fucking...
I did find it really interesting. They said, I'm going to pick my birth year over the Playboy magazine that I'm going to buy.
You know, it's interesting.
Why your birth year? Why not like the year you turn 18?
I don't know.
The girls back then were better.
I just figured it'd be cool to have the 82 collection. But if you look at the magazines, it's really an education and advertising, because the whole magazine is basically ads. And it's interesting because those ads are still technically being used every day today. They're evergreen. Nothing has changed. Everything that's being advertised in the 80s is still being advertised today in the same way, with, slight modifications.
I forget what story it was, but there's some famous, like, investigative journalism that happened, and it was published in a Playboy. Mm-hmm. I forget what story it was.
Was it
but, like, it's a famous story.
Nixon?
I'm going to have to look it up. But I forget what it was, but it was like a story that, like, no other publisher wanted, and Playboy magazine was like, we'll publish it in one of our Playboys. Which is very funny because, like, think about, like, you're just, like, sitting there, you're wanting to look at very beautiful women, and then all of a sudden you're reading about, some investigative.
It's all, there's a lot of alt-right content and alt content in there. They definitely, Alan Watts is in there, Andy Warhol's in there.
That's what's cool about Playboy, is because it was almost like a trick. Like, you think you're just looking at naked girls.
Yeah.
And then this dude just publishing the craziest authors you can find.
Magazines were once great. They're no longer great. That era of magazines.
I don't know can't be honest, I think the last time I opened up a magazine was probably, like, years ago when I was getting a haircut. I think that's the last time I opened up a magazine.
That's how big the advertising industry is. If you've never worked professionally in advertising, you have absolutely no concept about how much money is spent daily trying to gather attention in the attention economy.
I remember, there was a moment during COVID where I did have I don't like talking about this because I have to lead everything sense, and I hope that nothing comes to light, but I used to have a TikTok account. And my TikTok account did gain 30,000 followers. And I remember my first time receiving an email of someone wanting to advertise a product from me, and I said no because I thought it was gay.
Well, those are usually just
But they
scams.
were willing to, but they were willing to pay good money though.
What was your TikTok about?
I'm not going to discuss it. It's been ended. It lasted around 8 months. It was fun. It was fun for 8 months. My wife was always mad about it because she was like, "Your full-time job could have been a social media influencer," but I said no because I thought it was gay. I felt like I was spending too much time trying to create content.
Yeah. Well, a lot of those emails to advertise on your profile channel are just fraud emails, scams, wasted time. So don't flatter yourself.
I don't know. It was a real company, and they said that this is the campaign. They said I would have to make 4 posts, and of course, and I know that a lot of them don't pay. At the end of it all, right? But it was a real company, and I believe they're still in business today. But they were like,
coulda, shoulda, woulda.
You got it, but I was like, I'm not gonna do that. It's kind of dumb.
Maybe it was your young boy energy.
Yeah, young boy. At the time I was working on during COVID, I had moved back home with my parents. I was working on their farm, and a lot of the content was farm-related content. A lot of baby sheep and baby goats and chickens.
You were gonna advertise Mein Kampf on the TikTok.
Yes, they were like, "Hey, we want you to advertise Mein Kampf 4 times, post about it 4 times in the course of 2 weeks, and we'll pay you." I think they offered me like $750.
That's pretty good.
I know. I was like, yeah, and I said no though. I was like, it wasn't that though. It was actually a dumber product than Mein Kampf. I would have done Mein Kampf. That would have been fun.
Okay, I'm gonna ask Grok. What are the top 10 key extracts from Mein Kampf?
There we go. And Grok's gonna be like, I have no access to that.
Grok might
All Jewish overlords. Yeah, no, that's more like a ChatGPT thing.
So at this very moment, I am wearing what's called Loki, which is an AI wearable, which live streams, records, does AI respond. It's pretty amazing for $200, and it's pretty cool. So you're all being recorded right now on an AI wearable.
What do you mean wearable? Where are you wearing it? Is it
a necklace?
glasses?
It's a lanyard. It's basically the same thing as the Meta glasses. There's really no difference. So this is what Grok says. Number 1, I'm fighting the J words as the work of the Lord. He writes in chapter 1, page 60. Hence today I believe that I am acting in accordance with the will of the Almighty Creator by defending myself against the J word. I'm fighting for the work of the Lord. Number 2, on Marxism and the J words. The Jewish doctrine of Marxism rejects the aristocratic principle of nature and replaces the eternal privilege of power and strength with a mass of numbers and their dead weight. Thus, it denies the value of personality in man, contests the significance of nationality and race. If, with the help of his Marxist creed, the J word is victorious over the other peoples of the world, his crown will be the funeral wreath of humanity. Number 3, on the big lie technique. All this was inspired by the principle, which is quite true in itself, that in the big lie there is always a certain force of credibility, because the broad masses of a nation are always more easily corrupted in the deeper strata of their emotional nature than consciously or voluntarily. They more readily fall victims to the big lie than the small lie. Number 4, on the protocols of the elders of Zion. To what an extent the whole existence of this people is based on a continuous lie is shown incomparably by the protocols of the elders of Zion, so infinitely hated by the J-words. For once this book has become the common property of a people, the Jewish menace may be considered as broken. Number 5,
I said something about how, basically...
we can go into fucking war in Iran. Thank you to Bibi Netanyahu. The economy is in the shitter, and niggas is what is What the? Yo, I see why Tim got so fucking pissed off, yo. We have to be living in bizarro world, upside down world. We're looking in in funhouse mirrors. You know the mirror, when you look at it, it distorts the vision? That's what you niggas is looking at. All of y'all, how in the world do you support the worst president that has ever lived? Has there ever been a president with as many rape allegations, fucking felonies, with as much fucking pilfering, $1 billion here, $1 billion there, with nepotism? Hey, Jared Kushner, go solve the Middle East. What the hell? Mossad agent Jared Kushner, I forgot to. Yo, yeah, I don't. Listen, we are. You know how they say as good as it gets linked? Right now, the entire chain, or at least 50. So, for the great majority. Somebody vote Jewism!
Welcome back, everybody, to the Bible and Quran room. Barth has exhausted his dopamine drip, and he is back to the basics. So, here we are, one more day at a time in Barth's working career here on Clubhouse. Hand me that nail! Every room keeps ending! I am the destroyer of rooms. Finally, we get to a flat earth room.
I don't know nothing. You're right. I don't know nothing. Not for you.
That's it. That's it. That's the only thing Jews should be saying. They don't know shit.
Hey, look. Wow. Look. Because this is getting weird, right? Watch this.
Did you just kick him from the room?
So I'm saying, so who next? Who next?
You.
We could do it like that. No words.
Hello? Another kick. 4 immediate kicks. This is a big day here.
Shares with each other and that kind of thing.
Was Dorothy Day part of that? Dorothy Day?
Yeah, she was the leader of it. She was the leader of the Catholic Workers Movement.
Yeah.
And that other guy, Peter.
Oh yeah.
Peter Maureen, something like that.
Something like that.
Mm-hmm. The two of them were leaders.
Slavery is going on right now in 2026. Ever since NATO and the United States of America went over there and overthrew Gaddafi, a great friend to revolution and to oppress people around the planet. In Gaza, right now, there are people that say that they are Muslims being yet oppressed and assisted by Jordan, UAE, Saudi Arabia. You see where we're going with this here? So now when we ask about your practice versus your rhetoric, this is an example. And since you got criticism for the Nation of Islam, hands down, outside of Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali and Louis Farrakhan, you don't show was none that speak truth to power, speak on behalf of the oppressed, even if they're not of our own tribe, though we do honor the Quran when it says to obey the ties of kin and kin. No, sir, we reject that concept that you have. It sounds like you might be one of them Blackistanis there. I think the brother got over there. Where they in Philadelphia? That's where you at, Brother Habib? You in Philadelphia?
No, I'm in Buffalo, New York. But yeah, but that's funny. I like that. He said you might be one of them Blackistanis.
Hello, moderators. I put a link in the chat to Mohammedan law, or is the Islamic Constitution. It's a terrible code of laws, and it's basically gangsterism, mafiaism, and Muhammad was a fraud. So that's the problem with Islam.
Mohammedism? What? Yeah, that's what white people, who always answer.
That has nothing to do with skin color. We don't speak a different language.
They'll know more.
Yes.
Speaking from your culture,
No, I'm not. I'm speaking from the English language. No, I'm speaking from the English language. Right. You're not an expert on other people's race.
Everybody just mute up for a second. I've been requested to read the banner. It is popcorn style, no sit order. You can jump in, between speakers. Do not interrupt somebody while they're speaking. Just wait for them to meet up, and then you can go ahead and speak. Keep it respectful, no talking over others. Keep it brief so everyone can contribute. If there's an issue, just let us know, and we'll moderate.
yes. So now, Mohammedism is a term that white people.
That is incorrect. It's just a term in English.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
The young lady said, if you got a rebuttal.
Yeah. Did you not hear me? You don't speak for white people, sir. What are you trying to do? Speak about your own thing, man.
You're literally violating what she just said.
No, he is. He is. Nobody ever said he could. Well, you're going to tell us what white people mean? You don't know what white people.
Let him finish what he got to say then.
What you got to say then? He said it already. He said it wrong. What else you got?
Well, let him finish. Just let him finish.
Okay, I'm going to let him. Corey, what else you got? Never mind that nonsense about English language.
As I was saying there, right?
About which you know nothing, apparently.
As I was saying there, right?
Yes.
Mohammedism is a term that white people.
No, that's incorrect.
You have to let him land. You have to let him land.
He's going to land. Go ahead and land. Go ahead.
No, interrupt him.
I want to hear it.
And then when he's finished, you can.
I understand your opinion. Go ahead, Corey.
Listen, the sisters already gave us their
Okay, go ahead, Corey. I don't need to hear from you.
Mute until he's finished.
Go ahead, Corey.
White people use the term Mohammedism.
That's incorrect.
Like, to moderate, you need permission to drop people.
What's your next idea, Corey? Has nothing to do with what color your skin.
This guy is impulsive.
So, he needs to be muted, and he lacks discipline. Now,
you need to tell the truth. You lack the truth, brother.
Mohammedism is a term of slander that white people.
Incorrect. It's not slander. Just because
we're having a really great discourse before this.
Yes, it's fine. Stop interrupting him. Let him go. Let him go.
Listen, your Zionist ass don't dictate, Corey. Your Zionist ass don't dictate to me, nigga.
Doesn't it? No, that's right. And whatever your ass is doesn't dictate to the English language. Correct.
So
I'm not trying to dictate to you. Oh, no, you shut the fuck up, motherfucker.
Normal. They doesn't finish, and then you can respond.
This is an English term, ain't it? Has nothing to do with white folks. Bullshit.
Islam.
It's an English term, though.
It's a term that's English to slander Islam.
It's not slander. English comes from white people. It doesn't come from white people. It has to do with the
Can you please mute up and let Corey finish, and then you can respond, please?
Matter of fact, we have it in writing, so much so, this is what they said about when the Negroes was learning Islam and they was spread by it. They said that Mohammedism brings out the militant propensity of the Negro. Again, a term that they use to slander, white folks use to slander. These same people that are Shriners and Freemasons and so forth, which means that in secret, they study the Quran, which means that they are cognitive of the term Islam.
Wrong. And Martin Luther King was raised in a Freemasonic church. So does that make Martin Luther King a Freemason?
The word Mohammedanism has to do with the Prophet Muhammad, nothing more or less.
People, can you put them in the audience since they don't want to be civilized?
Right. Can you please let him finish?
I frankly thought he had.
Heath Ellison, the first Muslim the Congress wanted to swear in on the Quran instead of the Bible. And listen to the pushback. Hey, this is a Christian nation, thus and so forth. And when he shut them up with this. I want to swear in on Thomas Jefferson's Quran, which thus further gives evidence and proof that they know of the term Islam. Anytime when you refer to somebody other than how they refer to themselves, that is slander. And
Also nonsense.
As slander. And he's swearing on the Quran, by the way. As stated in this room, right? Elijah Muhammad rejected the term Black Muslims. And I said, and El Nomo is in that character, the BHI, the Hebrew Israelites do not call themselves Black Hebrew Israelites. They either say Hebrew Israelites or Israelites, and you cannot, around me and those who are like me, slander them kinfolks of ours by calling them something that they don't refer to themselves as.
That's not a slander.
Is a term of slander by
How is it slander?
That did not want
slander is a false statement, sir. What is false about
Islam, and they use slander and they use invalidation and interruption, COINTELPRO, but this dude is Masada, he using Hasbara tactics.
Right.
Why don't you put a link in the chat?
Slander is a false statement. What is false about the term Mohammedanism, please? What is false about it? Nothing. Just means followers of Muhammad.
No, it
had nothing to do with your race. You're very limited in your knowledge, sir.
It implies that Islam is like Christianity and it's Muhammad centric instead of worshiping God.
Doesn't imply that at all.
After Christ, Islam is not named after Muhammad.
No, somebody said that it was.
I put a link in the chat for Mohammedan law, the Islamic Charter and Constitution of Medina, which is the underlying legal underpinnings of Islam. If you agree with those legal underpinnings, you would be considered a Mohammedan. And you believe that the messenger and the prophet of Allah, Muslim, Muhammad, peace be upon him, was a gangster. He was a fraud and a liar and a charlatan, and he created one of the world's biggest scam religions. And he created a set of laws known as the Constitution of Islam, written in Medina in 667. Look it up. I put the link in the chat. If you want justice, don't go to an Islamic court. You won't get it.
By the way, if you're going to make them outlandish and fallacious claims, you need to really come with evidence. You can't just sit here and spew all of this, so-called opinions or that you have about Islam and say, oh, this is truth, and have people try to convince what Islam says. No, like you're just like with anything else, you're going to have to present with proof and evidence. You can't just sit here making fallacious claims.
I make fallacious claims.
And passing it off like
put a link in the chat.
Okay. How is it a scam?
That's why they all hate Israel, because of their lies and their false claims and their victimization. This is part of it.
You mean because of Islam's false?
You're doing right now, what you're doing right now is another false
claim.
Wait,
what's the false claim? I want to hear the false claim.
Dude, everything that you just said, everything that you just tried to say, we don't have to repeat it, bro. We heard everything.
Oh, you don't have to repeat it.
Okay, so if you feel so strongly about what you said, then please provide the evidence for it.
What is it that you heard me say?
I'm pretty sure there are some pretty knowledgeable people here who could break it down for you and tell you exactly. And you just going off like what you believe you're as far as
no, that's not. I don't think you heard what I said.
Which is false.
Right. I don't think you heard what I said. You're confusing me with some of this. I said that Muhammad.
Oh no, I'm not at all.
Okay. So then what did I say was false?
Why are you using Mohammedism instead of Muhammad? Or Islam?
I'm not.
So no, you're literally saying Mohammedism. Why are you using that obsolete term?
Because I'm referring to it in the context of they said it was a derogatory term, and I'm saying it's not a derogatory term. It just refers to follow.
Why did you bring it? Why won't you say Islam?
I didn't bring it.
Why did you say Islam instead of?
Because we're talking about the word Muhammad.
Nowhere in history.
I say Islam.
Are you going to find anywhere in history in Islam?
Look
at the origin of the word Muhammad.
I did.
Okay, you're saying this is sort of small. This is something that
has nothing to do with
created themselves.
This person thinks he's talking about the Nation of Islam or the Black Muslims.
The reason why it is slander is he can
What's
show
the slander?
nowhere in history where the people referred to themselves.
What does that have to do with it? How is that a slander?
That term, and it was a term given by white people.
No, it has nothing to do with whiter.
Yeah, it's fallacious. Everything.
What's fallacious about it? What's fallacious? What is fallacious about it?
Well, for starters, what you just said, the term Mohammedanism. Can you tell me what's the origin of this term Mohammedanism?
Yeah, it was used in Spain under the Andalus when Islam subjugated it for some 500 years. Yeah, it was used then.
Let me ask you this. No one.
Now, what's your next question? No one did I say this false?
No one in this room said
Wait, what did I say this false?
So the reason why we're discussing this word now is because you used it. Why did you?
I never used it.
Why are we?
I never used it.
Why are we discussing it? Why? Well, no one hears that.
Corey made a false statement.
No one used it.
Because Corey brought it up. Because Corey said about 27 times in a row that it was a racist term.
Why did
I pointed out that that's nonsense. It has nothing to do. And it's not a slander either. That's why I didn't bring it up. He did.
You're not paying attention. Alistair brought it up.
Yeah,
Something other than what I'm calling myself a slander.
Yeah. So a slander is a false statement. What's false about it?
Yeah, it is 100% false. It is 100% false.
What is false about the word Mohammedanism?
Okay, let's go through the steps, all right?
Sure.
The religion of Islam is submission to God alone.
Yeah, sure.
When you distract or deter away from God alone and make it about a person by saying Mohammedism, then you're making the focal point of the religion Muhammad opposed to God.
No,
that
it's
is
not
a complete slander.
It's both true.
No, absolutely not. I'm telling you no. As a Muslim, I'm saying no.
Right, but you're wrong.
I'm saying no.
You said that already, and you're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. You're wrong.
You're 100%
if you want to make your religion focus on a human being, then that's fine.
No,
but I don't practice shirk.
Well, you can do whatever you want. Slander is about the term Mohammedism because they are.
It is slanderous. I'm offended by it. I'm offended.
Because you're doesn't make it incorrect.
Offended by it.
Sir, you're a term,
and you cannot.
Sir, you don't know what the word slander means.
And what I feel.
I'm sorry about your feelings. I'll get you a Kleenex. It has nothing to do with being false. Your feelings don't make something false.
Yes,
so
you are
don't make nothing true. Sir, you are a follower of Muhammad.
We don't agree with you.
You don't know what I'm saying.
We don't agree with you. We don't
even understand. You can't agree with me because you don't understand what I'm saying.
We can agree to disagree. We will get your white perception.
It has nothing to do with color, as I said before.
This is a westernized term that you're using, okay? This is not anything that originated from Islam.
Wait, say that again. It's a what term?
It's a westernized term.
It's not a westernized term.
Right, western it is.
It has nothing to do with being east or west.
And it is derogatory.
And a social
Islam invaded Spain.
Okay, one mic. One mic. You guys give El Normal 3 minutes uninterrupted. Go El Normal. One mic, everybody.
So, people who are Muslim follow Muhammad. There is nothing false about that statement. They also submit to God. There's no contradiction between following Muhammad and submitting to God. Because it is not false, it's incapable of being slanderous. This term became widely used in the centuries of Al-Andalus, when Islam conquered northern Africa by the sword and then invaded Europe, again by the sword, and conquered Andalusia of Spain. Up until the year, for about 400 years from, say, the year 1000, this is approximate, to 1492, when Ferdinand and Isabella, the king and queen of Spain, ejected the Muslims. They had the Spanish Inquisition, the Catholic Church gained, eventually they ejected the Muslims, and by the way, also the Jews. Yes.
had anything to do with skin color. The Muslims that invaded and held Andalusia, Spain, they were of various colors. They weren't black. They weren't white. They were basically North Africans. They were Arabs. It was an Arabization, not a racial conquest. And those who refer to Islam as Mohammedism are really more of an antiquated term. So the same way we don't call Jews Hebrews anymore, it's antiquated. Hebrew is the language. So we don't call Muslims Mohammedans anymore. But it was a widely used phrase. It's not slanderous. It's not offensive. It's not derogatory.
It is offensive.
It's nothing offensive.
You're gonna land.
You are followers of Muhammad. You are followers.
One mic. Can you guys hear me? One mic. He has one cement. I'm in the.
It's okay. We hear you fine. There's nothing negative about Muhammad, and there's nothing negative about Mohammedism. It happens not to be the use currently used today. Christians believe that Jesus Christ is God. So people who profess Christianity are not worshiping a man. They're worshiping a prophet who they believe is also God, as far as I understand them. Again, nothing negative about Christians, Christianity, referring to the religion around their Messiah, nor is there anything negative about referring to people who follow Muhammad as Mohammedans. There's nothing slanderous, because it's not false. There's nothing derogatory. There's nothing wrong with Muhammad, and there's nothing offensive about it. If your fifis get hurt, then go have a pee or something, and you'll probably feel better. I'm done. I'll take my 10 seconds later.
Thank you.
I'm gonna just respond.
Okay. Is that Jackie?
It is. Yes. I'm just.
Okay. I made you a mod. Right now, we're just gonna go. I'm gonna read the banner real quick. So. Right now is Q style. Mods will call speakers in order by profile pics on stage. 4 minutes per speaker to address the topic or comment on what they heard. One mic, no over talking, stay respectful and on topic. Q.
Yeah, I like a rebuttal.
Then we'll continue. Jackie, you can go ahead. So we'll start profile picture. Cameron, do you need to say something? If not, we'll go to Corey. If not, Alfonso, then O or Zero.
If you don't mind, if I could respond just real briefly to
Oh, sure. Go ahead. And then can you pull to refresh when you're done, Jackie, and call them by name according to the profile pictures on the stage and give them like 3 to 4 minutes each to get a chance to speak. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. And then if you need a timer, I can put a timer. One of the.
Okay. And I may have to, step back for a little bit too because I'm handling some things in the background. But I just wanted to respond real briefly. That term, Mohammedism that he's using, that he is right. Is it an antiquated term? It is outdated. So, I don't think that that's even accurate to even apply that term. That's not what Muslims refer to themselves to. So it is an outdated term historically. Yes, it was used to refer to Islam, but Muslims themselves they don't call their religion that because Islam it's centered on worshiping God and God alone, right? Not Muhammad. Okay, Muhammad. Yes, although they follow Muhammad because he is what they deem as being the last messenger. Okay, but you would never hear a Muslim ever refer to themselves as Mohammedans, right, or whatever the term they use, right? It's always Muslim. Okay. Not Mohammedans or anything like that. So just saying like Mohammedism that comes from Islam, like really it's backwards. It's logically backwards. It's inaccurate. It's like confusing like a nickname, right? Outsiders like try to use to like actually like call a religion itself. Like he was saying, oh yeah, they call them the heathen, calling like Asian people, Oriental, things like that. It's offensive, right? Islam is a religion. It's not Mohammedanism.
Why is Oriental offensive?
It's just an old thing that people use. It's obviously offensive. It is logically backwards. Why? And it is derogatory, and that's not how you should refer to Muslims at all. Okay, it's just to me it sounds like it's ignorance.
You must not be aware of Orientalism because that has.
I'm quite aware of Edward Said and Orientalism.
Orientalism.
I'm quite familiar with the term. Oriental has nothing to do with Oriental.
So you should know that. You should know that it's used to set a particular group of people like Muslims as primitive, as outsiders, as people that are insignificant to us.
Orient is a place, not a primitive.
Is a
Orient knows not what the.
Okay, so let's do this. As
Orient just means
we're gonna have to go in order. I know everybody has something to say. I understand. I think so. I had the pull to refresh, so it would be Corey if Corey wants to go, and then I don't know if Alfonso is present, but if not, then O could go after Corey, and then we'll just continue going in order like that.
Now, I got a link.
Corey, if you would like to respond.
Yes, I got a link in the chat that I'm going to read from. And as stated, it is offensive because we say it's offensive. Now, that being said there, right? This link in the chat there, that everybody can read along with me here. The term Mohammedism and its variant Mohammedanism emerged in Western literature around the 16th and 17th century, as I said, white people. With earlier
white people. It's literature, not white people.
No, we have people like policy. Like we're just gonna have to do that, and this is why, because when people are talking to each other, no one's gonna hear nobody. We're just gonna continue talking past each other, and we're never gonna get the point across. Like, so we're just gonna have to let people continue finishing until they land, and then when they're done, we're gonna continue going in that order. And then if anyone else wants to speak, then they can speak or respond, right? So continue, Corey, with no interruption, please.
Now, the link that I'm reading from, ladies and gentlemen, is in the chat there. The term Mohammedism and its earlier variants, Mohammedanism, gained usage in Western language around the 16th, 17th century. While variations appeared earlier, Mohammedan was used by 1529, and the Oxford English Dictionary, white people, cites 1663 as the first recorded use
The Oxford Dictionary is not white.
Mohammedan. Key details regarding the term. 1. Origin. It is derived from medieval Latin, Mohammedanus, used to describe followers of Muhammad. Second bullet point, usage. It is commonly used in Western literature to describe Islam until the mid-1960s, after which it was largely replaced by Muslim or Islamic. Next bullet point, evolution. Earlier variation in English date back to at least 1529. Next bullet point, context. The term is generally considered archaic or offensive, as it implies Muslims worship Muhammad rather than the religion of Islam, because Muslims also follow Jesus. Moses.
Don't follow Jesus. They consider Jesus a prophet.
Damn devil.
That's another thing, Paul.
What is wrong with this devil?
More slander.
What is wrong
Okay, normally you're gonna have to put a lid on it. If you interrupt one more time, I'm gonna have to lose the audience.
Do we have to listen to this
No
devil
more
talk
interruption,
his
please.
nonsense?
That's your last warning.
Okay, we have to listen to this devil talk his lies? Okay.
Now, as stated there, anytime you refer to people other than how they refer to themselves. Matter of fact, the Holy Quran says a nickname after faith is evil. Is that the 47th surah there, brother Habib? That's what Islam teaches. That to give somebody a nickname is an act of evil, and Muhammad. Well, Corey, guess what? I'm the new Muhammad and the new prophet. I'm the new messenger of Allah. And if anyone here needs anything, if you have any problems, gave that term as a form of mockery, and in Islam, phrase, we make no distinctions between the prophets. Big on all of it is the truth from their Lord. And so thus, Muhammad, Moses, Jesus, or any of the other prophets are also acknowledged in the Quran, and their wisdom is considered revelation from the creator of the heavens and the earth. And thus, we don't follow no man, we follow righteous conduct as given through men, call them prophets or messengers, which, different variations of that, both male and female prophets and messengers, and thus we follow a standard of righteousness. If the example comes through Muhammad, Moses, Jesus, or somebody else, so be it.
at all sort of a narrative that we've constructed to unify ourselves as people, as humans. So couldn't you say that's true of every group of people, regardless of like you're going to see that in every group of people? So I don't know if that's
like a grand unifying narrative. Yeah.
Well, whenever you tell a story, you focus on certain parts of the story and other parts of the story, and so like the American myth of like we fought against kings in order to get our freedom. That's like a really positive arc because it encourages us to like not concentrate power and to have more freedoms. Whereas if your foundational myth is an ethnic grievance or some other ethnicity wronged you, well, you're gonna spiral into racism.
Kind of like the Palestinians, right?
Yeah, this applies to the Palestinians as well. Yeah.
Do you think that the education system and sort of overall society has anything to do with exasperating or harboring these feelings?
Of course, but at the end of the day, it's ultimately mystical. Like it's just gonna have to be something religious. Like it's just, like even when they live in the most probably prosperous time with the most opportunity available, sometimes grievances are still invented. Even if sometimes they're legitimate, sometimes they're also invented. So it needs to be like something fundamental, like a genuine religious movement.
So, sorry, Mark. Go ahead.
Black Hebrew Israelitism.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
That's what they're doing.
That's what they're doing.
No, it's true. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to find a new foundation of it. Black Hebrew Israelism, we are the true Native Americans, like stuff like that. Like they're trying to find a new founding that is less, at least in their mind, shameful. Which I don't think the slavery is necessarily shameful. It's just how it came about, right? But they're trying to find something new so that they can kind of springboard off of that. Same thing with the whole, Nation of Islam thing, right? Like realistically, that was part of that too.
What would you say, Mark?
Dramatically overestimate the effect of the U.S. or whatever education system on propagating this or that perceived cultural pathology. I mean, maybe that was the case decades ago, but I think at this point, children learn all of their political culture primarily from the internet. It doesn't really matter what a bunch of incredibly uncool teachers that they don't like, spoon feed them.
I think maybe that's right, but I also think that I see what you're saying, but I want to push back and say that if your entire history that you understand of the world is that white people have wronged you, and you just treat that as that's the main thing you need to know from history, it's gonna shape what shit you read on the internet.
But I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't think 2 units on this or that historical grievance in school, experiencing that or not experiencing that, is going to compare.
Agree.
That your teacher's just sort of going through perfunctorily. I don't think that's going to compare with your favorite, people on TikTok just talking about it nonstop for not just a unit or two, but all day, every day, for years and years.
No, I get what Mark is saying, but it also kind of assumes that they have a curiosity in some way to explore, more things, which many people do, of course. But at the same time, if your parents also are feeding you a bunch of fucking prompts at home, being well, fucking watch out for the cops, they're gonna shoot you when you go to school. It's okay. So they're already preloaded with a bunch of assumptions. But
that has happened. So
yeah, of course, yeah. It's not taken out of nothing, but it's I think you get the framework, and then it's up to you to kind of venture out of that framework if you want to, I guess. But I think Mark is correct in the fact that I think even we've all experienced
professors that weren't maybe the best, right? So I think it's well within our kind of rights, or for lack of a better word, to kind of question them, either actively or behind their backs.
I have a kind of pessimistic view of human nature, where I think that having a sense of grievance towards other groups is sort of the default low entropy state of affairs, and you need to invest a huge amount of work to undo that and to maintain that. And if you don't do that, then it's just expected by one vector or another. The grievance will just creep back in.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Kudzu or something.
50-50. I think that's probably right. I think that a lot of work can be done by white people into shame.
That might be it. I might have happened. Plus or minus a couple things in there, but
I never spent a lot of time with him, but according to Sam and others, his scholarship is very weak. It's like, putting stuff, instead of putting stuff in an academic journal, it's like a trade journal or something else, something that's not as bona fide, as it were.
Or as he would say, dignified.
Yeah, I don't know. He said something the other day. I mean, I don't know about his Jewish ancestry, but he said he was also Italian.
Maybe. Yeah. He's pretty vague on it. I respect the vagueness. I never have a problem with people being, not everybody wants the doctor like Sam,
But a lot of people, they are reactive, right? And I used to not be a reactionary, and my indigeneity didn't mean much as long as nobody bothers me. But if you're going to be a white American and say that we're peaceful, we have justice, we have freedom, but then ignore that, the creation of this country, and then trying to get indigenous people from Central America out of here after you've ruined their economies and all that kind of stuff. And then when you keep digging and digging and digging, they're like, well, we won and you lost. We used violence to take over this country. And I'm like, well, we're using violence to take it back through gang warfare, through the cartels, through whatever. So shut the fuck up. Make up your mind. Are you peaceful and free and you're going to let us in and be part of your society? Or you're going to say, hey, we run the world by violence. And then I'm like, okay, then we run the world by violence. So shut the fuck up.
Right. Oh man, I should have put John on the list. I didn't even think about it. I mean, there's only so many spots, John. No offense. I would have put John if I could. I think he'd receive a lot of votes.
Thanks. On a recent People magazine survey on the index, I was rated in the top 1 percentile of world's most annoying people on the internet.
You claim that distinction?
I'm being facetious, but I do think that there's some value in playing like the court jester, the fool in the court, because it reminds people that a lot of this is just blown out of proportion and taken so seriously that there's no play or fun. And if you think that the purpose of life is to right historical social justice wrongs, but yet you're not having any fun or joy, I don't think you really understand the utility of the fool in the court. Like if you pat the butt of the king, hopefully the king will pardon you, but you can't insult the king or you will die. But the court jester can get away with it because of his position, as the fool. So I don't know if that makes
the most illuminating thing I've ever heard you say, but I think that there's some truth there.
Yeah, I try to be funny.
Right now.
What indigenous?
How many cell phones do you have set up right now?
I'm looking at 25 cell phones right now, live streaming on YouTube. You want to see what my office setup looks like?
I think I've seen it, but it's always fun, sure. Office is a strong word.
What do you mean? I'm sitting in an office.
Just kidding. If office is filled with cell phone streams,
I'm at the forefront. I'm at the forefront of communication technology. I'm doing what really a lot of people will say what I'm doing is not work, but I would say that I'm actually being extremely productive in terms of personal development and categorizing and cataloging what I would consider low IQ hate speech.
As long as you have the bandwidth to be able to do it, and as long as you I do wonder about you. I'm like, this guy who has to go out and get all of these cell phones and do all this work. Clearly, there's some cleverness there, and there's some ingenuity, and there's some roll up your sleeves and do work. But there's also some curiosity, like, what allows this man to do this as his job? Like, are you living off of trust fund? Are you living off a work when you make kind of thing? Like, did you gamble at all and roll the dice and say this will pay off in the end? But, like, it's very curious.
Yeah. Well, each phone is only $40, and there's a $15 a month plan tied to it, only for 1 month, and then I just run it off my home Wi-Fi. So the costs are really very minimal. I mean, you can buy 20 phones for $600 or $800. You know, that's basically nothing. But it's the time involved in getting the phone prepped and eventually live on YouTube, because there's minimum qualifications to live stream on YouTube. But I have, 100,000 plus videos up, 50 plus accounts. My biggest account has 2,000 subscribers. But a lot of the subscribers are just bots, and people will never watch me. So a lot of this is, if I actually get into office at some point, I will have a huge library catalog behind me. And really, I don't want to have repetitive, redundant conversations. I'm actually more interested in reading books and then reading books with people and having conversations about books. I think Clubhouse is a big waste of time. And you're a professor, so you understand the value of focus and concentration in a classroom on books and materials, as opposed to random, useless discourse, rhetoric, and what you would call this experience, which is a very low value experience, in my opinion.
Interesting. Well, that's not nothing.
Well, my point is
when you
nothing.
say the library, what do you think is the value of what you recorded then?
When I compare audiobooks to what you could call Clubhouse conference call audiobooks, because as the user, I'm indifferent really to the audiobook. And I just, if I'm not going to come up on a stage and I'm just listening from the audience, that's the same experience as an audiobook. And the content that you're receiving as a GU audiobook listener on this, conference call app is so low quality in terms of what you're actually experiencing. And the worst part is you experience other people's emotions on this app. And that is a problem, I think, to sit here and literally be emotionally tuned up constantly. Some people, I guess, love it. Some people say they thrive on it. But I think from a therapeutic and a central nervous system perspective, it's a horrible usage of your time. Hello?
Yeah, I get a lot of that. I think that is why I actually, his name is in the thing there. That is probably the best quality, I think, about Benjamin. He is remarkably low level, worked up emotionally, even though he is the brunt of most jokes, insults, jabs. He generally does seem to thrive off of it because nothing really impacts him. Now, I realize some of that can be life circumstance or whatever, but I think he has adopted sort of that philosophy of where you'll hear him talk about people that are in board meetings. One thing they never do if they want to be successful is they can't yell or scream. So he's not a yeller or a screamer. Everybody has points where their buttons get pressed a little bit, but he, in terms of comparing him comparatively to how often people's buttons get pressed, very low level. Now, I have a threshold of which, my philosophy, my guiding principle in life has been I will punch you in the face, but I generally don't want to. I don't weed with it.
Since you're a martial artist, would it be a foot?
It'd be a foot, yeah. But the thing is that but I can get worked up. But I generally try not to. It's sort of that Sun Tzu, the best battles are the ones you don't wage kind of thing. But it doesn't mean that you're going to let someone just repeatedly smack you in the head kind of thing. I take it back to other sports too. I was talking to my son about basketball this morning. I was watching him play last night, and it's just he's very passive, kind of, if the guy pushes me out of the way, okay, I'm throw that dude out of the way, bro. If you're in the paint, you gotta box that dude out. Like your mom's life depends on it, bro. You gotta want that.
Have you been in the room when I driven Benjamin out?
Oh, that's wonderful. That's wonderful art.
He likes to talk about race, and he likes to talk about elitism in academia, but he does not like to talk about class. So as you talk about his class, then he leaves.
Well, that movie
indirectly he loves to talk about class if it's deferred and not about race, because he thinks, you know, race isn't real and class is the real argument.
You know that movie? See, Pro, you have a potential for violence. And have you ever seen that movie, A History of Violence?
Yes.
What I'm trying to tell you is that your potential for violence is very brutish and thuggish. You know, I'm a former United States military officer, and even if you look at like the mafia, they don't just throw blows. They get a contract and a confirmation from leadership that the assassination is to take place. So, you know, your approach to violence is very juvenile and pedestrian. It's just my opinion.
Wow, you don't know Pro at all. If you knew Pro, you know how wrong that statement is.
I don't disagree with why you would say that, but again, well, kind of like Chinga, you really don't know me, so I mean, I get why you'd say that, and I get how someone may appear or whatever.
It's tinged with racism because you're a rapper. It's terrible.
I heard that. Yeah. I consider the source. I read what you were writing in the chat earlier. You went for the rap, the EAP, the HAP, and the RAP, remarkably annoying people. How was the rap one? You know, but I know you're not a rap guy or anything like that. But yeah.
No, that's not true. I have Biggie Smalls memorized. Funny with the money. Oh, you got me mistaken, honey. I don't want to rape you. I just want the papers, the visa, the capisha. I'm out like the papers. Who's the head honcho? Slick like Ramacho, cool like Cumacho.
Gosh, I have to replace you with Norm up top. but yeah, that was poetic. Any other rappers you like other than
I mean, I like all the classic rappers, I suppose, but I don't really go out of my way. I've met DMX, so I did buy a bunch of DMX records. I met him at McDonald's one day, and I came up to him and I said, "Excuse me, can I take I said, "Can I take a selfie with you?" And he says, "Fuck you." And I was like, "Holy shit." I was like, "That was actually very rude of me. My name is John. What is your name?" And he goes, "Earl." And I said, "Well, can I tell you a mantra?" And he goes, "What's that?" And I said, "Rabono Shalom." It's Hebrew for master of the universe. And he goes, "Are you master of the universe?" I said, "No, Rabono Shalom, it's for relaxation. It's a mantra to relax." And he's like, "All right, come over here. Let's take that selfie."
Interesting. Interesting. May he rest in peace. All right. Well, there you go.
Yeah, I got star power now. I got street cred. When I show that picture to people of me and DMX, they can't believe it. He's like a legend in some people's minds.
I normally find a commonality among people who utter the phrase, "Now I have street cred," but they generally have no street cred. But
I have no street cred. I'm just saying, some guy at the black lifeguard at my pool, when I showed him the phone, he's like, "Bro, you got street cred now."
There's a lot there, John. There's a lot there.
This is all part of my routine known as How to Be a Highly Annoying Person. It's a comedy show I've put together where I actually, I go on stage and I actually just turn on Clubhouse and I try to be as annoying as possible. And the audience at the comedy shows love it.
I would love to be in attendance for one of those.
It's like Kill Tony, basically.
That would be a night on the town. But watch you do stand up. I think Benjamin could do stand up very well. Pretty sure he could. Everybody can do stand up if they wanted to, but he does have good timing, which is why I tolerate him so much.
Yeah, stand up comedy.
Question. Do you, because of your libertarian beliefs, do you buy the anonymous whatever that Clubhouse offers, or do you just keep changing?
No, I have Anon.
With all the different phones.
I have Anon on one new phone. I usually have one new phone always running on Anon, just out of convenience,
You got it. You got it. If you get kicked, you got to have the Anon capability.
Yeah, I like You know what's amazing though is like people just move on with the conversation, and it's so amazing how like if you think you're like so self-important, let's say you're a solipsist or something, the disappointment of a solipsist upon revelation of his, or declaration of his solipsist, it's just like the effect is just not there. It's like imagine being Muhammad or Jesus walking around town and declaring that you're the new greatest thing, and the response is very lukewarm. Like, how do you respond to that if you are, so special and so unique and important, and trying to help other people? I'm just saying that like the bodhisattva who comes back to help the people that haven't gotten to nirvana yet is generally disappointed in the quality of candidates. This is all, by the way, this is all the part of my most annoying, people content. Like, you know who Gilbert Gottfried is, right? Like, I have realized that essentially Gilbert Gottfried, yeah, him and Al Pacino, technically, or even Sam Kinison, their whole shtick is to be, kind of monotone and low, and then just peak and peak with screaming, and then they go back to the lower vibration, and then they come back up to the scream, and then they go back to the lower. That's their cycle of success. So they flare your dopamine with the screaming and then bring you back to set you back up, only to scream again. Like that is the sound pattern of a lot of successful people.
Interesting. I wonder how successful they are in certain areas of their life. Like, I think there's a pattern there to the Sam Kinnisons and some of the people who are the screamer louder people. I know Gilbert Gottfried also passed away. I can't remember what. Wasn't it like some kind of cancer or something? Throat cancer or something like that.
I don't know. But the aristocrats is a very funny joke. See, I like the concept, as you know, that all communication is hypnosis. And if you kind of integrate that thought into like a lot of your experiences, you are a participant in other people's hypnosis experiments constantly. Every room on this app, every time you put on a record, like you are essentially allowing this vibration to focus your concentration on it, if you willingly want to sit there and concentrate on it. So
let's do some. That's the right background level. I think it always sounds a little louder than you guys. To me, that's really something. That's probably a little irritating. You can turn it down a little more. That's on 1. That's as low as it can go while still being audible on my end. You can hear that? Yeah. So now, I'm okay with being part of other people's hypnosis.
Yeah, I mean, if you create hypnosis, you should be, willingly be able to participate in other people's communication. But it's really just like a way of talking about programming and content. Television, the vision of the telephone is now traveling through the air. We just live in an age of lazy communicators. No one is willing to read a book. And even if they did, their comprehension and integration of that knowledge is lacking. But the truth is, nobody here on this app reads anything. They're just like pre-programmed, and people really just come here for the instantaneous dopamine. That's really what's happening. There's no book reading. There's no progression of intelligence. In 5 to 6 years from now, no one will have learned anything. because the same people are saying the same things right now that they were saying 5 to 6 years ago. We're just chatterboxes repeating over and over and over again, unless you put in new content. You can only express new content if you put in new content. We're just computers waiting to be programmed, and you're academic. I've been to college. Many people have been to college. They understand your personality, your intelligence. It's all pre-programmed from the work you did, in your 20s or in your teens.
I think, I don't know, since COVID, around that time when everybody got online and got on these places, I definitely was reading way more books. I would say now I'm reading way more articles. And I was already reading a lot of articles and a lot of books. I don't read for joy as much. My hours that I use for like what I'm going to do largely have turned into app-based, audio-based, digital-based kind of stuff. And then I find when I'm reading, it's because I have to read a little bit more, as opposed to like, oh, gee, I can't wait to go finish this book. Now, I still have scores of unfinished books all around my house. They're almost in every room. I certainly know I've probably read more than the average, person in my life, so to speak. But I don't know if people aren't reading. Maybe to your point, the books. But I think most people are probably reading more articles because they're spending more time online. And they might have a net gain in terms of what they've actually read if they weren't heavy readers before. You know what I mean? Not really sure about that.
Yeah, I mean, my concept of intelligence maybe is like it's everybody's intelligence or everybody's concept of intelligence is biased based on their pre-programmed, content. I'm just saying.
What do you mean by pre-programmed? What do you mean by that?
Like the now is a compression of the past and the future. So everything you consumed in the past is an amalgamation of who you are right now. But I'm just saying that, like, I like Alan Watts, I like Zen, I like Buddhism, I like Hinduism, I like Taoism, I like Christianity. But when I look at the legal code of Muhammad, that's when I start criticizing their religion, because the laws of Islam, the Constitution of Medina in 660, it's so ridiculous. It's like a gangster, gangster disciple charter for starting a gang. Join us and pay for our organization, or we'll kill you. There's no courts of law. There's no juries. There's no witnesses. Muhammad is the final arbitrator. So I don't know. To me, Islam is basically, it's either the forceful aspect of religion or it's the mystical. There's no way that you could go kill so many people with a sword unless you're basically really far out there. It's a horrible thing to do, as I'm sure you would agree. My friend.
Yeah, not a good way to go, and not a good way to make people go. That's for sure.
They just suspended my YouTube account for racism or hate speech. I don't know what was said.
Yeah, I hear you a lot of times. Chime in on.
Yeah, I'm talking to Pro Lyrical.
I always think, oh, this is the guy who's reading some Bertrand Russell and some Sam Harris, all that kind of stuff. The Jung and all that.
Yeah, there's this.
You're interested in that area.
I've read a lot of Jung. I do have a book called Psychological Reflections by Jung. It's like, I think it's an extract of his best quotes. And so anyways, yeah, I mean, basically, if you don't understand that you have the potential for violence, as you do, you have to know that by essentially like pseudo experiencing it, in the mind's eye, you can pass through evil intention and become good again. And you can do it all through your imagination. And that's what education does, is you can use your mind. See, this is what's wrong with Benjamin, is that he doesn't understand that we're not doing child sacrifice per se. I mean, I think we are in terms of abortions, but using the mind as a computer system or a 3D simulator to model, past horrific events to get through it now. So we don't have to do it now. We can create a movie about it. We can create poetry, but we don't actually do these horrible things anymore. It's all just hypothetical. Like, if somebody accuses you of being a Satanist and a child sacrificer, well, the response would be, we don't actually do that. That's just part of the liturgy or the books to run the simulation through your mind. So we don't have to do that because that's ridiculous. We use the books to just basically LARP and role play in a non-violent, peaceful way. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I'm not a blood and gore person. I love John Wick movies and stuff like that, but I'm not I don't usually choose to go see blood, guts, horror. I don't self-select that for stuff that I read. I have really no interest in that. I have no desire to go commit violence or anything like that. Kind of the opposite. I'm not afraid of it, I guess is what I'm saying. I'm not like, oh my gosh, this might be a violent situation today. Let me not cross the street. That's definitely not my mentality. But I have no desire to go watch blood, guts, gore.
Yeah, neither do I. But I guess what I'm trying to say is through education, we can become rational and peaceful. It's really the uneducated that resort to violence and that type of behavior.
Are you sure about that?
I would assume.
Do you think that with enough education, everybody can become rational and peaceful? Or do you think that there are some people who, despite the amount of education that they receive, they can never become rational and peaceful?
I think if there's enough time in the right setting, you can condition.
What would you say resorts to violence? What are you talking about?
With enough education, you can heal them?
Enough education and time.
The USA's been kicking everybody's ass for 534 years. It's violent.
Well, you know what? I just had an interaction with an immigrant driver on the road, and I've got to say, the immigrant drivers are not amenable to corrections. Most Americans, if you pull up next to them and roll down your window, it's like a universal sign, like, hey, roll down your window, I've got something to say. But the immigrants, they don't want to fucking talk to you. Like, this guy just did legal thing. I rolled down my window to try to tell him, hey, N-word, I almost killed you. I almost could have killed you today. But he didn't want to hear it. He just glared at me, and then he made a motion like he was going to hit my car with his car. And I'm wondering if those men, 4-year-old men who moved to America from Syria, if those people can be taught to be peaceful with enough education, or they might be a lost cause. I don't know.
Now here we go.
There's a lot there,
This
bro.
is great.
There's a lot. That was interesting. I don't want to prejudge too much on you, my friend there, but there seemed to be a lot of bottled up hostility going on.
I am so frustrated by these fucking immigrant drivers. It's like the 35th encounter that I've had with them in the past 6 months.
I'm indigenous. I know. I hear you. You immigrants came from Europe and just screwed up everything.
See, my friend, this is where this could be a you problem and you're unaware of it. Because when I drive, I try to drive I treat my vehicle as if I'm never going to buy another one. I don't accelerate hard. I don't brake hard. I move, I move with the flow. And that's what I'm saying is maybe you're not moving with the flow and you're having this conflict with people because it's a you problem. It's just an opinion.
Well, you're right. That's great. I always appreciate that perspective and reminder. But in this case, the guy was jaywalking a busy road. I almost hit his body with my car. Then he got into his parked car, pulled out and made an illegal U-turn. So I don't think that was an issue of my flow. I was trying to tell him, sir, use a crosswalk. I could have killed you. And then he just zoomed out, did an illegal U-turn.
Well, it sounds like they're a humanitarian.
I was trying to tell him, hey, look out. I could have fucking killed you.
My friend, just FYI, this is a room where we are discussing why are you so annoying? And I think you just hit a nail on the head.
In fact, let me switch this. So instead of switching to my little quote here, let me do the pinned item here. So check out this article. Man, I might not have it saved anymore. Oh yeah, I do. So this article about what makes people so annoying to us. I read a few actually. So this one probably doesn't have as much, but this one talks about kind of what he's saying, that some of it, like, you're either annoyed by something, but the reason, or you're doing a little bit of the annoying in some cases, but it's kind of like what you've been through is why it annoys you, right? Like, there are certain things that annoy you, and you have to take inventory of who is the personality, or who does this person remind me of that's probably still unresolved and that's irritating. And your line about the immigrants part might be kind of telling there. First thing that jumps out, of course, is how would you know it's an immigrant? And then why would you classify everybody like immigrants as that, like as if it's the immigrant thing that's causing the problem, not just that you happen to encounter somebody who may or may not have been an immigrant and had that quality, right? And so is there an unresolved you thing that's going on that makes you annoyed as opposed to just what they did? Like, you might have seen a non-immigrant do it, maybe you wouldn't be as annoyed, right? Because it doesn't seem to be a function of immigrantness unless you believe that all immigrants are bad drivers or something. Now, there might be something to the fact that certain countries have different, levels of driving comfortability. Roads aren't as crazy or more crazy than us and don't need to drive as much, but clearly different country to country, right?
I mean, if you just look at it from a metaphysic lens, you two are just two energies sitting in an energy roaming around town, and your energy and that person's energy is coming into a conflict. And that's why I say it's gotta be a you problem, because your energy is essentially causing the conflict. I know that they're out there and they're trying to essentially hit you in a way, but that's what I'm saying. Like, they're not going to intentionally hit you.
I saw a video that was actually recorded in Portland, Maine, of an immigrant woman throwing up her hands and walking. She praised the cross of Jesus, crossed herself, and then she stepped in front of a bus, hoping that the bus would hit her.
Do you think that's never happened to a non-immigrant person?
No.
Sounds like someone wanted suicide, right?
No, I think she wanted a payout. The bus wasn't going fast enough to.
Well, let me tell you, I live in a city where catching a case is just sort of like a weekly thing. Like, that's what we call it.
Nothing's ever a big deal, and anything that we're ever concerned about, nothing ever really happens.
Well, it certainly matters if you want to walk out in front of a bus, but people who are trying to catch cases that are that desperate, that are looking for the big payout, almost all of those have been Americans in the city that I'm from. But I'm sure my city does have a lot of immigrants to it, so I'm sure there's a lot of immigrants who do that too, but that's a very understanding the system, a little bit of privilege baked into understanding the American law system well enough to know what you can do, trying to behooves you to either be very familiar with it or just be American in the first place. But, that's my experience in Massachusetts.
Pro, you consider yourself progressive, right?
Yeah.
So in the progressive movement, the reference to immigrant communities, I believe that these are law-breaking communities, not immigrant communities, and they should be rapidly deported. But what I'm trying to get at is that when did we start considering law-breaking into, immigrant community? Because, I mean, this sounds ridiculous, but really it's the terminology that we're using in the progressive movement that I hear over and over again, which is really just code word for, hey, they're breaking the law and we're not going to enforce it. And that's okay because of social justice equity, because of a history of white racism.
Do you and Benjamin meet for breakfast every morning and discuss these topics?
Can we deport the Italians, the Jewish, the Irish, the Germans that started their mafias way back in the early 1900s? Because those are the people I want to get rid of.
Well, what I believe is in philosophy, the now is all important. And so
but they're still doing it. Like the Italians and the Jewish mafia just became corporate.
Well, that could be your opinion. I mean, are you 100% sure that's a fact?
I'm from Chicago. It's true. Don't pretend like it's not true. I'm sure you and your libertarian circles sit down with them and drink beer every day. It's true.
Okay, if you say so. But what I like about Benjamin is really his personality.
That's how they deflect and get back to
dirty brown immigrant thing. They wanted these people won't admit their own crimes, and then how they love it. Just because
I don't have a problem with him because he's brown skinned. So I don't appreciate the insinuation that I said anything racist. I don't have a problem with him because of his brown skin. Just to clarify, I heard you say just for the backhand way.
Wait, my friend, didn't you start? My friend, didn't you start with when you used N-word in place of the actual word? Wasn't that you as the...
Yeah, but this guy wasn't even black.
So, but you chose to use the N-word to talk to him?
No, I just meant like, I could have used the MF word. I could have been like, motherfucker, I almost hit you.
You were explaining that to me as you, the narrator, and said N-word.
It's a colloquial. It's a colloquialism.
It's not a colloquialism.
It is on Clubhouse. It is welcome to Clubhouse, my friend.
Yeah, thanks for the welcome. I'm going to welcome you to the real world. So you, being who I have to assume is Caucasian from everything that you've said, in what universe do you think that you explaining a story to someone on Clubhouse that you would start with N-word when you're talking to them would ever not display something that I should think that you're racist?
Well, you're clearly very woke, my friend. And
I clearly am.
We don't obviously don't run in the same circles on Clubhouse, but I hate to break it to you, but just to answer your question with as much. Excuse me, I'm just trying to speak with as much. Excuse me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you for.
Oh, shut up. Okay, I'll just shut up then. Thank you. Sorry for lyrical. I'm gonna shut up.
Yeah, I don't care for your politeness. It's not going to help.
Okay, I'll just shut up.
Dragging you.
You see, this is where I think that people don't really understand what annoying is. I think everybody is annoying individually. Like Pro is annoying, Indigena is annoying, I'm annoying, my friend is annoying. And thus, if you really think that you're less annoying than me, we should have a real world annoying competition.
From China, from Russia, from Korea. We love John Kitover's house.
Thank you. And all I gotta say is, you know how they always say there's like an attention economy? It's really just an annoying economy if you ask me.
Oh my God, it's the clown show.
Hello? I mean, let's be honest. This capital surveillance economy, this attention economy, it's all just based on highly annoying people. Like Indigena.
John, did I tell you about the Asian man with the fish food, the rotating fish food in the bag?
No, you didn't. Go ahead.
That gets stabbed. Have you seen these videos where there's like a fish in a barrel and there's like a dangling bag of fish food that's dangling over the fish, and then there's like all these knives that are mechanized to be stabbing the fish food bag, and then people vote in the comments. They vote for like knife number 1 or knife number 2, and it costs them money to vote. They have to vote using like a heart emoji or a clown eyes emoji or whatever, and it costs money to make these votes. And then every time they make a vote, like they might do like hard eyes, diamond, bomb, 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 and then the different emojis taped to them. There's like the knife, the hard eyes knife, and then there's like the bomb emoji knife. So if you do like hard eyes, bomb, 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 then the knife from the left stab, and then the knife from the right is stabbing. And so all these people are paying like 10 cents a vote to stab this bag of fish food, which eventually is going to dump the fish food feed all the fish. And this is the entire news. This is the whole video. It's just you're watching this fish food bag, and in the background you can hear this Asian man when a bunch of people voting. The Asian man says, "Oh, thank you, vote again, thank you." Anyway, that's the attention economy. That's what the attention economy has become.
See, I think just telling us an extremely annoying story is as good as actually experiencing. He's open to content. And this is what the essence of creativity is, which is freedom of expression and content to create contentment or lack thereof.
It is actually.
was thinking of the quality content it would be like for you both into the stage as you say that, off the stage, and to the audience. I was like, oh, that would be priceless comedy. That would be great content. I would love the comedic timing of it.
Why would you want to get rid of half your room?
Oh, I don't care about numbers, but I do. I do love the examining the mindset. And I was thinking to myself the whole time you were both speaking. I was reading the comment down below about two of the most annoying people on stage, and I was saying, you know what? I'm not sure who those two are, but let's just imagine it's John and my friend. And I was like, John is possibly less annoying than my friend. That's
thank you.
Yeah. I think he's also a little less racist than you, my friend. Not sure. Seems that way.
Possibly.
This is my complaint against racists, is that they don't know the metaphysics of life, and it transcends your predisposition for racist thinking. Like if you were to go to a psychiatrist or a cognitive behavioral therapist and tell them that you are a hardcore racist, or if you were to go to a spiritual person, I mean, how do you get past your conditioning? There's only one way to do that. And I think either you have to find it, spiritually, or you have to look at it, in terms of energy. Like energy is essentially not racist, right? Like our energy, meaning that like our atoms are indestructible, are they not? Like our atoms will never disappear. So therefore you are a composition of pre-existing atoms, or no? Hello?
Of course, but I'm not racist. I see everybody that I meet is a mirror of the divine, and it's a finger of God shaking hands with another finger of God, and we're all flowing in the same river, and we're all threads in the same tapestry. But I just use the N-word as a term of endearment. Hello?
Yeah, it's not endearing, but it's just
it's to you. It may be to you based on where you grew up, in where you're from. Where I'm from, and the way that I grew up, it is used by many people as a term of affection and endearment.
Do you find they all look like you, or do they look differently?
I'm from DC, nigga.
I know where you're from. Just not feeling that you are probably anything close to African. Feeling you're very Caucasian would be my guess.
I'm not very Caucasian, but I'm more Caucasian than I am African.
Mm-hmm. And how much more would you say so?
Probably 20 to 30% more.
Wait, how do you know you're not African?
What do you think, John? How much more Caucasian am I than African?
At least probably double or triple. But you have some African in you. May not be the black African that most people are accustomed to, because I have dated Moroccan Jewish women who are technically Africans. Hello?
Hello? I'm loving this music, by the way. Are you playing that music, Per Lyrical?
It is a part of the app, yes.
Oh, you can play music through, like your room is playing it? You're not playing it in your house? The app is playing it?
That's right. Watch this.
Oh, that's very cool. I didn't know that the app could do that.
So, Pro, let me ask you a question. What's your worldview? And, if you were the ruler of the planet and everyone had to do exactly as they were told, what would your, 3 primary instructions be?
And what would your punishment be for use of the N?
I think my 3 rules are that first of all, I would take a lot of time to determine that. So whatever I say now probably would be a good answer. That would be pretty heavy stuff. So I'd probably ask, can I have a week to get back to you? But my inclination now would be we will try to assess optimum outcomes that we'd like to reach and try to come up with a way and a pathway to get there. And while figuring out what those optimal outcomes are, we would survey people. And once we figure out what those optimum outcomes are, and we've surveyed the people, and we've heard the why and the what and all that kind of stuff, we'd try to develop a kind of system that allows for those to be reached. I don't know what that would look like. Don't know how it would happen, but That would be the goal. So, but if you gave me a week, I could probably come up with 3 things that lead towards that. If that makes sense.
So, I mean, to me, I've been asked, basically, what is the golden rule? And it's obviously treat your neighbors the way you want to be treated, which is with kindness and respect. And so I'm just amazed that your first rule wouldn't be the most basic. Yeah, exactly. Everything else is just commentary.
We've all read that in numerous articles and books, and the rest is commentary, and everybody shares the same golden rule, blah, blah, blah. But don't you think treat others how they want to be treated is a little bit more important than how you want to be treated?
I strongly agree, and I've been saying that for years. That's the platinum rule. Are you familiar with that?
Well, it's one above gold, right?
No, that's the platinum rule.
2 above gold?
Oh, my bad. I thought you said that's the one about gold, but you said one above gold. One above gold. I thought you said that's the one about gold, and I was like, no, dumbass, it's the platinum. But see, I didn't hear you correctly. But fucking, right. Do unto others, treat others the way you want to be treated is very good. If everybody's like you, give everybody what they want. Treat people how you want to be treated. But if I treat you how I want to be treated, that's not so good. I need to treat you the way you want to be treated. That's the platinum rule.
That's pretty woke coming from you, my friend.
No, but that's what you just said, isn't it?
Yeah, but I was okay with you calling me woke.
Well, I've been woke for years. I was woke for 20 years. I'm post-woke.
You're post-woke. So you're platinum level.
I'm on the other side, platinum woke.
Right.
I'm after woke.
See, my friend, to a current progressive wokeist, that could actually be a very annoying statement because you've just one-upped his wokeism.
I'm woker than woke. I'm awake, bitch.
Okay, so let me ask you this question, gentlemen, in terms of game theory, because regardless of what your philosophy or worldview is, in my opinion, we are all technically competing against each other and using our own game theory. And there's many subversive theory players out there who are essentially just repeating progressive slogans for the sake of maintaining or creating power. But really, they're just ruthless charlatans. Wouldn't you agree?
I was assuming this is for my friend. Is this for me?
We're all, what I'm saying is you, me, and everyone, we're all doing game theory all the time, whether you're aware of it or not. But I think some of the best game players are aware that they're actually being extremely manipulative with their terminology.
Can I just add in very quickly, when you want to talk about being manipulative with your terminology, perhaps pronouncing the terminology correctly would be a prerequisite before commenting on the terminology? I mean,
hello?
The word is Aster or John or Kitover or whatever you feel like going by. The word is ask. It's ASK.
Oh.
The pronunciation is not ax.
Oh, my bad.
So just yeah.
Sorry, I've been conditioned. I've been conditioned by so many people on this. I've been conditioned by so many people on this app saying the word axe, and I've just picked it up.
I mean, you can either blame the app or you can blame not being able to, fix yourself. So one of the things that we like to encourage is self-respect and, being accurate. And part of that is being able to pronounce things correctly.
Wait, when I said axe,
that was amazing.
Did that annoy you?
Don't ruin it. Don't ruin it.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
One of the high level things in terms of irritating for a lot of people is being corrected when they speak. So there's the other side of that coin is knowing when to jump in and correct people for their speaking. It comes off a lot of times as elitist. It comes off sometimes as racist. It comes off, especially when it's the dominant in-group speaking.
Making fun of AAVE is racist?
Could be.
Please.
I mean, let's be honest. Aisha corrected a white man for saying the word axe, but she would never go into a black room and correct a black man for saying the word axe. Never.
Would you ever do that in 1,000 years?
Well, wait. I'm confused then. Are we saying my friend is not a black man? Is that what we're saying?
I'm a Jew. I'm an olive-skinned
Jew.
And where did Jews come from?
I've been mistaken for a Mexican.
They came from Africa. They came from Egypt. Egypt is a part of Africa. This man was a liberated African.
More the African American part.
That's because I'm from DC, nigga.
Well, so what you're saying is back to my original thesis that you are exactly white, and that
I am exactly white, except I'm not fully exactly white because I'm partially
right. So you won't mind me moving you to the audience based on what you perceive to look like and your choice of vocals, because that you're woke. So that's cool.
I got a question for you, Pro. Your title is "Why Are You So Annoying?" But do you not view yourself as also being annoying?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I got. That's why my first one up there was I annoy myself a great deal. But I don't annoy myself at the level that the people who annoy me the most probably annoy me more than I annoy myself, and that's part of what's in the article too. Like usually there's something. You talk about like what Trump always does, right? Trump always calls out what he's always doing, and it's like mind-numbing. Like, how can you not see that he's saying this, and this is like a characteristic he has, right? That you see it so often as a psychological deflection kind of thing. And when people consistently have patterns that they do stuff like that, after a while, it turns it from, it's not even just annoying. You're just like, I've lost respect for the person because I see the whole game, Like, I readily acknowledge that when I'm annoyed, it's very easy for me to get, you outwardly do the frustration kind of stuff, like, and you want the person to stop annoying you, so you let them know, right? That's going to happen more when you're unsettled, right? If you're unsettled and you're like, oh man, this thing's pissing me off, and you're going to have less tolerance for people, like the less tolerance I have for my friend repeatedly using the N-word and not realizing that I'm infinitely more clever than he is, right? So it wasn't a competition, but it was like, bro, you can't even figure out that you used the N-word in a sentence in passing, and that I wasn't going to figure out that you were the one being racist when he objected to you calling him racist. Now, I'm not saying you're the least racist guy I know. Just saying in comparison to my friend, who might be the most racist person I've heard in a month on the app, and that's saying something on this app, that of course I'm going to catch that. Like, it's not going to pass by me. Now, am I annoyed with him because I have an unsettled issue, or was that something more objectively annoying, right? When a white person comes on pretending they're smarter than they are, pretending that immigrants are the problem, that they drive poorly and he can't see it, and calls me the woke person. Like, is it a me issue? Like, sure, do a split. I'd say, it's probably 80-20 him,
Well, earlier I was talking about the fool and essentially that game theory, or that simulation of the fool in the court, the jester. And I gotta say, the thing which sucks about being a fool is the fool's errand, meaning that try, you're not gonna change nothing. You ain't gonna change anybody's worldview and their personality or their persona. The only way to change your character or your persona is individually within, and it has to be that person's perspective driving the change. The environment isn't necessarily going to change their internal workings, even if you are that environment trying to recondition somebody to be less racist or less annoying. So it's a fool's errand.
There's a lot. I mean, that's personal. I mean, it's not like a law like it is in physics. It just tends to be true that it's a hard force to move, right? Like, it's very hard to change yourself. So of course it's going to be hard to change others. So, and that's kind of where you come up with it, that error. It's that you have to remember that when you're thinking, like, man, how hard is it for me to change if I'm being a slob, how hard is it for me to become a neat person? For a lot of people, anything on the executive functioning skills is very, very hard to change, like, overnight or quickly, or any of that stuff. And then you try to get someone to do it. They have to see it. They have to see the value in it. You have to talk to people at where their values are, so that they can understand that, there's something maybe off in your valuation system. I mean, I get pretty, into the nuts and bolts and mathy with a lot of stuff, and ratings and quantitative, and, as my good friend Aisha would say, reductionist. But at the end of the day, you have to have some level of value for things that are out there in the world. There's reward and punishment for things. And there has to be a reward system for you in place to want to change something normally, or a massive penalty that's going to make you rethink it. I don't know what else there is that makes people change their behavior other than reward and punishment.
You know,
and thinking about like, what is that valuation system is the most likely thing that's going to get you to do it, not just necessarily teasing somebody because they're stupid.
Well, look at my profile with all the phones. You know, each one of those phones is on a platform, and I speculate that the platforms will eventually change human behavior, meaning that speech is totally policed on these platforms, and if you want to participate on the platform, you can't. You have to modify your behavior and your speech. So I do think that it's not just coming; it's already here. But there are some annoying aspects. There are annoying aspects to the censor, meaning that you can't actually go up on stage and do a performance which is intentionally provoking, which is really at the heart of what comedy and entertainment is. People actually come to this app to be gaslit and trolled in order to generate the dopamine that they're unable to generate themselves through natural processes.
I don't always think the dopamine has to be from gaslighting and trolling. And I also think that everybody has the ability to create their own room. So the free speech thing is way bigger than the policing aspect of this app. Like, I had Joe in the room the other day. You know, Joe's one of the creative guys on the app, right? He's that's his job. He's the community police person or whatever. Well, I call him the police person, and I said that to him. I said, Joe, I hope you're not gonna get mad at me. I'm criticizing Benjamin. He's like, nah, do whatever you want. Like, internally, there's not a whole lot of policing other than if something's just ridiculously important, like a life threat or something like that. They don't play around with that, as they should. Like, it's all that, you know, you can't scream fire in the theater stuff.
There's no automated
the
policing here.
aspect of this app is pretty light.
Well, it's not automated.
My friend can go open a room and he can bring in all the people that he wants, right? And he can tell me to go to the audience if I say something I don't like. But, you know, look, I can bring up my friend. Look, hey, the policing, you know, there it is. It's not.
No,
he's not permanently in jail,
what I'm saying is YouTube, Google automates policing, meaning that the transcripts get analyzed, the intention of the So that will modify behavior, because if you are a highly programmed anti-Semite or a highly programmed, you know, black supremacist, that's my complaint, is that highly programmed racist black supremacists are not policed in the same way that a highly programmed racist white person is. There's double standards in racism on the internet.
What's up, Aisha?
What's up? I just heard people talking about dopamine again who don't know what they're talking about. Came up, decided to just sit here and listen to people again who are ignorant, who don't know what they're talking about. So, yeah. Hey.
Well, that's just your opinion, and you're free to feel that way. But the truth is, I'm a subject matter expert on these topics. Hello?
No, you're not. No, you're not. But it's cute that you think so.
You know what the best thing about John is his hello tag. Hello? I love that.
I have people mimicking me, doing it all the time. And actually, what they're doing is, what they tell me, the feedback is, when they meet a highly annoying person or something which is extremely annoying and disagreeable, they look at each other and they say, hello?
You're in my top 3. I think I have you about 3rd. I think I put in the chat. You're probably 3rd. I can't give you the top billing. Yeah. What's up, my friend? Back?
I'm back.
Or should I say trash bag?
Yes, trash bag. Your friend trash bag is returned from the gulag.
Yeah.
Fresh from the goo.
Look at the success of Andy Kaufman. For example, very funny, like, impersonator. He does, like, you know, his Eastern European bongo thing. But then he gets into wrestling and he fights Jerry Lawler in the most annoying way possible. He becomes the annoying villain. So being annoying is actually just like being a villain. Hello?
I don't know how you entertain some of the dumbest people on this app.
Well, see, can I make a point? I'd like to respond to that briefly if I can. May I respond?
I love vodka, by the way. I
locked up.
Can I respond to that without?
Yeah, lockups are pretty good.
Yeah.
No.
Or should I not? Should I not be given the
I
right
was
to
a
respond?
taxi man. Go for it. I mean, we did bring you back up here, trash bag. So let's hear what you got.
Well, she just said that she casually referred to myself and John Kitover as among the dumbest people on the app.
Yes, and I'll stand by a factual statement.
And she's ready to stand by it, not even apologize like I readily did for my use of the N-word.
I'm going to apologize for her.
Okay.
So here's my apology, trash.
Well, I accept that apology, but I accept the apology.
You got to hear it first.
Well, can I finish my point before you interrupt me with your apology? My point is simply this, that there is language that all of us find to be offensive. For many people, the N-word ranks high on that list. But I am somebody who is personally offended by all forms of violent and antagonistic communication. In my opinion, I think
which is why you use the N-word. Yes, go on.
Right, that's all. Thank you. I'm complete. Hello.
Hello. That was good. That was good that you did the hello there. That is some situational awareness right there that you displayed. I wasn't sure that you had. No, I would say, so here's my unsolicited quasi Aisha mocking apology to you. I would say, and John, I would say this app has some unbelievably stupid people on it. I mean, like platinum level stupid, to use your level. Neither of you are at that level. But when you mix
thank you.
We are slightly above that level, my friend. Pro is at the highest level of intelligence as a mathematics professor at a community college.
The way that you speak and the things that you let on to and the psychological stuff that comes out seems that you got
the judgments that you have made about me have led you to believe what?
You got some unresolved issues, probably.
Who doesn't?
Yeah, I wouldn't qualify you as necessarily stupid. What Aisha's referring to is when you throw around medical terms that you don't understand and stuff like that. And she's a medical professional person, so she's
What medical term did I throw around?
What did you say?
I didn't throw around any medical term.
Well, just the dopamine hits and stuff that I think she's getting into that you and John were.
I didn't say that. John, you said we don't have to.
Both together.
Okay. All right. All right. You got it. You got it.
Then she heard your quality contribution, and she remembers your previous trash bag contributions a couple months ago.
Well,
I know. I'm very memorable. I seem to have that way with people. I don't remember any of you guys, but everybody remembers the trash bag.
Listen, Aisha is a regular in Pro's rooms, and Aisha doesn't like me, I guess, because I record what I do. And I would just want to ask Aisha, I said ask, do you think you're an annoying person at all, Aisha, or do you think you're not annoying at all?
Why do you think you have any right to ask me questions?
How dare you?
I'm just curious. I mean, you're demanding answers to things that you don't know about, you don't speak about, you don't have any context about.
Wait, is demanding the same as accent?
Excuse me, my friend.
Excuse me. I mean, excuse me very much.
Excuse you.
But I don't think it's fair to equivocate axing humbly with demanding. I think that there's a difference.
Should I apologize to people?
Sorry to you. I'm so sorry for making a distinction between two words in the English language.
I appreciate your
I'm so sorry
apology.
that I wanted you to use
I'm sorry that you exist and your mother didn't follow you.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
What's up, Joanna? How you doing? Good to see you here.
Thank you. Good morning.
Just chilling, listening to some jazz. My friend Aisha is talking to my friend, and my friend Joanna is here while John is here. We're just,
Yeah, I hang out with John a lot in his rooms. Those are like,
John is highly entertaining.
Yeah, love him. He did an audio book on the book that I wrote, and yesterday or the day before, I read a chapter of my book in his room. He's very nice and supportive to me for my books.
Nice. I like that BB down there wrote that she voted for I annoy myself a great deal. It's good. Some good situational stuff there too. Nice. Well, the last one is supposed to say Norm. I just did a typo.
it came out as normal, and my phone fixed it. Norm. So it's like, oh, you must be normal. So if anyone would like to change their vote, knowing that Norm is an option, feel free.
See, I think we are all annoying in our own special ways. But in terms of like the debate, I would prefer that this app had like a timer function that rotated throughout all the panels and there was no super mod, so you could actually get an unbiased feedback without moderator bias. I don't understand why they don't have a timer rotation.
I just think what they're doing is they're defaulting to the person who decided to take the initiative to run the room and slant it towards just the little modicum of power that is needed to run a room, right? I mean, if you were to make a perfect scenario, I like the equity of, doing that, but there might need to be some, like, a little bit more authority in one person's hands to either end or stop the room or to be the arbiter of, like, what's over the line. I don't think that's crazy, but I get your point that it can cause a little bit of bias, but you're going to get that,
Well, this is fascism. I want actual, distributed power.
But yet you're a Trump fan.
Well, see, I see in Trump what I think a lot of the haters don't see, which is self-deprecation. But maybe not.
Self-deprecation in Trump?
He is self-deprecating quite regularly in a mild way, not in a great way. Yeah, he's had his head almost blown off, and he knows he's on the way out. Anyways, what I'm saying is high-level intelligence. High-level intelligence is self-deprecating.
So Aisha left.
Maybe she was irritated.
She probably had to make a bowel movement after all this irritation. I think she's actually very annoying. There's a lot of women on this app that are highly annoying people, and they think that they know things in a better way and a more official way, and they're more learned and more educated. It's very annoying.
It's not exclusive to women. I would have been interested to actually answer that too, but I mean, it's interesting really to hear anybody how they answer that. Like, I try to be aware of the things about me that are irritating, but I clearly don't do a wonderful job. Because, you listen to feedback.
Well,
you probably have any inside info. Is she texting you? She's telling you why she left?
I'm not checking my text to see.
Well, I hope she's all right.
I'm sure she's busy doing other things.
See, what gets people really annoyed is the over talking and the loud miking and dominating. See, I don't like having my time wasted, but by recording people acting egregiously, in a way, it lessens my, disgust with myself for even being here. But what I'm trying to say is that this app is a choice and an experience, and it's remarkable the hypocrisy of people. That's, I think, what I've really realized. I'm a hypocrite myself, but I try to lessen my hypocrisy by calling out other people's hypocrisy in maybe in an annoying way, because there's really no other way to do it. You could try to do it peacefully, but there are times where I do want to just try to break what I consider a malformed and defective human being. So I try to be as annoying as possible to see how far I can take it. But what I'm amazed is, like, nobody has shown up at my house with a protest sign or a gun or a knife. Like, there's really been no real world repercussions for basically humiliating and mocking people who are worthy of mockery. And maybe it's because they know that they are worthy of mockery.
That's a lot to really go to somebody's house if you're mocked on an app. I mean, that has happened. I think a couple people were shot from this app back in the day, but that's a lot. Yeah, those are people that's probably a good idea to block. If somebody's trying to take it to your doorstep, kind of level of crazy. But I think that somebody would need to put up that much effort to find you that annoying. That's
How would they find you anyway?
I mean, it's relatively easy to find anybody, especially.
I believe they could just go to johnkitover.com.
Yeah, it's not hard. But I'm saying you don't want to.
I don't think that's the real last name.
Well, it wouldn't be hard, is all I'm saying. But yeah, I mean, I get that you know that you're annoying and that's part of the act and all that stuff, but I don't think you should think that people would be.
You know what's funny? Can I just say this, John? There are very few people who are out on this app, you know, as who they are. And I'm not saying that I'm especially great or that you're great or that we're special for not being afraid of being doxxed. But the thing about self-doxing is that, like, this is who I am. I'm just literally talking.
You're annoying. You are annoying.
All right. Well,
the voice. You can talk. You should talk from your heart. Let's retry. Speak from your heart.
No, I was just trying to elaborate about how it's fun not being afraid of being doxxed because I don't really have anything to hide. And a lot of other people are, you know, using these anonymous names, such as Joanna M.
But you do go by my friend Trashbag. I mean, I'm not.
Yeah, but that's a joke. But a lot of people know who I am.
Gotcha. I mean, I'm who I am too, but I don't think that people need to. I respect that people don't want to be who they are on an app, but you know, I get it. Like you might be hero protagonist, for instance. Hey, what's up, hero protagonist?
Can I just?
Can only be two, actually.
Can I just say something about social media and credibility and your online brand or persona? Meaning that I was terminated from a job once because while I was at work, I was looking at Facebook, liking and tweeting shit on Facebook. A coworker notified management, say, "Hey, John is on Facebook all day long, reposting stuff," and I got terminated because of that, because I became friends with this dumb bitch at work on Facebook, and she reported me for using fucking Facebook while at work, working as a digital marketing manager and moving, cars over the curb for auto dealers. I was really upset that I got terminated for using Facebook at work. And all I'm trying to say is, what's so crazy is you can't be yourself on social media, but politicians seem to have this unique superpower to post all the egregious, ridiculous propaganda. And so what I'm trying to say is, I'm very open and totally public because I don't think there's any other choice now in terms of society other than to be totally transparent. Because the other way of privacy, it just doesn't work in terms of personal or even social salvation. And, this is why I feel like I have to essentially project, my existence onto the landscape. Hello?
Hello. I mean, there's a lot of truth there. I hate when I agree with you, John.
I just noticed, Joanna, that it says in your profile, it says, "Be gentle with others." And I've got to tell you, it did not feel very gentle when you said to me, "You are annoying." But this is the room for annoying people, so you might be your prerogative.
Yeah, we've definitely brought it in. Definitely brought it in. It's just scraping the surface. No, but to John's thing, I mean, there's a lot there. I do think it is smart to think about that your actions in real life and online are to act like you're being watched all the time. It's a good way to raise your kids, let them know that that's going to even more be the reality. You probably are, risking more than you did in the past. And if you're not willing to share it, you might not want to share it at all, kind of thing. It's not the worst philosophy to have. I don't know if I agree that the full point you're making on the politicians thing, because my thought is that is a recent change where politicians, well, this isn't totally the point you're making, but the idea that politicians can either get away with saying anything or doing whatever they want That certainly was not always the case. That's more of the case now. I think we know how some of that got ushered in.
Well, look at it this way. I was a former IRS employee, and there's guidelines. You can't even basically have you can't have a profile on social media as an IRS employee according to the guidelines. But how the fuck can a congressman have unlimited, unrestricted propaganda distribution for their position, but yet other federal employees can't go online and say what they're thinking or feeling? There's a total double standard in the surveillance economy.
Well, I feel like.
Sorry.
Hi. Well, I feel like as a politician, it's their job to spread their what they're about. So it's kind of the easiest, most efficient way via social media. It's what's used the most to be able to share what they're for, what they're against. If that makes sense.
Yeah, and I was also thinking the same thing. I was also thinking of the part about. I should say, and also, as the great improv people tell you to do. And also, Christina, the now that money is in politics and we've voted that to be a thing, you have to assume that a public figure is going to need to be on all the public platforms, right? 24/7, and looking to campaign, or looking to raise money and all that kind of stuff. And it's kind of an unfortunate reality, but it is the reality. Benjamin, I was noticing John Kitover has a lot of the same points as you. I don't know if you guys have ever realized that before. I said the joke to John, it's like you guys eat brunch together on like once a week or something, or meet for morning check-ins. It's just like a lot of big feet.
See, the philosopher in Rome, ancient Rome, was banned and actually thrown out of the country. See, a philosopher is just a contrarian constantly pointing out contrarian positions to hypocritical people, to try to enlighten them to their bias. And basically, even if they're accurate or they're justified or right, the philosopher contrarian is always going to be censored because of their opposing view, even if they're just trying to propose the contrarian position to just try to get to a silver lining. And so I put in the chat, why do liberal senators and Congress people get to propagandize nonstop, but a U.S. Army general who might be conservative can't also put out his thoughts? So we have siloed and we have essentially censored and policed speech based on your position in society, which is totally fucked up and contrary to our Constitution. We need to unrestrict federal employees. And the craziest thing is the most liberal, the most woke, they are given the platform on LinkedIn. If you're in the Air Force, I see people in the military posting all kinds of anti-American propaganda all the time. And I'm like, how the fuck does the military allow these people to say all this shit? I know it's in violation of the guidelines they put out.
Now, you're saying two things that seem to be in contrast with each other. And I do want to say what's up to Benjamin. He's probably coming and speaking at campaigns. He's probably looking at saying he's got 0% of the vote there. He's probably trying to fix that. Understandably so. By the way, anybody voting, that's supposed to say Norm. I just made a typo. That says Norm clearly. So maybe a few people figured out. I wish I would change it. But it seemed that a couple things were in contrast there when you were talking about the military. At first, you were saying that when the people want to put their views out there and they can't. And then you said, and then they are doing it on LinkedIn. And
I'm saying there's a double standard.
What's the double standard part I'm missing? Like,
for example,
Jasmine
Crockett can come on social media and say that all white men are racist. We live in a structurally racist society.
Yeah, this is Benjamin's point. Again, you were meeting at brunch time, planning this out. It feels like, okay, yeah.
Well,
gotcha.
Don't you see how essentially the left mob dominates all the platforms, but highly conservative, patriotic Americans are censored and libeled and slandered, and in fact, they can't actually even say what they're thinking.
I just want to say that if you're both in the military, right, and one is liberal and one is conservative, there's no power source that's not letting them both post. You were like, how does this person get to express their liberal viewpoint? But if they wanted to post a conservative viewpoint, they would have been able to do the same thing. They could have posted anything they wanted that was conservative on LinkedIn as well, as long as it wasn't
I guess what I'm saying is the person who could post conservative, controversial content does it out of fear of retaliation and termination. Meanwhile, the woke liberal gangster gets away with it and there's no repercussions. So I'm just saying that the same law applies to everyone, but unfortunately, self-censorship is really what's happening all the time.
I guess to keep it apples and apples, what would be the liberal point that someone in the military could post and quote unquote get away with? Was it that when you said
America
anti-American? Is that what people are saying in the military? That would be weird, right?
They do.
I'm asking for what's the military comment that somebody in the Air Force might say.
They would probably get Chapter 15 and written up. I don't know if they'd be terminated.
No. What is it they would say is that you're pointing to? Like, what is it that they say that they get away with saying?
Oh, I could tell. Do you want me to just Google you the top 10 progressive talking points?
Well, sure, but you haven't given me one as quickly as you gave me the one with Jasmine Crockett. I'm just like, I thought you would.
Oh, that we live in a structurally racist white society. And that would be a big complaint. That would be a top 10. But a lot of this deals with men dressing up as women in the military, LGBTQ trans rights. I went out on a date with a hot Marine, and she said, "What do you think about Trump reversing transgender pensions and abilities and access to all these, privileges and rights?" And I said, "Well, I don't think men should dress up as women in the military." And she said, "Well, what about all the hard work they put in and it just gets deleted?" I was like, "Well, I can see your complaint where they may be entitled to compensation, but unfortunately, this is just my opinion. We'll have to agree to disagree." So anyways, I'm just saying that social media is dominated by the left woke mob, and they get away with it in terms of employment.
Have you seen Truth Social? Have you seen everything?
Have you seen Blue Sky? Have you seen Blue Sky, sir? Where they call for Trump's assassination all day long, violating the law?
Who's violating the law? Example.
Anytime you call out for the assassination of our president,
the law. Example.
He's answering the question.
Give me a concrete
He
example.
is trying to give you an example. He just said anytime he began a sentence.
Vigorate anytime someone does something, but he keeps doing it. This is his game. So can he give me a link?
Hello? Let me put the link in the chat. Listen, everybody, welcome back to Why Are You So Annoying? Where I believe that everyone is annoying to a certain extent and degree. It's an index. I think I'm very high on the index, yet I still maintain intelligence. Now, the most annoying people are actually the dumb people who are highly annoying. That's super annoying.
John, do you find me annoying?
No, I don't find you annoying.
I love you.
But I tell you, there are people on this app that I find annoying, but guess what? By having conversations with highly annoying people, it actually allows me to move through the real world at a higher rate of fluidity, meaning I don't get bogged down by highly annoying people in the real world. I just move the fuck on.
Smart people never say how smart they are. BTW.
That's not true. Some people are smart and they know it, in the same way that if you're happy, clap your hands.
When you clap your hands like that, it shuts my audio off on the high piercing noise. It went, man. Well, the low end high piercing noise. If that makes sense.
Like I've never heard Neil deGrasse Tyson be like, "I'm so smart. Did you guys know that I'm smart?"
It's because he's not smart.
Well, it's just when it's your default. It's kind of like,
Isn't it amazing that people go to Neil deGrasse Tyson as like the default intelligent person when he's actually just like a content creator?
Content creator, but it's not like he's not an astrophysicist too, which usually has a little bit of intellectual rigor.
You know what an astrophysicist is? That's actually just somebody who reads books and writes papers. They don't actually do anything.
Well, he's also the director of the Hayden Planetarium, which is not something you just stumble into. He's not a dumb man. He does say a lot of things I disagree with, but as do all smart people, right? You just like to think the ratio would be lower than, say, like, how often my friend said something that I just...
Do you really want me to get a quote book from the 10 dumbest things Neil deGrasse Tyson has ever said? Because he says a lot of stupid stuff.
I've heard plenty, but he also, his volume of what he says is on, it's like more content than you have in your PTR right there. It's just he's online all day long, you know?
That's what I do. Neil deGrasse Tyson actually gets paid millions of dollars to create content, and I think he's stupid.
He's your North Star that you should be striving to be like. He's filling stadiums, bro. He's on tours.
But that's this again goes back to the...
Stephen Hawking never said, I'm smart, right?
That's because he couldn't speak.
Alistair over here always has to remind people how smart
I'm
he is.
smart.
But he did say, I like them bitches. No,
he did. Beep, 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 beep. I like them bitches.
Would you say that Jeffrey Epstein was a highly annoying person?
Almost certainly, but they seem to be charming enough that a lot of people fell victim to the Venus flytrap that was him, right?
Well, did you watch the interview with him and Bannon, the full 1 hour and a half interview?
Bannon I find incredibly annoying, like a smug, irritating dickwad. Like, I mean, but that's just my projection. Maybe
I would agree with you on the Bannon one, but the interesting thing at the end of the interview is Bannon says to Epstein, "Are you the devil?" And Jeffrey's like, "Why would you say that to me? Why would you say that to me?" And if you know what projection is, Bannon is definitely the malevolent, manipulator and scam artist.
He knows when he pays one.
No, I don't think that's what he was saying. Is that what you were saying?
I was saying that Bannon is the evil one, and probably even more evil than Jeffrey Epstein in that encounter.
That's a high bar right there.
It's very high bar. Yeah.
You're talking about a person who had an international reign of pedophilia versus the guy who's a manipulator in politics.
Well, you don't know all of the things that Bannon has done in his life.
I'm just saying. I do not want to be on record as being a fan. But I'm just saying, compared to Epstein, I mean, it's not whether you find him annoying. I'm sure Epstein has all kinds of little charming qualities that made him get to where he is. Some people just use power and influence, and other people use charm, power, and influence. And I think Trump is in that book too, where he's used the charm thing for certain people that find it charming and not annoying. There's a thin line sometimes.
Look, we got Sam here. Sam is down in the audience. And Sam, I would rate you as one of the most annoying people on this app. I know that may come as a shock to you because
it would take amazing pride coming from you on that.
Sam claims that he is a chemist and that he is an attorney. And he claims that there are no negative side effects other than bruising and inflammation from taking the COVID-19 Zav. And Sam, I just got to tell you, I know you got buyer's regrets and you've suffered medical trauma and you have health problems. But Sam, you are one of the most annoying people I've ever heard on this app. You are an elitist, homosexual psychopath, and I hope you know you're very annoying now.
I would say
that is high praise.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Sam is gonna take this as amazing praise coming from you. Obviously, those of us who live in the real sanity, the world of sanity, would think that your comments about COVID-19 are ridiculous. But aside from that, I think Sam would say, "Oh, I'm very irritated." I think he'd say, "I'm way more informed than you on this issue because it is something to do with his domain." And I think that he would hold it as a badge of honor. And the homosexual thing is a weird comment, but
well, I don't really think it is, because see, this is my opinion, is that we are so conditioned to be submissive to homosexual activity and homosexual rights as a privilege and a freedom that I find it very annoying that we have to essentially never discuss LGBTQ, when in fact I think homosexual men who have positions of great power and authority, and they are homosexual predators out there who are essentially orgasm freaks, and they want everybody to know it. Hello?
What's a homosexual predator exactly? What do you mean by a homosexual?
Oh, you don't know what an alpha predator is? It's a bisexual.
Just for the record.
The most dangerous men are bisexuals, meaning that they will fuck anything for power, for money, for influence. They'll fuck their way to the top, and they'll fuck anything. How do you think Jeffrey Epstein got there? He was having homosexual sex with the founder of a Victoria's Secret. Yeah, he was having orgasms with a man to get money. Men do that. It's pretty sick, I think. It's an opinion. But I'm just an annoying person. What do I know?
Right. No, you are. I would say whenever you throw like someone's sexuality into an argument, right, and it's just the sexuality part, not that they're like abusing kids and all that kind of stuff, or raping people, but if they're just whatever their sexual preferences and it's all legal and above the line kind of thing, I don't know how it interferes in your life. And to the article's point, this is one of those things that is probably a you thing, right? Like, I am a heterosexual male who has plenty of associates in this world. I don't have a lot of close.
It's not a me thing. It's actually a political thing. It's political.
Homosexual family, lesbian family, friends, associates. Now, I use friends in the most like liberal sense. I don't have a lot of great close personal friends. None of which are, if I'm being truthful, none of them are gay. But if one of them told me they were gay tomorrow, it would not change anything about my friendship.
No, I agree. I have gay friends. I have plenty of gay friends. Well, not plenty,
why
but
the concern about this?
because I make it into a political issue. I think every topic can be made into a political issue, including a person's sexual activities. As you know, people make sexual activity into political content all the time.
It just seems kind of out of left wing. So the criticism that you were doing earlier about people using their platforms and so forth online and whatever, I mean, it kind of feels like you're doing the same thing a little.
No, my complaint is that I can't actually communicate in a negative way with protected classes of people. Exactly. For example, your sexual gender identity. If I question your sexual gender identity in a negative way for political purposes, I will be censored for that.
Okay. Is that a bad thing?
So leaving the dirty work to me, Pro?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay.
Hey, John, remember, the topic is annoying people, so we can't kick people for being annoying now. So I gotta rein you in.
I promised I'd do that. So
oh man,
I'm so glad. Yeah, that's beyond annoying. It's I mean, annoying could be like kind of cute.
Wait, did you kick him?
Yeah.
Wait, why did you kick him?
Well, we don't enjoy talking with John.
I did. John did, just to be clear.
He's an asshole, and he is free of content.
What did he do? What did he do that's an asshole? How is he hateful?
It's the sound of his voice.
Maybe you hate him. How is he hateful? Is it that
he said he couldn't communicate because for some reason, right? But he doesn't communicate, right?
Now, just for the record, I picked my friend earlier, but I brought him back up.
I was just going to say, I'm about the version. I've only been here for like 3 minutes. I'm about to kick my second.
Why? Why? What did I do?
Clean out the garbage.
You seem to be John Kitover, as far as I can tell. I don't know. Have you ever interacted with him?
I've interacted with him before.
Okay, so you know he's an asshole. I mean, you can't.
Well, I don't think of him that way.
Wait. If we were doing a pecking order of John Kitover and my friend, in terms of like maybe disparaging qualities, I think John might be a little higher on the list than my friend. Higher in a good way.
You mean better than my friend?
Yeah.
Oh,
like,
okay.
I think my friend is more of a trash bag than John Kitover. Yeah.
Okay. You say more.
Oh yeah, he's in a different category altogether. Like John is probably a much more socially redeemable person.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah. Well, also, trash bag just sounds like he's posing as a non-trash bag human, but he really is.
I see.
Well, and for better or for worse, John Kitover's name has become known. Like he has established himself as a brand, as an asshole. But still, I have no idea who my friend is, and I don't care to know.
Right.
Hey, I wanted to talk with. I don't know, Andy. Have you talked at all about this video?
No. I just woke up, and that was one of the first things I saw, and so I sent it to you. I'm like, hey, have you seen this? Partly because it's like, we've been talking about getting more photos and whether they're going to release them, and apparently they released like a bunch more recently, like with a bunch of outtakes and bad shots and all that stuff, and then immediately somebody does this, which is great. It's like, I didn't want to have to do it.
What was a casual conversation on the ship?
No. What it is, so there's that famous shot of Earth with kind of backlit.
Yeah.
And you can see the
moon rising.
That's so funny. Is that now we have a collection of those most annoying virtue signaler's like Cloudhouse
on the roll, and somebody like collected them all and kind of picked the good ones and kind of registered them and made a bit of an animated sequence out of it. And it's pretty fantastic.
Oh, okay. I haven't seen it.
Well, that's what we're talking about.
Was that part of the file dump yesterday that I was saying, which file dump would you rather have?
I think exactly. So actually, that's why I even know about that. So I wouldn't even know anything about this if you hadn't mentioned it.
I haven't seen the file dump myself, but I heard somebody here talking. Yeah.
So I put the link in the chat, and the thing. So Andy sent it to me and said, "Have you seen this?" And looked at it, and the thing he sent me says, "Wow, you see the aurora." So it's an animated GIF made from these pictures of the backlit Earth, moonlit Earth from the backside, high exposure, high ISO, basically. And it is cool because not only do you see the aurora, but you see them now in motion. You see the Earth turning slightly, as the...
I will bet $10 I get kicked from this room, then I will return
in a way that puzzled me for a while, which is a really interesting story I haven't talked with Andy about yet. But the coolest thing of all is you can see fucking satellites orbiting around the edge of the Earth. It is amazing.
Really clearly?
Yeah, very clearly. More clearly than you'd expect.
The classic flat Earth complaint is that you can't see stars and you can't see satellites.
Right. So they just took some good time to get their CGI to
better than
needed, and now we can see all the things we couldn't see before because the animation team was doing their best. That's what you're saying to me?
Yeah, we had the Photoshop.
All right, so remember the topic is irritating things here. Now, nothing's more irritating than stopping someone's topic of being irritating and switching up your science.
I know we just kind of barged in, and
I was just looking for Andy, and here he was. So sorry, Pro, we've hijacked your room.
We can go somewhere.
Here's the science guys coming in to do their science thing. Speaking of irritating, I can't bring Benjamin up. I've been trying. I don't know. Maybe you guys can bring him up. Oh, I should try to come up. One of the irritating guys asked Aisha, "Hey, how irritating are you?" she never gave him an answer that was going in a funny direction.
I missed that last comment, but perhaps I should miss it.
I said one of the irritating guys was asking you how irritating you were before you.
I gave him that answer because we're not in a court of law. It's not required to answer anything. They don't get that part. But they are. Hi, Benjamin.
Benjamin would engage with that question. Benjamin, how irritating? Watch us. How irritating are you, Benjamin?
I don't offer a calibrated answer to this. I think that
calibrated.
I heard calibrated. That's all I heard. I didn't hear your intro.
I was going to offer a calibrated answer. I think that my goal, and I think that I achieved this really quite remarkably, is to be just irritating enough to create a pearl.
To create a what? A burrow? Like a bunny?
Just sufficiently irritating to create a pearl.
A pearl? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Gotcha. That's some high praise for yourself.
That was a good one, but then I have to give you credit where credit is deserved.
That's some high praise for yourself. Like the irritation causes the pearl, and you have the pearl of wisdom, and that's well played.
Too many levels.
So would you
Push yourself higher or lower
as
than
a
John.
surfer. Sorry, what did you say?
He said as a surfer.
Well, I was just gonna say, as a surfer, purling means something that I think is more like what Benjamin does.
Is that making the curl come up from the back or something?
No, purling is basically like nosing in, like you're catching a wave and the nose just goes down and you go flying forward and purling.
Al's looking to come up. Al, that's an interesting picture. I might have to bring my friend up later, but we got to take you in small dosage, my friend. My friend Trash Bag. It's pretty good con, maybe let's call him my friend.
I call him Trash Bag, but
You're definitely a little on the crunchy, muffled side on that mic. Didn't really hear what you said, Aisha.
sorry, I said it's more appropriate to call him Trash Bag. I'm in the car. Apologies.
Yeah. When you're in the car, it's as if your mouth is right in the mic. That's what it always sounds like. It's not that the mic doesn't sound good. It sounds like you're just like eating the microphone a little bit.
Eating the mic and turning the gain way down.
Wow.
Yeah,
It's very low volume.
Flash. I have an update for Aisha. The rest of you can just listen for a minute.
What happened?
Aisha, we are buried under 4 inches of snow in Boulder today.
Can you be buried under 4 inches of anything?
I don't think you can. This is once again to Andy's point, right? They're always, at least the Coloradans are always talking about all the snow they get. 4 fucking inches.
And there was
I used to go to Mammoth driving through 30-foot on roadways that had 30-foot banks of snow.
Imagine that sentence replaced with dirt.
4 inches!
Buried under 4 inches of dirt.
Let me just
Wait,
make a comment about.
pinned down by a paperclip.
Right.
Well, we have rain. I don't know, Pro. Do you have rain where you are?
Yeah, it's like misty, rainy. Had wipers on this morning, but it's kind of stopped.
It's kind of stopped, so maybe it'll stop around where I am. Maybe.
In like 8 hours. Yeah.
I did invite Al up. I don't know Al. I don't know if he'll last long.
So
but he
Aisha,
can come up anyway.
I know these snowflakes cannot handle any kind of talk about snow, but that's why you gotta close your ears, guys. We're buried under 4 inches of snow this morning, and as I was leaving the house, I saw the baby bunny rabbit scampering lightly in the flower garden over the snow. So there's been a new sighting.
All this to get an awe from Aisha.
And that's the daily report. I'll keep you updated.
Let's hear the awe, Aisha.
I love the bunny.
Oh,
thank you.
I love the bunny. I've decided maybe I should get a bunny. Maybe I should get a bunny, little bunny.
The only problem with bunnies is that they grow up.
That's okay. What if he grows up to be a fat little bunny? I'll be okay.
Ducklings are
With
worse.
their cute little scampering paws that have tiny little colorful ends on them.
This room is now annoying and a waste of time.
I don't notice a difference in fish other than just big, small, but every other animal, they seem to go through it. Well, maybe like lobsters and stuff. They still look like lobsters,
Animals are prescient. They really are.
Bunnies have a really high fur to body weight ratio. Rabbits a little bit less so.
Well, so do bears, but when you look at a bear, you go, look how cute the little bear is. And then when they're an adult, you're like, holy shit, I'm scared, right?
Well, the fur of a bunny is basically as long as the fur of a fully grown rabbit.
John Kitover's back. Well, Benjamin, are you ready to be the least annoying person on the stage? Watch this.
Oh. I think I'm always the least annoying person on the stage.
Well, I mean, not the most when I say least.
Benjamin, you have provided me with so much entertaining content, especially in your interactions with Steve Appel. And when you said that Steve Appel stabbed you, when you said that he stabbed you in the heart with a knife, that was like so Shakespearean, so epic in Clown House history. And I just really enjoy your style and the way that you move, Dr. Benjamin.
Now this Listen, is he talking about somebody else? He's got me confused with somebody. That's okay. Love you.
No, I know who you are.
He's generally confused. But be careful telling him you love him, Benjamin, because he went on a rant about gayness a second ago.
This is a very good situation where we have to consider the source, Benjamin, when we're looking through the research articles.
Just
Look the source right here.
Look at Curb Your Enthusiasm with Larry David. That's actually a show about a highly annoying person, and people find it funny to watch a rich man in Beverly Hills live a leisurely life of being highly annoying and being highly annoyed by other highly annoying people.
To your point, there's a lot of Benjamin in that story. There is. He's a very sarcastic. Benjamin, you wouldn't allow me just to call you sarcastic. You take it up a level, right?
Where's Beverly Hills? Sarcastic. No, sarcastic. I mean, isn't sardonic like sarcastic turned up a notch?
Yeah, I was thinking cynic is where I was going with that.
No, I prefer skeptic. I don't know why you'd say cynic.
Well, because you're less scientific and more cynic.
Cynic is the view that everybody is doing whatever they can in their own self-interest, and they can't focus on any interest that is outside of themselves. That view that view is probably pretty. I think there's a lot of support for the cynical view, to be honest, but I don't think it bears a lot of conversation because it's kind of like asphalt. Everybody drives on it, but also it's not very interesting. But if you don't understand nature as a bunch of agents doing what's in their own best interest, I think it's really hard to comprehend nature.
That is my view too. I mean, I don't see how anyone can deny that. Everybody's doing what's in their best interest.
So why would you call me what would be the point of calling me a cynic? What work is being?
No, I thought you would call you a cynic, and then I thought you would call you a cynic. Then I realized I do.
What's the point of labeling somebody a thing that pretty much everybody is?
I think
you think everybody is a cynic? Come on,
now, what would that mean, Aksha? So, do you think there are people in the world? Now, remember, selfish is a different thing, right? A cynic is somebody who thinks everybody is selfish. So, if somebody were not a cynic, it would mean there's somebody who thinks that people are sometimes not selfish. Aisha, do you think people are sometimes not selfish? This is the question about altruism, right? Do people actually engage in altruism? And what would be an example of an altruistic act that you think is reasonably common? Like not some kind of fictitious storybook altruism.
But before she answers that, you've bastardized the definition, though. I mean, what we normally mean when we say that to somebody. When we normally say that to somebody, we mean like you think someone's corrupt when they're just trying to do a thing. They don't necessarily have to be corrupt. Yeah, they have their own self-interest, but it doesn't have to be a horrible, vile interest. That's the problem.
This is where John kind of garrots himself intellectually, is that he always takes my view and creates an entanglement where I am saying people are corrupt. And that is, I think, you're trying to do some work there. I don't know what you're trying to do.
Well, look at it this way. When you say
corrupt is a tricky word.
When you say altruism, I sweep off my neighbor's cars in the winter with a broom. And I do it just to help people. And I don't ask for any type of praise or confirmation that I did it. I just do it because I'm there and I want to do something for a neighbor.
And you're here telling us about how good you are, which is exactly
No, I have
whether you did it or
I have a contrarian statement. Hold on, I have a contrarian I'm not bragging. I'm trying to essentially define altruism, but then I want to give the contrarian position about what I would view as corruption in society. The biggest scam is obviously inflationary deficit spending. Every year you're being borrowed $15,000 on your back without any type of intervention or vote. That to me is, from a cynical perspective, what's upsetting to me about society is that we don't have representation in terms of taxation and inflation. This system
just can't. It's that annoying. It's just grading with no content. I want to talk about my things. What about
me?
I'm just here to talk about my bunny.
Like,
that wasn't actually what I wanted to talk about.
Puppy?
Yes.
A bunny. I thought you'd call any rabbit a bunny.
Well, you can call any person a baby too, but you better be in a interesting relationship. If they're older than 5.
Baby.
John Kitover's baby.
Biggest baby in the world. Do you know that song?
I developed a noise gathering microphone, and it snowed yesterday, so I couldn't use it because nobody was going to fly in the snow. And now today it's snowing again.
Does it filter out signal and only measure noise?
I would say not really. I mean, maybe.
So it's sensitive to sound, like all microphones.
Yeah, but it is a microphone, right? The one I'm going to develop next will be a pressure sensor, so we can get better. We can get fidelity.
Mind control.
I didn't even know what I just said.
Well, again, microphones are pressure sensors, so I don't understand.
They're not really pressure sensors. They're
mind control versus brain control. Time control.
Microphones.
You said you didn't know anything about it.
I think you know a lot about a little D.
Microphones.
Did we bore Trash Bag so badly that we didn't center him, that he's gone? Aw.
Microphones convert little d pressure into little b electricity, but they don't report on pressure. You cannot ask a microphone, what is the pressure? A barometer, you can ask it, what is the pressure right now? And you can ask it again, what is the pressure right now? And you can do the little d math. And that means that it has sensitivity all the way down to pressure that is not changing. It can report the absolute pressure. And a microphone cannot report the absolute pressure. Consequently, a microphone is not a pressure sensor.
Measuring too much pressure.
Sorry.
I think that was good.
Am I being pinned?
Mouse is at the iron.
Sorry. Yeah.
You are saying a little deep too much.
You should say Delta whenever you can.
Bro, your background noise is awful.
You know, it's some people I talked yesterday.
But there were marimbas in the background earlier, and I like that.
Yesterday, I read that equation as delta
T
over delta t. And
my friend!
Let me get into the little d.
Okay, what we're going to do is, before I leave the room, I'm going to go in with an anon, and then we're going to see what the feedback is.
Delta Pro said, oh, that's good. Well, we'll take
First,
that.
I'll try to come up on the stage one more time.
You said it first.
No, I don't. You said it later.
Delta. Yeah, I did. No, I didn't.
You kept saying, what's this little d? And then you're like, is that like delta? And
there's some really annoying rooms on here right now.
I first said delta t. Delta v over delta t.
dv over dt is the A. That's the point we're trying to get across.
Anyways, let's not relive yesterday. Yesterday was horrendous enough on its own. Hey, Pro, I want to get back to this notion that a good educator is going to be irritating enough to create a pearl. I think that's I think that's something to hold in the hand. Are you sufficiently irritating?
Sufficiently irritating that I believe so, yeah.
What's an example of your irritation approach?
I don't accept people believing or using the excuse or using the crutch that they're just not this kind of person, they're not a math person, they're not a blah, blah, blah person, or that they just don't understand it.
Okay, that's it. Let's see if there's any feedback. Here we go.
The coach should be irritating. That makes you do a lot of push-ups and a lot of suicides until you see it for yourself. I don't do the work for them, make them do the work and run hard, and then another level of irritation sets in.
I would be very annoyed if he was my math teacher in undergrad. That's just me. Welcome, my friend, to Bible and Quran. Allahu Akbar. We just left the most annoying room on Clown House, and we are recreating it. We're going to retitle this room, How to Be the Most Annoying Person Who's Ever Lived. We have some formulas on how to achieve this. One of the ways to do it is through the Quran and Muhammad, his messenger, the prophet. So how to be the most annoying person in the world? Earth emoji Muslims. I don't know. Do you know who Regal is on this app, my friend? I would categorize him as being a highly annoying person. Extremely programmatic and dogmatic. And, he has a history of being on other apps, essentially down talking to people nonstop. Alan Watts calls religious addicts just drug addicts, that they keep coming back to the debate to essentially create the dopamine. Kitty is a highly annoying person.
All right, testing.
Welcome to the most highly annoying person in the world.
I was talking that whole time.
Oh no, we missed it, my friend. Oh dear no.
Annoying person in the world.
Welcome, Kitty.
Welcome, Kitty.
Kitty, I would rate you very high.
So much.
Kitty, have you ever been to a psychiatrist?
Yeah, actually, thanks.
Well,
I got all high marks.
Well, what I'm saying in terms of
I got to check.
What I'm saying in terms of diagnoses, I'm surprised there isn't just like a diagnosis annoying person index, meaning that like that would be one of the diagnostics they give you when they leave the office, so you're more aware of how annoying you are.
As all stars on that. Okay, I got all check marks in the app. All right. Okay.
That's great. So, Beery. Oh, Bry is here. Oh, Bry was accused yesterday of being one of the most annoying people on that by Concrete. And I have to agree, Brian is actually, just for the sake of conversation, one of the most annoying people on this app. And it's really, again, let's think about who was accusing Bry of being annoying. It was Concrete, who is actually projecting what he does onto Brian. But Brian actually does. But again, Brian wants to talk. Like, Brian wants to have a conversation with him.
Name, or are you saying that for like Concrete?
No, I'm saying Brian here was called out by Concrete
yesterday. Brian. Yeah, I love Brian.
Yeah, but he did tell me last time I talked to him that he was going to kill me, and that welcome to your new reality, bitch. That was the last thing that I have in my memory of communication with Brian here.
Yeah, he called me an online slut.
Yeah.
He said that I sold nudes. He had said like that, but he's apologized since then. So we're good.
He is amenable to coming back into compliance with polite society. And But some people are unrepentant and they are not worthy of being called, polite society. That's just the way Clubhouse is. There's a lot of ruthless word abusers here who are actually nothing more than highly annoying people. And if you're highly annoying in this Clubhouse virtual reality world, well, in the real world, imagine that they would also be highly annoying there. And I think that's probably pretty accurate. Hello?
One Jew girl that never stops. She never considers 8 months of sobriety enough. She never leaves me alone. She always brings up my past. And she's a very highly annoying person to me. But everybody accepts her. But it's fine.
Brian, welcome to the room. How to be the most annoying person in the world, Earth emoji Muslims.
Yeah, death to Allah.
Death to Allah.
Brian, I gotta say that PTR haunts my dreams and memories. How did you achieve such a ferocious warrior face? I mean, I've never been so haunted by a PTR. I mean, where does that, blue steel look come from?
Killing more people than you have fingers and toes.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. America.
So we were listening.
And I've already shown all the paperwork. Everybody's like, you've never done that? I'm like, yeah, I just showed you an award where they give me an award for killing 5 people in one battle.
Issue to come into play, right? The more chance for noise, right? We have this instability that we have to deal with. It doesn't mean that it doesn't.
I was reading an article this morning about a Chinese student at Stanford.
Yeah, right. Can you go in? Can you shoot your gun right now?
Kitty, what if he's in the middle of having lunch? I don't know. You sure you want to disturb his lunch so you can get him to discharge a firearm?
You think that Brian gives a shit?
Hold up, beer down.
You're my favorite person ever.
You're going to cause unnecessary damage to the flooring in his house. Come on.
No, I'm standing on my back porch. I had to open up the back door. Now I'm here, but if you want to be like, hi, have you ever heard a gun go off before? Hi, kids, do you want to see you shove 9-inch millimeters through your eyelids?
Nice. I heard a couple planks. Got a couple plankers there. You got some fucking plankers over there.
He's losing his shit. Thank you so much.
Wait, Brian, what are you? Was that a target or was it a rifle or no?
No, it's just a 9mm Beretta in my gun range in my backyard.
Nice.
Welcome to Georgia.
I know, that's fucking nice.
I'm not even a dogs fan, but go dogs.
Go Rebels.
No, Roll Tide.
Well, that's my daddy's alma mater. He graduated when Bear Bryant was still coaching.
In Georgia now. Okay, wait, this is replays. I can't say that. Think I know.
No, that's where he went to anesthesia school, University of Alabama.
The other day, they went to school in Tuscaloosa at Alabama for 2 years. I went, okay, turn the replays off, man. Oh, it doesn't matter who's doing it.
No, leave the replays on. I prefer accountability.
He's in his gun again. Fucking luck.
Well, I had to reload. I was just shooting, so I have to top it back off.
I can see you right now, no, man. I'm like, yeah, no, that's Brian.
What? Y'all don't have guns where you're at? Shit.
You do.
I mean, one of these days, I'm gonna just set it up and start my own room.
Okay, we're just gonna let that one cook over there.
It's okay.
Notice how in the same exact sentence you're telling me what I should and should not feel and the reality of the possible reason why if I don't feel this way, then suddenly I must be missing part of my brain. You do everything the same as any pseudoscience wellness grifter on the internet. Then somehow something must be wrong with me if I simply don't agree with you. Does that make sense, Benjamin?
I hear you, but look, I'm just going to let that sit for a while, and I think in 3 months there's going to be a pearl right there. Let's just quietly walk away, leave that little sand to do its job. Some part of you.
Point Aisha Benjamin 0. Okay.
Some part of your subconscious recognizes the necessary nature of what I said. And I just have to speak to that part of your subconscious and encourage it, water it.
Mm-hmm. Point Aisha Benjamin 0.
And
it's okay.
And love
it's okay to concede. It's okay to concede.
And love you through the growth. Support you in all the ways that you need.
I am very lovable. You seem to express your love for me often, Benjamin. Usually love is also epitomized in a piece of jewelry that happens to ensconce, I don't know, diamonds, and flowers.
Oh, a long way for that. Where's Boston? Now, if you want that kind of affection, you need.
Thank you. I'm curious about a bunch of different things that all seem to intersect, and when I think we're products of our environment, and when we're talking about the influences on the foundations of what is science, or when we're talking about philosophy or concepts of consciousness or what is reality, right? When the environments were shaped by certain systems of power, then I think that inherently it has limited our perspectives on what is, because of how we're told to categorize, for example, even the idea of family. I'm going to screw this up, okay? Family, genus, species, whatever these different phylum, whatever these different categories are, like there was this idea of they must break down in this way, and they exist in these hierarchies, except from an evolutionary perspective, there's fluidity then of anything existing in a particular category for good or definitively, and then we've ranked them, but also then because we're told that humans are either from a religious perspective going back thousands of years of how we exist in these things, or about which species are more important and which ones are less so, without recognizing that whether it's small and the critters on our skin or the critters exist, right? So whatever the scale is, and I feel like so much of the systems have shaped how we conceptualize ourselves, one another, and the existence in which we are in. And I'm wanting to explore de-power structurifying. I don't even know, because there's so many different forms of power that have influenced these things that and I find a lot of help in meaning in systems, feedback looping, and relationships between things that seems to illuminate more than nounness, if any of that made sense.
A lot of it made sense. Actually, there's an old guy named Robert Wiener. He came out with something called cybernetics. And when I'm listening to you, I think that you might be very interested in that area of research, that field of research, especially when like how you say we're products of the environment. Just how the environment does impact us. So with AI, cybernetics is being talked about a little bit more than before, but you might be interested.
So, do you get offended if they call you a jarhead? I mean, I think that it's
I'm not a Marine.
Oh, okay. What branch were you in? My dad was in the Navy.
I was a U.S. Army combat medic.
Colloquial feedback loop
Yeah. Okay.
And then what I usually refer to as feedback looping, but that's not conceptually, colloquially talked about.
Of them. Okay, I wear them once a year.
Oh, but definitely I would put them in rubbing alcohol or something.
Processes.
I do clean them.
Hey, Carmen. They look good. You look good in pearls.
This is probably some weird psyop.
It's a natural for me to get compliments today, so just take it.
Hi, I'd like to give out a free
we
pearl
got
necklace.
Alistair here. We got Carmen here. No, I've seen the pearls used as a psyop. The man is wearing pearls. It's a psyop.
I'm wearing pearls now. Do you want them?
No, I don't have jewelry. Like, I literally, like,
Do you want a pearl necklace?
Ban it,
To
and
match
they
your earrings?
frown upon it because you realize that there are people from East
No, I'm not,
Europe.
like, big into jewelry. I'm just, like,
Their
a simple
ancestry
person.
is not from the land. Their ancestry is not from.
Peggy.
My grandmother was into jewelry a lot. She had very, very expensive things.
The one that was in the Epstein
More than
files?
just the Ashkenazis. There's like
Nobody was into that.
their tribes. There are Jews.
No, she made
There's
that up.
Druze that have darker skin. There are Jews
It's
like
not funny to like talk bad on my
skin.
To be fair, there was a hermit
They
in
don't
there.
ever talk about them.
And they did both live in Palm Beach, and they both were members of the same country club. Didn't know each other, to be honest.
The name that you're using is my great grandfather who died in the 70s. So like, I don't know how.
Forgive me if I say
No,
something.
you're fine. You're fine.
So there's like 12 of them, but you guys are always focused on the pale ones.
He has a
right?
perfect plan. We just don't follow
Me
it.
personally, I think you guys are two different people. They trace their lineage from their mothers. You guys trace it from their fathers. They trace they practice the first 5 books. You guys read the Bible. I think you guys are two different people. That's me. That's my opinion.
Oh, I guarantee you, two different people claiming the same lineage. That's where the fallacy is.
Kind of weird, but what I'm saying is, sorry, I didn't mean to say it like
Simplify things.
what I'm trying to convey is, I can see where they say that's anti-Semitic. If we're talking about Israel, and again, my stance is just Israel. You shouldn't do A, B, C. I'm anti-Semitic. I'm not anti-Semitic, but I'm USA first. But when you're bringing their religion into it,
Now we can't take anything you say serious.
No, this is a serious thing. In the time of David, do you think you would have had the same free choice that you had to go and commit desecration back?
Why do I care about the time of David?
Hey man, can I just make my point?
No, you're advocating for forcing like religious practices.
Determined by the house of their father. It's not that even when you read the beginning of the Bible, Matthew, the beginning of Matthew, it traces the lineage of Jesus by all the men. That's how the Bible. That's how you find. That's how you get your lineage.
That's not our book, though.
Yes, it is our book.
That's not our book. No, it's your book.
And see, here's the thing.
Yeah.
They don't believe in the Bible, and they don't believe in Jesus.
No, we don't believe in your book.
Yeah. They don't believe in Jesus. Yeah, they don't believe in. You don't believe in the Torah either.
Yeah,
because a lot of the things that you guys do go against the Torah. 1,000%.
Correct. Name one.
Oh my God. Have you So
your lineage through the mother.
So your book. You
want to talk about lineage through the mother?
The book that you guys really use.
No, I asked you a question. You were addressing it.
I'm not even answering your question.
He doesn't want to talk to you, El Normo. Listen, I have set up a nonprofit called the Jewish Complaint Department. It sounds to me like OG Saint wants to submit a complaint, so go ahead and please make your submission.
Truth is out there.
So
Can I ask about something? See how normal just takes over?
I'm not taking over. That wasn't me.
That is you taking over right now.
I was
Other people allow it, which is wild. There's another whole study.
Calm down. You
Can I
can't
ask about something, guys?
We want your content.
You just take over the conversation.
I didn't take it over.
Yes, you did.
want your
Man, they
content.
didn't get the chance to finish.
Okay, enough.
There you go. Just submit to you.
Make your
It's enough.
contribution when I'm done.
So the book that they come in and disrupt.
Let's go back to
so we can talk over him. That's fine.
following through the.
So check it out. So let me say this: the book that they go by is the Talmud. They go by the Babylonian. Yes, you go by the Talmud.
No, we go by the Torah. You're wrong about it.
Because the things that you guys do come from the Babylonian Talmud.
Incorrect, sir. It comes from the Torah.
No, it does not, because I've read the Torah. I've read the Torah, and the things you guys do are not in there.
You can't read the Torah because you don't read Hebrew.
He was talking to some
Christian book.
And it's false. Let's go back to many Jewish people condemn one word anti-Semitism because they know it's a play. It's a lie. It's a ploy. I know. I'm talking to you. I was trying to make a point that you interrupted, that you didn't even let him finish his point.
No, I'm talking.
No. He was talking to Nora about the whole idea of antism, and you didn't even let him finish, and you just jumped in.
He went on to say that we didn't.
No, he didn't go on to say anything. You jumped in and interrupted him.
All right, hi, I'm sorry, I'm back. I was just talking to my father, who's sick. He has the flu. And as I'm talking to my daddy, you know, the love of my life.
Oh no, I hope it's not COVID-19. Did he take the vaccine?
Is that?
No, it's not. I thought it was him, her too, but it's not.
It's not Cappuccino?
No, it's not Cappuccino.
No, this is Cappuccino. This is Point. I was just wondering. I'm a supermodel, and you're all big stupid dummies. And did your dad take the vaccine?
Yeah.
Anyway. Real quick,
yes,
Alistair is somebody that records rooms and says like the N-word like a billion times a day.
Oh, wonderful. Remove him.
Don't you record rooms, Lonzo? I thought you did that. I listened to your recording.
We know Clubhouse records rooms, so what are you saying?
Don't you record?
Nobody can record.
It's all good with that. But again,
he wanted Sonora to know about Point.
I'm so sorry. Sweetie, me and you had a very rocky morning. Do not piss me off. I am letting you guys know how my day is, okay? I have sick children. I have a sick father, okay? Everyone has the flu. We are going to help me out, and we're going to help me get through my day with this conversation, okay?
I was just trying to help you out, Dawn. That's all.
Thank you so much. You saw how we got off on a rocky start this morning, right? We're good now. We're good.
Right.
We're good.
I said, yes,
Good,
ma'am.
good.
I respect you.
Thank
Absolutely. I'm just trying to help the rest of the room. Respect.
So not only do I have to make sure that this house is sanitized before my husband comes home, I have food to cook, and I have sick children to take care of. I need you guys to help me out by being adults. Me as a woman here, I thought you guys were logical. That's why I'm supposed to be the emotional one. How am I the logical one? You guys are being so emotional. I don't understand.
It's because normal comes in and disrupts everything. We try to.
You're a coddle. You're a coddle. You have to be restrained.
But El Normal can't invoke my emotions.
This would have to be done.
Well,
Right? Another person can't make me come out
to get enough support from this
that I have to curse
is
the fuck out,
to,
right? But even then, there's logic in it.
I don't know why you coming out here. I don't want you being emotional.
Can I ask
I'm just saying the normal comes in.
How do you say your name, Mr. Squiggly Line? Mikael,
Let's go with Said. I want to ask about. I want to ask about something that I believe on it.
Okay, Saeed, you can go after I finish my reset. Okay.
Okay.
So, because I'm dealing with an entire household, I need you guys to regulate yourselves because yes, I'm listening on my AirPod, but like I know this beautiful technology. You can leave your phone somewhere and listen to the conversation in the AirPods. So I can't run to my phone and be like, one night, right? I can't do that. Okay? So, men, I can't believe I'm saying this to men, regulate your emotions. Let's ping up. Let's try to have a conversation of the both sides here, okay? One night. Let's calm down and stop being so emotional for men. What's going on here?
Hello?
That being said, Saeed, I think you wanted to say something?
Yeah, thank you. just thinking, like Israel, it's what we think, most of the people, that's one of USA states.
To speak when other people are speaking.
Is that true?
Say something.
People misunderstand it that way. It's not, but people think of it that way if they haven't been. It's a Middle Eastern country, sort of in a Western tradition, with a democratic parliament, which none of the other countries in the region have. Kind of Western development. It's developed a lot. The economy has quadrupled in the past 20 years. It's a leading tech country. It's a leading agricultural country. It's a pretty impressive miracle of a country, Israel.
Then if they're doing so well, then they should be afford to, not have our aid.
They can afford that. The aid is given for transactional reasons.
Hold on.
They can afford it.
You landed. Yeah,
I haven't landed. I'll let you know when I landed.
All right.
What, he's threatening me now, Lonzo?
Yes.
What's the threat?
It could be in the group.
Oh my God. I'm
It's
U.S.
melting my brain.
My island first. You know what I mean by okay? It's United States, Haiti, and Santo Domingo all day for me, right?
Santo Domingo.
But like when we talk about the money that we send over there, we do purchase things from them as well, like tech and
Ooh,
stuff.
I can't upload to my
We do
YouTube.
need
Too many
allies,
strikes.
So our relationship with them needs to be strong over there. Don't you agree? Or
Hello?
Yeah, I mean, we could work with Iran. We could work with Saudi Arabia.
You think it's
We can work with anybody who want to work with us.
Absolutely, yeah. Sure.
Well, we're allies with the Saudis and we're enemies with Iran, so you were half right.
Hello?
okay.
Yeah, but that's more, Israel's enemy.
No,
right?
they declared death to America for everything.
Because of what Israel's doing.
No, they declared death to America because they hate the West. Because they hate non-Muslims.
But hold on, Normal. So what I'm trying to say is, like, I hear what you're saying, but to not have Israel as ally, I think that would be more. And again, this is just my opinion. I'm always open to.
Damn, appeal rejected.
Based on new information, so I'm not stuck on this. But from everything that I
This is an
know
old
and
video.
read, I think it would be smart for us to have. You're such a
Nothing. From a very old video, they said that I
Israel as an ally.
violated.
I think that would be a smart thing for us to do. So when we're talking about the money that we send over there,
Terms and policies, restrictions. I wonder what the video was.
I mean, we spend much more, but we spend much more money to Europe and Africa and Asia.
All right, I'm gonna.
Normal. I'm really like.
I'm gonna move you down, bitch. I'll move you down. I'm gonna move you down.
He's a chop. All right, so
you fucking bitch.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, he's a bitch.
Send money to different places. However,
I've roasted this guy so good so many times. I've had rooms completely turn on Lonzo and just fucking hate his guts.
When you send money to other places,
Haitians just destroy. Like everybody hates this guy. When I just I've roasted this guy so good.
We just send it over there in the hope that they do the right things with it, right? Some of the money that they use kind of gets skimmed to them having free healthcare, them having a lot of free shit. They even use some of our money to kind of further.
If you can find this room, it's called "Can You Criticize Israel Without Being Called Anti-Semitic?" The house is called "In Real Life."
In fact, the money that we send to Africa, right? We take like a PEPFAR, right? This is like something that's supposed to help Africans push back, anything that has to do with HIV/AIDS. We're using that as a bargain tool, right? If Africa doesn't do this, and this, these African nations, we're going to limit it, right? That's not right. So this is kind of sort of like what's been happening to these other countries, and that's not happening to Israel. So maybe we could start doing the same thing to Israel, right?
Alonso.
You don't.
Yeah. Complete, sorry.
If Israel, like we can kind
A South Carolina judge is preventing a man's execution due to his mental illness because he claims he's immortal. 25 years ago, a psychiatrist with the prosecution, as well as the psychiatrist and psychologist with John Richard Wood's legal team, agreed that he failed his two-pronged legal standard for competence to be executed.
This place.
He's too stupid to be executed.
This amount of money. That's what I'm asking. We're starting to ask them. You know, as these videos come out, we're starting to see that these people, these Israelis, are taking advantage of these other neighboring countries. It's just not right. Other people are complicit, right? Because them or their people have done this in other places like America and other European countries, so they just shut the fuck up. Black and brown and other groups of people.
They're saying if Sam Bankman-Fried never stole any funds during his his business, he'd be worth $100 billion now because he invested in a bunch of AI and crypto projects that have exploded. So Sam Bankman-Fried, he would have been one of the richest men on earth. Instead, he's sitting in a prison because he stole $50 million or something like that.
I'll say this.
I bet you Trump pardons him.
If I'm talking about global influence, I think the United States needs to have their hands in everything. Now, when we're talking about black and brown people specifically, you guys are going to hate me for saying this. I don't think either side ever liked us. Jewish people or Arabs, are we okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Neither side liked us. So I'm going to stick on the side of being American, nationality. And guys, what's the best thing for America? Now, morality, I think what Israel's doing is kind of fucked up to the Palestinians and to Iran. I don't like it. But that doesn't make me anti-Semitic. Doesn't mean I hate Jewish people. Does that make sense? No? Yes? But go ahead, OG.
Yeah, and then lastly, right, if you want to look at starting of hating black people or brown people, I mean, you can go to the very, very beginning, right? Genesis, right? This is where the quote unquote Noah curses, Canaan theory.
Alonzo, it seems like everyone wants to have this religious conversation. So let me come up with a title and we're going to shift the room. But keep going.
Yeah, the curse of Ham came from, them, right? Came from, the Torah, right? So, if there was reparations, right? If we want to sue for racism, and if it can go back for very, very, that shit is Genesis 9:20. That's 27. That's the curse of Ham, right? So, El Normo owes me reparations on my money.
As a Haitian?
El Normo owes Lonzo money. Oh my God. Pay up, El Normo.
Levi, they don't claim Manasseh. They don't claim, the other tribes. They don't claim Asher.
Oh my God.
They don't never talk about it. They talk about the southern kingdom only.
Oh my
Mainly
God.
Judah. They don't really get into the other tribes. And that's very alarming to me that there's 12 tribes of Israel, but all these people are all, because the word Jew is just short for Judah. That's where it comes from.
You guys helped me with a title. Give me a second. Dana, if you're there. No, Lonzo, I'm going to back channel you the link and then just post it so we can move the room.
Hello?
Go ahead, OG.
Hello?
Yeah, so the word Jew comes short from the word
That
Jew.
motherfucker John Kitover live streaming our hate speech room. He done did it again.
Jesus comes from the tribe of Judah.
Thank you for that clarification on the word Jew.
People they have to protect.
These
people demonize and try to come at you is because they are lying. They lie just about everything that they do. And behind some of the worst things.
Michelle Obama's got a dick.
I mean, just
Woo-hoo!
and some of their ships were the ships that
What
brought us
the
here to
fuck?
America. You know what I'm saying?
I'm watching
And
some
this is
videos of
verifiable
Michelle Obama
facts.
I've never seen
These are
before.
things that you can
She's
find
got
out,
junk in that trunk.
things you can look up, and just the amount of things that you can list that these people do against the world, and against us in particular.
Hello?
Because they know who we are.
Hello?
As opposed to who they are. And they know who they are too.
Oh
They
shit,
know
they the
exactly
real
who they are.
Jews.
And they changed who we are so they could be who they are.
Oh.
And that's a weird thing if you don't understand.
My grandma was a scam artist. My friend, I didn't know my grandma and my grandfather were lying to me. They were making it all up, my friend. They didn't teach me who the real Jews were. It's the Africans.
Never happened to any of them. It only happened to a specific group of people, and not even all Africans did it happen to. Because when you're talking about the curse of Ham, Hamites are the majority of the African region, what we call Africa now.
My friend.
Majority Hamites.
My friend, the
Even though
trash
they have
bag.
the same skin color, there's differences in many of these people, and those things are outlined in the Bible. The Table of Nations, all that stuff is there, and you have to really dig deep into it to kind of figure out why these people always go on the offensive and why the world is set up the way it is that you can't say anything about them.
I was removed from the room.
You know what I'm saying? Every time he says
Oh, well, you're one of these people. These people. Oh, it must have been Lonzo. Was it Lonzo? Yeah, it was Lonzo.
And OG, to the bigger context of just those lives and how the bigger context.
Is it because you're a highly annoying person? You think that's why he removed you?
Accusations of anti-Semitism are
I don't know. It must be. I mean, I seem to be highly annoying. I think people are often very frequently annoyed by me. And
Well,
I just want to, play. I just want to play with the other people who are playing the game. I really just want to play. I want to play with my friends, my fake friends. I want to get dopamine. I want to get dope. I'm looking for dope. I'm a dope feed, just like you.
I'm gonna change the title of this room. It's now called "Can We Convince Zach to Read a Book?" Can we convince you to do that? Because
I do, yeah.
The first step in removing someone's power as a highly annoying person is to get them to read a book. And this is my complaint against Pro, and Benjamin, and all those other fuckers in that room who are socially woke but just as virtuous. They don't read anything. So they're just, what we're doing is repeating our personalities to each other and our personas to each other, and just always trying to define our personality and persona by our virtue signal. And so this is why the book club is so important. And I told my psychiatrist, they say that, well, you're so depressed, what are you doing to try to do something positive or productive? I said, well, I started a book club for veterans who have PTSD. But it's so hard to get a veteran to read a book who's got the PTSD. And I'm like, maybe they got... Anyways, you see what I'm saying? Hello?
I'm trying to get back on Airbnb, but it's never going to happen for me. It's so fucking upsetting.
Why don't you just run it through my account?
You can't ever win. I mean, you just had your appeal from YouTube denied. You can't ever win with these things. You could appeal, but has anybody ever won their appeal? I mean, who's reviewing these appeals?
Somebody in the Philippines. Oh, dude, they're ending the room. They're running away out of the room. They've all fled the room and they've recreated a new room. It must be because they were watching my YouTube channel and they said Kitover is recording us.
To your live stream, I can't even tell you what I really think. I couldn't tell you what I really think. Can I tell you what I think, or do you want me to
Don't say. I've tried. I've told you never say the N word It's okay if African Americans say the N-word on YouTube, but you can never say it. And the algorithm is so smart, it can detect when a white person uses the N-word inappropriately or in any way, shape, or form. It's not even the appropriateness. You are, oh, dude, I had to tell you, I heard the funniest room ever about the N-room. It was a room by a bunch of N-words who were talking about the value of the N-word economy. And they were literally saying, do not abuse the N-word. We have to make it precious and only use it when the time is right. I was dying laughing. They went on and on and on.
They said?
Yes, it's a magic word. It is a magic word because it's one of the top 3 words you can't use. Actually, it's the number 1 magic word because you can't use it. So it basically, you know how the real magic word is the name of God? Well, to an N-word, the N-word is the name of God. And so you can't use it unless...
So they're like,
don't use the... Exactly. It was the funniest. Never use the N-word in vain. Only use it when it's profitable, my friend.
Right. Only when you really got to hit them with the N-word, that's when you hit them with it.
I couldn't believe what I was listening to. I was like, dude, I was happy that I was recording it. And I was like, oh, I can't wait to tell Zach about this N-word conversation. And
modern.
Yeah, my sister one time, she watched a video or something or a room. It was called the N-word or something like that. And my sister was like bringing it up. Anyways, it was just very funny. It's because that's the thing. It's all about comedy.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I don't want to say it out of respect to your live stream, but I was going to say them N-words is G-word, the G-word. Them N-words, the G-word.
What's the G-word?
Gay.
Oh. Well, I actually heard a rumor that Donald Trump is bisexual.
I just read an article that said that Donald Trump was wearing a diaper and had poop in his pants.
Well, I just read that Donald Trump suffers from narcissistic personality and borderline. Oh, did it? So wait, you were diagnosed with borderline personality disorder, right?
That's what they told me. That's what one lady told me.
It's crazy because my psychiatrist, Dr. Vinny Boombatz, the other day at the VA hospital, he said, "Have you been diagnosed yet with borderline personality disorder?" I said, "No." And he read me a list of 9 things, and I said yes to every one of them. He says, "You said yes to every one of them. You've got borderline personality disorder." I was like, "Oh my God, I never knew.
Your problem.
I didn't know.
That's your problem.
I just didn't know."
Well, wait, what about self-harm? Do you harm yourself?
I'm trying not to, but I have thoughts.
Well, suicidal ideation is not the same as self-harming behavior. But what my therapist told me is that women are more likely to cut their wrist, which is not a very manly thing to do, but a man might do something like punch a wall out of anger and break his hand.
Yeah.
Because that's a very self-destructive thing where if I hit this wall, I'm so angry and childish right now, I'm going to hit this wall, I'm going to break my hand. That's definitely something that I have done. And I haven't done it in a while. Probably several years ago was the last time I hit or smashed anything out of anger. But that's a very self-harming behavior. Possibly the smoking cigarettes could be considered a self-harm behavior.
Wait, I mean, cigarettes are harmful?
Cigarettes are self-harm.
Well, what about spending 80 hours a week on a conference call with a bunch of R words?
Yeah, is that about wasting your life away? Is that a form of self-harming? I don't know. Wasting your God-given life.
That's like saying just existence itself. Sorry for merely existing. That's what people are really wanting in these rooms is they want a Jew to come up and say, "I apologize for merely existing."
Right, I'm sorry for existing.
This is why I love Larry David so much, because Larry is the king of, pointing out bullshit. And I don't know. I just love Curb Your Enthusiasm. It makes me happy. Like, for many years, it brought me so much happiness to know that there was somebody out there that felt the same way that I felt about Clown World.
Right. You know the one problem with Larry, though? He's got severe TDS.
Well, he did wear that hat in that one episode, which is super funny because the hat is like, it's a thing. Meaning, like, if I were to go out into society, I would be the only one wearing it. But yet, there's like 40% of the population that strongly supports Donald Trump. But yet, no one wears the hat.
There's a new event that I just saw, a Facebook event for like an inclusive. The title of the event was literally like a love fest, or it was like an inclusive, welcoming to all event. And it said that this is a pro-LGBTQ, queer-friendly, anti-capitalist, socialist event that's welcoming to all. And I was just imagining showing up in a MAGA hat, imagining how welcoming they would be if you had the MAGA hat.
Yeah. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's like, I don't want to go out and do things like that because it's like, that would be too much work. I'd rather sit in an office and like do that kind of work in an office and, then quickly go out and enjoy life. I did go to like this extreme hippie, like Earth Fest one time with my mom and my sister. And this was what I thought was so funny is that there was a charlatan there giving a speech about genetic therapies, and it's just a scam. Like, the guy is literally trying to get people to scam them. And I was like looking around, I'm like, wow. I'm like, well, this would be a good place to find victims for his scam because like everybody here is super woke and susceptible to like this type of, scam. But I was like, hasn't this guy heard of the internet yet? Why doesn't he take his fraud to the internet? Why is he at an Earth Festival trying to ruin these good people's financial well-being with his bullshit therapy? But anyways, yeah. Yesterday, the Inspector General of HHS arrested 2 men. One of their names was Muhammad, and he was running a $500 million Medicare billing scam for genetic testing. He literally generated $500 million in revenue from the government through Medicare. And, thank God we have Trump in office to try to stop this shit, because I think I'm at the point. I mean, it's not even at the point, but in my opinion, we have to shut down Medicare, Medicaid and like restart it on a new platform, because the fraud and the billing, and it's the biggest industry in the world. I did a query yesterday. What are the top 10 industries on the planet? Medicare, Medicaid is responsible for the biggest industry on the planet, which is health insurance and life insurance. So the whole thing is, being ripped off by hundreds of billions a year. And this is why doctors make so much money. I mean, and why they don't see patients for 2 to 3 months, because they just let nurses do all the work, and they're basically just billing agents. They don't actually do anything for anyone's health. It's just the consumer packaged goods distribution business. It's so stupid. This is why people compete. They take the MCATs and all this shit. They get to med school. They come out and they're making all this money. It turns out it's just like a billing business. A physical therapist and a yoga teacher does more for people's health than any of these doctors ever do. It's unbelievable. It's a business. Hello?
I hear you.
But that's why I say, reading a book is very important. And we're trying to convince you to come on this app to actually read a book, to change your experience, my friend. And until you actually change your experience, you'll never change yourself in a more powerful way, because you're getting so close. It's like, have you ever played like racquetball or handball? No. Well, I showed
my bad. I'm with you.
I showed a friend how to play racquetball, and I used to kick his ass. And then after like 3 days of playing racquetball against my friend, he started beating me. I was like, how are you getting this good at the game so quickly? So,
right.
It's the same game, you know, with Clubhouse.
Right.
And you haven't sent me any videos. You haven't done any real work. But here you are wasting all your time not being productive.
Well, I know, but I'm always doing. I mean, I hear you. I do a lot of bullshit around my fucking house. I do a lot of like dishes. I mean, I feel it's kind of fucked up. I feel like I'm kind of like. Anyway, don't get me started. But that's a major problem. That is a major problem. You know.
Well, my psychiatrist said, John, how do you stay busy? I said, I got a house. I'm constantly doing home maintenance. It never fucking ends. She put down home maintenance.
Well, remember the thing about the 60 pairs of underwear?
Yeah. Today I actually got to start doing laundry. Getting close.
It's the beginning of laundry week?
No, laundry year is the way we do it in terms of my. See, every, week is like 1 year to me because of my abundance. What you do in 1 week, it takes me a whole year to do. But it's not because I can't do it. It's because I don't have to do it.
Right.
Oh, look, Alumi is here. Welcome, Alumi. He is a member of the book club, actually. He read a book. We read books the other day together, and then I think he, insulted me and then left. Welcome back to the book club, Alumi. Oh, maybe you didn't insult me. Maybe I was insulted that you left without saying anything.
Maybe I was rude to leave without any.
You Irish goodbye.
Signaling, yeah.
Yeah. I like Irish goodbying, and I go to Irish bars, and there's a lot of people that are worthy of being mocked, but I would never do that in the real world, just on the internet. But I do just Irish goodbye all the time because they fuck it. Hello?
I don't know, John. I think you, I don't know. Maybe you haven't felt respected by people. And,
No. It's not about that. I could care less what people, think in turn, because I don't respect the people here that don't give me respect. I mean, that's what it is. I mock a lot of people. Somebody applauded me for running for Congress, and I said, I'm only doing it because these people are worthy of mockery. But that person didn't even give me a response. I don't know if they agree with me.
A body was found by a Portland roadway today.
So, Illumi, are you going to read a book? If you want a mod badge, you got to read a book in the Can We Convince Zach to Read a Book room? Because he's busy doing dishes all the time and washing his underpants. But you probably don't wash your underpants or do any dishes, do you?
I have to go teach a driving lesson to an African immigrant.
Oh, my friend, what did you think about
Sounds like fun.
What did you think about the classroom work? Because do you do classroom work with these people? Because when I did my driver's test at 16, I had to do classroom work on the road testing, all that bullshit.
I don't do the classroom rook, but they want me to do the classroom work. They want me to, but I just do the part in the car. But I think that I'm going to start doing the classroom stuff as well.
Yeah. Because that's where it's fun, where you can just test people's, language and comprehension skills. And then you'll say, oh, there's a reason why you're a shitty driver. It's because you can't even, comprehend and perform in the classroom. But I think the classroom work is where you can break, through the threshold and get them to start maybe driving better. Hello? Oh, so you're going around sending these little gold coins around, huh? You sent me 2 cents. 2 penny bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than trying to prove to people who won't reason or hear you that you're not necessarily coming in hostile fake.
Well, I bought the bare minimum of the gold coins, and it's so stupid. I was sending gold coins to myself to try to see like how could I actually monetize this app. And the gold coin system here is it's you cannot make any money from it. It's stupid. It's just like
It's okay, Draco. There's only white people here. Come on.
Draco doesn't read books.
I think this app would be a lot better place without a lot of these minorities.
Well, the way I look at diversity and discrimination is that if you let go of your opinions, there is like a fully automated response effect that is created by no longer having opinions. And what happens is you can actually become successful through the diversity and discrimination. And a lot of the complainers on this app don't understand the upper lip and the lower lip, or the upper eyelid and the lower eyelid, meaning they don't know the secret to creativity, which is essentially just jumping in the river of diversity and going with the flow. It's the discrimination that prevents you from actually, in a way, achieving a higher state of happiness, which is nothing more than consciousness. So people are their own worst enemies, and they are their own block. And to get around that, you basically just have to let it go, meaning all your assumptions, opinions, and pre-programmed dispensation or disposition. Your personality and your character is what's preventing you from attaining more joy and abundance in your life. It's my opinion, of course. The thing that I forget is that everybody is a magician, whether you like it or not. And the people who present themselves as being the least resembling of a magician, generally those are the people who are really good magicians. Because the best magic trick that a magician can create is that they are not a magician. It's the same principle of like the devil. Um, the greatest trick the devil ever successfully accomplished was, making himself invisible or something to that extent. So look at Adamiel here. He looks like a magician king, a philosopher king sitting on his throne of power.
Hello?
Hello?
Oh, it's Amin. The news. All right. I don't know, man. You have, yesterday I didn't came, but better late than never. Didn't come, came. I was not present. Yeah. Better late than never.
It's all good, man. I doubt you would have impacted much.
Oh, come on. Have you seen my input with the opening of All People of the Book? Why do you hate...
Anyway, I'm not on the phone anymore, but it's got the phone emoji.
Oh, what's up, my friend? He sent... okay. Oh, Draco, what's up, man?
What's up, buddy? How are you?
Long time no see. Doing great. What about you, man?
Chilling.
So, Draco, do you think that everyone has a soul?
Yeah, sure.
Do you think there's one soul or an infinite number of souls?
That's a good question.
I'm not sure the ins and outs are. The soul is, in a sense, theoretical, but I guess something to the effect.
Do you think God is within you or God is outside of you?
It depends on what sense you mean. I can say yes and no, depending on the sense.
Do you think you're in God or outside of God?
Well, I think there's something to the whole image bearer concept, but can I go into detail on that? I don't know if I could exhaustively go into detail on that. There's so many different writings about the whole image bearer concept. But in that sense, if you were to say God is within you, I would probably agree with the whole image bearer type of idea.
Do you think the subconscious is a concept, or do you think it's literal?
I think it could be both. I think for me, it appears that it could be something that's literal, but I'm appealing to my own experience to derive that, I guess, and to other experiences. Like, could I be wrong? Sure, it could be something that we, developed.
Do you think you have an ego?
What'd you say? I couldn't hear you.
Do you think you have an ego? EGO.
Yeah.
You do?
Like in classical sociology, yeah.
Okay, well, the biggest ego trip going is thinking you got this thing called an ego, because that's a concept, my friend. No one has ever touched, tasted, felt, eaten, or seen an ego. It's just a concept. And so, in the same sense that God and soul are just concepts, no one has ever seen, touched, tasted, felt. But if you believe that everything is God, well, then actually you have seen God. You're actually talking to God right now. And you are God, and the cell phone is God, and the wireless, internet transmitting our concepts is supposedly God technology or something. But we're just trying to convince Zach to read a book about spells and magic words. Hello?
Go ahead.
So, how would you define the word synthesis?
I don't know if I can give you like
relating subjects in a cohesive framework.
Do you think A plus B equals C would be a good formula for synthesis?
Depends. I don't know what you mean, but is there a zero concept? Like, could B be equal to zero?
Well, could 1 equal 0? Or could 1 equal 10? Hello?
I thought you said A plus B equals C. That's not what you said?
Meaning you have two variables, and when you add them together, you get a catalyst known as C. Or you can multiply them or divide them, or put them to a power. So I'm just saying that for many Christian literalists like Regal or Megatron, they fail to see their own mystic path. And essentially they, in a way, they devalue their self by putting such a strong emphasis on this tertiary God, which is supposedly like a literal all or nothing point of supreme power and intelligence. But the concept that you are part of a one God or a one universal God, it's just, I think it's just energy metaphysic, meaning that it's just, we're just eternal energy in a different amalgamation of what we call God, and it's not that we are God, but that we are essentially God observing the God effect to a certain extent, but not like we have real powers. Our greatest power is our imagination. So whatever you can pretty much visualize in your mind's eye, you can, in a way, hopefully create in the real world. But with AI and all this other stuff, it's I think we're living the best of times and the worst of times. And you can go around this app and confirm it's the worst of times for people, but there are just rare people who are actually super optimistic and positive because they're happy and they know it. So part of therapy and psychology and philosophy and religion is to try to make your experience less friction. Grease the skids, grease the wheels, put some oil in the engine.
So in order for this, I think there is a need for increase in honesty and truth. I think truth has less friction than like lying to yourself, or because that's the thing, right? Sometimes we do try to hide something because we're scared of it or whatever, but no, like when you address it directly, it's better. That's my little personal experience. But yeah, I get what you're saying. But I just want to say a comment. So I do agree that the human spirit is much more powerful than what some people may portray it. But let me ask you a question. Do you think when you say like that everything is God or you're God, do you think this is like an ontological identity or it's used in a different way?
Well, ontologically speaking, I'm not sure what you mean by ontological. I'm merely just trying to say that everything is God, as opposed to nothing is God. But again, this whole thing is just personal development. Don't take it too literally, and don't waste your time, with it in a way. Like there's just too much personality involved in it. Like everybody's personality is wrapped up in their religion, your persona, your non-playable character is what I'm trying to break. And did you see that movie with that guy? He's a non-playable character, but then he sees a hot chick, and then all of a sudden he like starts killing the actual humans playing the game, and they're like, "Oh, there's a glitch in the game. This non-playable character is now, fighting us when he should have just done his, pre-programmed."
No, what movie is that?
It's with that guy from.
Reminds me of one of my dreams. But anyways, I don't know the movie, but yeah. Nice. What are you even doing? What are you working on? What are you doing?
Okay,
Me right now? I'm just.
Did you follow my channel or what?
What's your channel?
It's called Free Guy.
At Operation_Cerberus.
On YouTube.
Yes, sir. No, not on YouTube. On fucking TikTok.
No, I'm not even. I just followed the regular accounts.
Yeah.
What's your regular account? I just liked one of your posts, man. Just recently. It'll be only.
See, Draco accused me the other day of being a non-playable character. He says I come to the rooms and I make no points. I have nothing valuable to contribute to this conference call conversation. And I just got to say that to me, that was Draco's projection. It's not a me problem, Draco. That's a you problem. Link is pinned above. Watch the Free Guy.
He's
crashing out.
People fucking haters. Bro, it's because it's just a picture. You literally just posted a picture.
So what? What else is there?
This generation is demanding. Like people want something much more.
I'm sorry, this is intelligibility. It needs to be showcased. Everything in this card is exactly what is necessary to understand this verse.
I was talking about your picture, the billionaire picture. You were not talking about this one?
I'm fucking talking about, no, don't go to my account, the one that Illumi only. No, Operation_Cerberus.
Ah. Cerberus. All right, you got 4 followers now. And a like.
Zach's Mom podcast on Spotify, please.
I don't even have Spotify. I just listen to YouTube music.
So my question is, do you think Muhammad was a mystic?
So the definition of mystic is what? It's like someone who, is connected to hidden knowledge.
I think mysticism is about transcending various sects of spirituality and saying something about how everything is connected. I think the mystics of different cultures, the one thing that all the mystics had in common was that they said that everything is.
Well, from that definition, I would say, yeah. It's.
Do you think Muhammad was a mystic? Do you?
No, but mystic, like when you say mystic, like if I take the definition,
define mystic, yeah.
Yeah, from the definition, I'm just saying, like from the definition, I don't see an issue. You said someone who.
What's the definition?
Someone who's
You're talking like ontologically?
Anyways, so someone who sees beyond tribes and someone who sees beyond spiritual, spiritual sects, I guess, or boxes. Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's like it's metaphysics. It's mystical metaphysics, meaning that you see beyond the persona, the character, the non-playable character. You see the divine essence, meaning that God is so infinite that that God's representation is so diverse and infinite that you see that in everybody, even if you disagree with them. And so that's how essentially you can cause less friction in your life. Because, for example, my father was a cop. And somebody from Africa on the street decided to take their $20 worth of McDonald's food and throw it on the street. And so my father came up to the car and said, "Excuse me, sir, but I believe you took garbage and threw it on the street here, and I'd like to give you the chance to pick it up and put it in the garbage bin over there." And the guy from Africa said, "Fuck you, N-word. You're only harassing me because I'm an N-word."
I know. Oh my God.
And my dad said, "I'm not harassing you because you're an N-word. I'm harassing you because you are an N-word." Hello?
Exactly. It's not because you're an N-word. It's because you're a fucking N-word.
Anyways.
I have a problem with people who are the N-word, by the way.
See, the thing,
So here, I just want to see something here. It says the definition of a mystic, according to the Cambridge dictionary, it says someone who attempts to be united with God through prayer. Okay, that's one. Second, relating to magic or having magical powers, dark secrets. So for sure, that's this definition. He was not that. I don't think he was of course, he's not a magician. He's not a.
You never heard his nickname, Muhammad the Magician?
No, I said no, of course not.
Oh, well, he is a magician and he is a mystic. It's just your opinion that he's not a mystic.
No, it's directly God in the Quran that says this.
He's a magician?
Yeah, Muhammad was a magician.
No, a magician. What is a magician?
He was a power powerful wizard warlord who nearly conquered the earth with his powerful magic. Clearly, the man must have had some type of mysticism. It's just your opinion that he didn't have mysticism. Hello? Oh, I'm sorry. Adamia, are you a time travel 60? Is that chair actually a time traveling chair? Are you from the year 660? Hello?
Hello. Yeah, no. So, I could point you to someone who is definitely a mystic in that definition, based on clear historical evidence. But, if we take the definition of, like, if we try to understand the prophet through his disciples, through the people who preached his message, through the Quran itself, there is a clear verse that says he's not a magician. So
well, it's just your opinion that. See, the thing about the Quran is because of taqiyya is that when it says Muhammad is not a magician, that's actually saying Muhammad is a magician. It's just like your opinion, though.
No, now you are doing taqiyya.
No, I'm not. I'm stating a position, aka otherwise. Adamia, let me ask you this. What is the difference between an opinion and a fact?
An opinion could be wrong. A fact is a fact.
So a fact is never wrong, right?
Yeah.
Just opinions are wrong?
Well, yeah, opinions could be wrong.
Could be wrong. Okay, so tell me a fact.
About what?
About anything. I want to hear one fact. You obviously everybody has facts. What tell me one of your facts.
Yeah. There must be a necessary existence.
There must be a necessary existence. Well, that doesn't really sound like a fact to me.
There must be a necessary existence.
There is a necessary existence.
That's a fact if I've ever heard one.
You know what's so amazing about facts, my friend, is that when you ask somebody to tell you a fact.
Wait, but this isn't
Hello?
ESL language.
Oh, I forgot, Adamio. English is not your first language. We have to give you some grace.
Yo, but you understand what I'm saying, right? So
not at all.
Yeah, sorry, Adamio. You're gonna have to go with a more basic fact, like outside the road is pretty much flat. That would be like a fact. You could say that when a red light turns red, factually speaking, most people stop. When it's green, they go. Those would be considered social facts or conventions of society. I was just asking for like more dumbed down fact, not some kind of philosophical fact.
No, it's not philosophical. It's encompassing. Like what I said is like.
It's encompassing?
You disagree with what I said.
You said encompassing?
You can't
encompassing.
Oh, encompassing. Okay.
Encompassing. Yeah, encompassing. So if you disagree with what I said, you can't even point to anything else. Basically, it's like it's.
Oh, I see.
It's as if I said basically, truth is true.
Got it.
For you to deny truth, you would have to say it is true that truth does not exist. So.
Have you heard of Ayn Rand, Damiel?
Sorry, what?
Have you heard of Ayn Rand, the famous publisher, philosopher, ethicist, the objectivist? Hello? No?
No.
Well, I don't think we can actually have a conversation about any of these things until you really read Ayn Rand's Virtue of Selfishness, and it's about ethics. For example, do you think that do you believe that there's currently an Islamic State on the planet?
Yeah, of course.
Of course. That's a fact, not an opinion, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So tell me, what makes an Islamic State an Islamic State?
As long as they have the Sharia or a form of the Sharia in the Constitution.
So if a society has a form of Sharia in their constitution, they are considered an Islamic State. And where does the charter for an Islamic State come from?
From the consensus of the scholars scholars established.
Incorrect. It comes from the Charter of Medina. Are you not aware of the Charter of Medina, the constitution of Muhammad and Islam? Well, that's not a consensus of scholars. That's Muhammad's proclamation.
So the Covenant of Medina is one of. Okay, so that's one of the documents they based themselves upon for the Sharia. But the Sharia also is based on the Quran, whereas it's also based on Hadith. So it's much more than just that. So that's why, in my opinion, the best answer is just the Jama'ah, the consensus of the scholars, which makes up the Sunnah, basically. Or you could say also the Shia cleric consensus, right, based on their definition of what an Islamic state is. But I think they don't think, I think that the Shias, they don't think there is an Islamic state, if I'm not mistaken. Because for them to have a valid Islamic state, based on the real definition, there must be an imam that is alive. One of the 12ers, right? 12 imam. So you could say Iran from a Shiite perspective is simply like a wish version. It's not even complete.
Is that a fact or is that an opinion?
No, that's I think. I'm not sure. It's not a fact. Well, it might be a fact. That's the thing. But it's just like I'm relaying an information that I'm not sure. So, yeah.
So it says that an imam is a Muslim religious leader derived from Arabic for leader or guide, delivers sermons or khutbah, provides religious guidance and serves as community role model. So it's really just like a leadership position within the Islamic State. But, in terms of how many Islamic states are there around the world? Is it just one Islamic state or is it multiple Islamic states?
There's maybe 20 more, multiple.
Right. So the many faces of political Islam. Anyways, Rabbono Shel Olam, we tried to convince Zach to read a book here today on Clown House. We couldn't get Zach to open a book. Are you willing to read in a book, Adamiel? Let me update the title to Can We Convince Adamiel to Read a Book?
Of course, I read a book, but you asked me the question the other day concerning if I wanted to read a book of magic or whatever. I said no. That's just not it's not my vibe,
Well, the Quran is actually a magic book.
Oh, come on.
Really?
Well, that's
You don't. It's from the medieval times. It's from medieval times, and actually, Islam is all based around paganism. So you mean to tell me that the Quran has no magic in the Quran at all?
Of course, there's no magic in the Quran. It's all from the divine.
It's a magicless book. It's got no magic.
Again, so in English you have this, so that's the danger, I guess. In English you have two aspects when you say magic. Something is magical. You could say it in the sense that it's fantastic, right? But in Arabic there is just one word, and you cannot mess up with this word. It just means deception. It's bad. So yeah, you cannot say the Quran is magical from an Arabic perspective in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, you would have to use other words.
Well, unfortunately, you're wrong, because I'm looking at Surah Al-Falaq 113. It says in Surah An-Nas in 114, known as the Mu'awwidatayn, the two verses of protection. These are recited to seek refuge from the evil of magic, sorcery, envy. So there literally has a magic spell to essentially negate and invalidate other magic. Isn't that magic to fight against magic? Hello?
No, of course not. Yeah, so the concept is this, right? The last 3 chapters were revealed in a time where the pagan Arabs were practicing sorcery and magic upon the believers, right? And God basically sent those verses as a mean of protection. But this is not a magic against. No, we're not in Harry. It's not Harry Potter here. No, it's literally just. It's the spark of light. It's a spark of the divine. It is true, and it is not. It is not deceiving, right? So that's the difference.
Well, it says here they instead followed the magic promoted by the devils during the reign of Solomon. Never did Solomon disbelieve, rather, the devils were disbelievers. They taught magic to the people along with what had been revealed to the two angels, Harut and Marut, in Babylon. The two angels never taught anyone without saying, "We are only a test for you, so do not abandon your faith." Yet people learned magic that caused a rift even between husband and wife, although their magic could not harm anyone except unless Allah willed it. They learned what harmed them and did not benefit them, although they already knew that whoever buys into magic would have no share in the hereafter. Miserable indeed was the price for which they sold their souls, if only they knew. Oh my goodness.
What do you think?
I think that it's still magic, meaning that that hocus pocus, that what's the word I'm looking for?
Magic is like, to its core definition, is deception.
I don't know, because the magi that came and visited Jesus were the wise men of the East. So there is a tradition that predates Muhammad, because that's what he was fighting against, which is this pagan magic. It was the Jews of practicing deceptive magic, for purposes to evade Allah's will, but nothing can supersede Allah's will. So what I'm proposing is that there are people indirectly or directly practicing magic via Allah's will, with Allah's permission, if it's for good. Because there's good magic and there's bad magic. There's beauty and there's ugliness. And I'm just saying that, it's just like my opinion and your opinion, but our opinions aren't verses. There's no my opinion versus your opinion. I just think there's opinions out there and very few facts. And what people consider facts are actually just opinions, because facts are that rare. Hello?
Yeah. So let me just, I see what you mean. And, I'm open-minded. I love to have these discussions. So, the example we have also is the example of Pharaoh. So Pharaoh, he thought that he himself was God
to go
on earth,
to
and that people
these
needed to
universities. Economically speaking, this increases demand, drives up prices, and also reduces incentive to reduce costs, because the university says, well, what we can do is, instead of reducing costs, we can add a bunch of amenities that are going to attract students to take out large loans. I think mine would be one in which the government invests very heavily in making sure that people can get an extremely high quality education from a community college or public college, and that it's a very respected thing of, like, it's not considered some third rate thing. It's, you went to one of the public colleges. That's where most people go. That's, you get a good education there, versus spending all of this money to send people to these schools where I really don't think you're necessarily getting any higher education, like better education at a lot of these schools. I think you're getting more amenities. And I don't know if it's a great use of tax dollars to pay for people to go to colleges with more amenities when they could get a similar quality of education elsewhere at a reduced price without all the amenities.
It exists. You can go, where I went for college, UMass Lowell, they have a world-class nanotechnology center. One nanotechnology center at my university, too. It's about the size of maybe an office that can fit 2 people, and it also has a wet room included in that office. The one at UMass Lowell, which is a state public school,
by forging a
is way
greater
more
trap,
valuable.
but by following the will of God, having faith in the process that reality will align and chaos will be reduced right in front of their eyes. So it's a different approach, right? It's the approach that is different. So yeah.
Yeah, I guess approaches are different. I'm just playing devil's advocate here and being facetious. I'm just like trying to flush out some, what could be interesting topics. But see, the religion of no religion is still a religion. If you try to stop thinking about thinking, you're still thinking about thinking. So we have this, never-ending cycle and repetitive redundancy that you just can't escape. This paradox of paradoxes. And I'm just saying that whether you're a Muslim, Christian, or a Jew, if you are such a strong literalist and you're very disagreeable and very friction based in your approach, I just wonder if they really understand what they're talking about in terms of the bigger picture. Because if you have the truth and you have this proprietary information which you think is a fact and not an opinion, but other people just aren't aware of the facts and they think it's opinion, it should actually make you a happy person and not a highly disagreeable, highly friction, and highly annoying person who demands that your perspective be the status quo. And so it's like a mental thing where people can't see the log in their own eye by going to room or being in the street and demanding people accept their opinion as their new fact. It's like a vicious circle that they're playing with themselves because I don't think they get what they claim to profess is a fact, because there's a comprehension that should help them eliminate the insanity of them going around and telling everybody the good news. And it's because I don't think they get the good news.
Yeah, I see what you mean. It's like you don't see the authenticity in the way people proclaim their faith. Because if someone proclaims his faith and he's authentic in the comprehension and the understanding, people will simply just like find it like kind of like common sense. It's okay, it makes sense. Or he's gonna bring or he's gonna be like the master in the insight he brings. I get what you mean, and yeah, that's interesting. There's something I wrote yesterday concerning humor. Okay, so it goes as it is. To grow old and to lose your humor is to lose your spirit. For the one who can no longer smile at truth has already begun to resist it. And the one who wears heaviness and holiness mistakes hardness for righteousness. Truly, when joy departs, discernment soon follow. For a spirit that cannot rejoice cannot recognize what is a lie. So be aware of the teacher who has lost his laughter, for he guards the form and forgets the life.
I see that they were right.
And in preserving the law, he has lost spirituality.
We would invariably lose our liberty.
So it goes along with what you
So when you point out that there's less than 4% of the people in the United States of America are actual veterans, or depending on how or when you've measured it, actually,
he's so disagreeable and he could just like break everybody else, and it doesn't work, man. Like, it's not how it is. You should never claim absolute knowing. Like, you know that this guy's gonna go to hell. You know you're saved. This is like so dangerous. So yeah, I would rather be careful with these type of people. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically all or nothing thinking. And the thing is, if you don't believe in a universal ethic, that's the metaphysic where it's like, okay, I still respect and appreciate your existence, but I don't agree with your law, opinion, or perspective. But just because I disagree with it doesn't mean I want to like overthrow you or make you submit to my will. But it's you, the opposing party, who actually that's what you want to do to me. So it's like, it's ridiculous. And so an all or nothing religious person who has no wiggle room. See, in the word humor, the first three letters are hum. So it's like a positive vibration. But in my opinion, if somebody comes and they have a negative vibration, it's really their lack of comprehension. And so they could refer and defer that to God's will. And then I would say, well, it's just your opinion that it's God's will. And it's my opinion that God's will is different. So it's like, it's a pointless, never-ending debate. If you really wanted to test somebody's comprehension in the divine, you would just put them up on a stage and say, okay, you got 30 minutes or an hour. Go ahead and entertain me. And let's see what you got. But then you would still never prove the existence of God. You would just merely be showing and making a demonstration of your opinion. So that's why God and ego are technically the same term. They're both concepts, totally abstract. They don't exist in the objective world. Merely it's a subjective world. So we have people who take the objective world and call those facts. And they say the subjective world is merely opinion. But I'm at that point where I think the subjective world, there's a synthesis that happens between the subjective and the objective. Like, that's the real birthday cake. That's the steak dinner. That's the experience and the happening. And it's like, you're going to live for 2.5 billion seconds. Why in the world would you waste your time constantly arguing with people about concepts that are just your opinion? Hello?
Yeah, that's actually
different alliances and everything.
Different allegiances. I think you need to say the better word is allegiances. Their allegiances.
War, our first war.
maybe not the
Yeah,
only,
the Civil
but
War
one
was
of
the first. Yeah, so right. The first war. If you set aside things like the War of 1812 or some of the other small conflicts.
Well, we got Mexico, the Spanish War.
The Hispanic-American War. Yep. Yeah. The Civil War is the first war that is being fought wholly based on executive seizure of authority. The legislature was responsible for all the other military expeditions. But when we get to the Civil War in 1861, Lincoln completely ignores Congress. He completely refuses to recognize Congress. Unilaterally suspends the right of habeas corpus, begins jailing people who criticize him in complete violation of the federal limitations on power contained in the First Amendment.
Their initial
He calls up the militias without a declaration by Congress, a complete usurpation of the legislative authority, non-delegate role vested solely and totally in the Congress. It's one of the Constitution.
We did that in Northeast. Schools have these kind of programs.
Kind
It's
of
just
like
they
they
don't have to
found
advertise
something
that heavy
like
because
first it should work on them, right? Or else it's really hypocritical, right? Jesus said, remove.
Hello, Diogenes. You know that guy TS. Do you know what's so amazing about The Boy Who Cried Wolf?
Yes, I do.
What?
Is that the lesson is so clearly lost on the public.
No, there's a secret mystical interpretation of Boy Who Cried Wolf. It's not that you lose credibility the more you complain and cry. It's that every single time it works. So every time you come back with the new complaint, it just reframes the old complaints and it works again. And until you actually bury that wolf that keeps, redundantly complaining, it will never end. Hello?
Bury the wolf? What are you talking about? The wolf is not complaining.
I meant the boy. Hello?
The boy. You said wolf. You meant boy. I see.
Yeah, I meant The Boy Who Cried Wolf. I'm just saying that guy TS, he creates rooms like, he uses the S word a lot. And it's just like,
What is the S word?
it ends in an E. I can't say it live on the YE, the YouTube. Yeah.
What?
S
There's a
U.
word you can't say.
Yeah, SUIC. You can't say that word on the internet.
Really?
You can't say the N word. You can't say the F word. You can't say the K word.
Can I say those words? Can I say those words?
You can say them, but you'll disrupt my YouTube live, and then you could shut my entire live streaming operation down.
No, I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, it's very annoying, and it's ridiculous. And it's amazing that actually I am completely targeted as a white displaying human being for my thoughts when
Are you white though?
the algorithm believes it's so. It's not important what I think. What's important is what the platform thinks of me.
Yes. Am I in the Matrix or are you in the Matrix?
I can hear you.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, so what was the SCOTUS reversal? Was there news that I missed?
Well, I'd like your opinion on this, John. Obviously, we know that the law is not quantum, right? It isn't supposed to be a Schrodinger construction. It's not supposed to be simultaneously approving of and prohibiting certain actions. So when the SCOTUS makes a ruling, it is definitively establishing an interpretation of the law. Well, when SCOTUS reverses itself, what are we to make of the law that has now simultaneously endorsed and prohibited a behavior?
Wait, what? Can you ask the question one more time?
I would like to try. Here we go. The law, according to the Constitution, is to be arbitrated by the Supreme Court of the United States. It cannot simultaneously allow and criminalize the behavior. It cannot simultaneously prohibit and endorse behavior. When the Supreme Court of the United States reads the Constitution to endorse a certain behavior, but later the Supreme Court of the United States, the same entity, reads it to prohibit a behavior, what are we to make of this irreconcilable contradiction? And what are the implications for the law itself?
Yeah, that was another giant run-on sentence. Can't you compress it to one sentence? Come on.
Yeah. Supreme Court of the United States has contradicted itself 250 plus times.
Probably
What are we to make of these major reversals of the law?
Well, it's personality dependent, and whoever the president, it's not supposed to be. It's not supposed to be, but it is, unfortunately.
Well, no, it isn't. Hold on. If it is personality dependent, then it isn't the law.
No, I'm not in disagreement with you. I find it ridiculous and abhorrent and very upsetting, and I'm not happy with reality, but I don't know how I can.
Hold on. We have to be clear about this. It's not the law if it's subject to personality, right? And so if we can agree there, we have taken the first and most important step to rectifying the situation, and we've recognized that it is not the law that is governing us; it is personality. The judiciary has been reduced to personality.
Yeah, we have an attorney.
We're not having the law.
We have an attorney general. We have an attorney general in Chicago who let off serial murderers because her personality deemed that it would be socially equitable. And, to me, that's like, okay, well, I'm at that point where I think unless sheriffs are willing to sacrifice their careers to arrest criminal judges and other criminal attorney generals, because they have that legal power and the gun and the badge, we're in a lost society, which is rapidly unraveling. because of personality and because there is no adherence to the law.
Right. If the law, if the final authority on the law is unmistakably, logically based on personality and not on explicit textual law, then you are not governed by the law. If any difference in understanding of the law is adjudicated by personality, you are not governed by the law. And if we are not governed by the law, then this entire system is illegitimate. Now, asking a sheriff to arrest a criminal judge is an interesting conundrum, because you're asking an illegitimate authority to arrest another illegitimate authority. For where is the sheriff's power drawn? Do you have sheriffs who are governing legitimately?
Well, it's possible because they are elected. And so, but also their authority does come from like state legislature and laws. It just, see, this is why, like, I think philosophy is so important, because it plays a contrarian role to a lot of bad opinions, which are anti-law and are really just based on, these feelings of injustice. And when people are complaining about injustice, what they're really trying to do is bring more injustice into the world. People say that the country's going to go fascist, but they're going to be liberal fascists, not conservative fascists. And I think we're already living in a liberal fascist society based on the fact that we kill 2,000 to 3,000 babies a day. We have rampant deficit spending. The country is basically, we have enslaved our population to service debt. And I asked Grok yesterday, what are the top 10 industries? That was interesting, because it turns out that life insurance, health insurance is the biggest industry on the planet.
Yeah, it's called Alistair. The biggest industries are finance, insurance, and real estate, which is a complete of what is natural. The biggest and most important thing in everyone's life is the ability to have the 4 F's: food, sustenance, shelter. These are the industries that should always be the most valuable, the most important. And when you live in a society, a civilization that has elevated insurance, real estate, and finance to the most prestigious position, you're clearly in absolute defiance of nature. And this state of affairs cannot continue.
Like, have you ever read Caesar's War Chronicles? His war commentary? No, so Caesar wrote down everything he did. Every battle, every little problem. He sat there and kept a daily journal, and you can read it. It's remarkable. But what's amazing is they were interested in military technology and military organizing and social security in a way, but they didn't have this third branch of the government known as Medicare, Medicaid, or the medical industrial complex. In my opinion, if we want to save America, there's only one thing we really need to do, which is to end government medicine completely and make it into an actual productive and efficient business.
Okay, but listen. You are asking the illegitimate entity to punish a different part of the illegitimate entity. It is not going to work. You are not going, and this is, look, the Make America Healthy Again, the approbation and confidence with which public support for Robert F. Kennedy is despicable and indicates a serious flaw in the reasoning capability of the public. And look at how pathetic this Make America Healthy Again effort has been. It's not real. You're not going to get the corrupt, tyrannical, oligarchical, exploitative system to punish itself.
Yeah, 100%.
It will tell you. It will absolutely be happy to tell you that it will do it. In the same way that I tell it.
The disappointment on Kennedy's face is real. I mean, he knows that he can't stop.
No, it's not.
Oh, you think
Kennedy just posted on Twitter a day or two ago a picture of him with a cigarette in his mouth jumping on the back of a rhinoceros. He does not take life seriously. He does not take governance seriously. He does not take his responsibilities as a husband and a father and as a citizen seriously. He was born on third base with a silver spoon in his fucking mouth. And to think anything else about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is to be so deeply deluded that you should not have the right to exercise political power.
No, I agree. I think he's got evil. I think everyone has evil inclinations to a certain extent.
I'm sorry.
I'm in agreement with you. So what would your solution be? Because I don't want to say anything radical, meaning like I would never actually verbally say publicly anything which could be deemed as being homicidal. I think that by intelligence we should be able to manipulate and control the situation, for a utilitarian social benefit. See, the thing is, for the No Kings protest, they put slogans down like healthcare is a human right. Those types of opinions are all or nothing statements. And we obviously know that a huge percentage of the medical industrial complex, probably 80% of it, is completely inefficient and a total waste of our resources and opportunity costs.
Ironically, Alistair, the people who are advocating for healthcare as a human right wouldn't know healthcare if it bit them in the ass. And they construe complex dependence on pharmaceutical products to be healthcare. If you were to tell these people, and I have, healthcare is free, stop putting little Debbie cakes in your fat fucking maw, they would be outraged. They would need to talk to their therapist. And so, the real irony, the
Battle
paradox,
wagon,
is that they're not even making a statement that has any conceptual value because they can't even properly conceptualize health. I mean, these are the same people who heartily embraced healthy at any weight and body positivity.
Actually, that looks like a proper artwork.
They don't know what a healthy body is. They don't know what health is. When they say healthcare is a right, what they mean is I should be free to get as many pharmaceutical products as I want, whenever I want. They have no further conception than this. And you ask them, what kind of drugs do you want? Well, I take Lexapram, and I take, and they just list off all the pharmaceutical products that they think that they need to be healthy, and they're not healthy people. They're weird people. They're unhealthy people. They're not robust. They're not physically resilient. They have metabolic dysfunctions. They have massive deposits of adipose tissue. They have fatty liver disease. If we really wanted to examine healthcare as a human right, what we'd really say is that the most important thing in our society is having access to the 4 F's. We need to be able to consume foodstuffs that enrich, that develop. We need fat and protein and healthy sources of it. We don't need to be importing Argentinian beef that China rejected because it has plastics in it. That is beef. Hundreds of tons of beef being imported from Argentina that has been injected with plastics that cause aplastic anemia, chemicals that cause aplastic anemia that China wouldn't even take. But is the Make America Healthy movement addressing this? Are the people holding signs on the street saying healthcare is a human right addressing this? No, they're not addressing this. They're not even aware of it. And so those people should be stripped of their political seat.
Well, the one thing...
Isn't our government causing our own beef farmers to go bankrupt?
Yes, our government is bankrupting all sources of strength all sources of constitution, and all in the service of finance, insurance, and real estate. And when Alistair says, that we have this third branch of government, which he calls, maybe call it the fourth branch of government, the medical industrial complex, it really is an extension of insurance. It's not something that you need to add to the list of finance, insurance, and real estate. It is in addition to. It is a subcomponent of insurance.
The one thing I like about that Caesar's War Commentaries is he's complaining that the Senate isn't doing their job, and therefore he himself will personally pick up the reins of governance and govern regardless of mandate or election. That's a little bit how I view my life, now, meaning I don't think I can actually change anything other than my own personal behavior. And I don't think I have any chance of success. But regardless, it's the only logical thing to do, which is, to just try to be a leader in the face of essentially scam artists and fraudsters who have no ethics and they cannot tell the truth because they are so highly programmed and full of their own displeasure or anger or hate or their own malevolence and trickery.
I think the truth of it is, Alistair, that they cannot tell it because to tell it would be to recognize their illegitimacy and to admit their fraud. That's, now let's say it simply, right? Why is it that insurance is the most lucrative industry? Why is it that governments require insurance?
It's not natural. It's the government which makes it lucrative. It's totally artificial.
So that which is not natural is perverse. It is perverse. It is a perversion. It is wholly perversion. You're not going to get people to admit their perversions.
See, Muslims will claim that Islam is actually a completely natural and pure religion and supersedes Judaism and Christianity, and that they are Christians and they are Jews, but they're the updated model. And so I was just in a room and I was asking, was Muhammad a mystic and a magician, or was he, just a warlord? The thing is, they will say that magic is completely nullified by Allah's will, by God's will. And they claim that it's purely natural. But, we are living in a completely upside down, unnatural economy, an unnatural health situation. Like you just said, you just go to McDonald's. I mean, a chicken nugget is a paste deep fried into a nugget. And so you're eating basically a cigarette in a way. Again, I'm just very disappointed that reality is the way that it is. I don't know when the breakdown really started happening. It could have been the 1920s, probably, 1913.
Alistair, if it is productive for you and entertaining for your prospective audience, let's examine the chicken nugget as a microcosm of our problem. Now, you and I both agree, I hope, and I hope your audience would, that people should be free to sell whatever they want. If people want to sell cigarettes for consumption, they want to sell chicken nuggets made of chemicals and paste with no real nutritive value, no ability to sustain or develop the health of the organism, they should be free to sell it. But it begs the question, why are people buying it? And I think when we examine the motivations and lead people to consume those things, we start to find the truth.
So
the truth is that we're very, very confused, and that economies of scale, subsidies, and fraud have enabled companies like McDonald's to continue to exist.
So, Brad on this app, yesterday he was saying, oh, well, they were selling poison, and so the government had to step in and regulate the poison pushers out west who were selling the fake, snake oil. And so the problem is we have never become efficient. The internet does solve efficiency issues, say, for example, Google reviews, where if we had an open economy that wasn't highly regulated and shut down by government intervention and officials in the government, we could actually have an efficient system, a smaller government, smaller problem system, because of reviews and because of credibility, using the efficiency of internet communication technology. all technology advancements of all time have always been basically communication. Most medicine, chemotherapy, etc., it's all a scam. It kills you. It doesn't cure you. The vaccines, etc., it kills you. It doesn't cure you. It's not an additive to boost your health. It's a degradation to your health. And you're retarded if you think it's the opposite. You are an R word.
Right. And we need to understand that's an incredible insight. That all of these things that we consider technological innovations are really innovations in communication. That's really what it is. And so when you allow the communication to be controlled by an illegitimate government, you're fucked. And we are here where we are now, fucked, because the majority of our communication is mediated by an illegitimate government that has a vested interest, its very survival, in ensuring that you do not develop alternative means to authentically communicate and to organize yourselves and to exercise your agency and resist. The subsidies which were generated as debt to the public to allow the government to seize control of the internet as a technology were vital to the continuation of this illegitimate state. Thank you for that insight, Val.
Yeah, I just kind of look at this app. I mean, this is an advancement in technology, but it's actually for the purposes of communication. And the thing is, we have a player error, like a non-playable character error in the system. That's the problem, is there is no resistance. There's only highly programmed people. And so, you know, if you want to, in my opinion, life has like basically become a video game of my choosing in a way. Like my whole experience over the past, 20 years has been my choosing. And I'm just, I feel bad for people that never had the willpower to choose for themselves and just merely did what they were suggested to do. And that's the basis of Pavlovian conditioning and hypnosis itself, which is suggestion. And so we live in a suggestion economy where there is no resistance, and resistance is futile because the platforms censor the reverse suggestion.
Well, we don't need to get hyper-focused on this. We need to be focused on the resistance. The First and Second Amendments are concerned with the most important aspects of freedom, which are the ability to psychologically and physiologically resist. This is the necessary element of ratification. The states would not ratify a document that would not allow their resistance psychologically. That is their ability to express, print, communicate opposition, resistance, or physiologically by the keeping and bearing of arms as a means to overthrow a government that would negatively or seek to use the threat of force to compel their slavery, to diminish their freedoms. Unjustly, there is a just diminishment of freedom. You can and should cooperate with others and voluntarily assent to the restriction on your liberty for the prosperity gained, the benefits gained. This is the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor. I mean, clearly infidelity is so corrosive and destructive to a community that it's listed twice in the 10 Commandments. There's only 10 of them, and twice they address infidelity. They address coveting your neighbor's wife, taking your neighbor's wife.
Well, life is very short. And unfortunately, even though I think that, our reality in society is out of compliance, I'm not necessarily willing to sacrifice my experience to what I think could possibly aid to some type of a reversal, because the problem is outside of my scope, meaning it's so expansive and large that it's essentially futile. So it's like try to enjoy your little gated categorized experience as much as possible, because there is no way that you're going to stop the mind virus, which is 100 million people. They have no idea that they are their own worst enemy.
Let me clear about this for your audience, because it sprang to my mind as soon as I said this about the Ten Commandments, that many people don't understand that the Ten Commandments mention adultery multiple times, or that, infidelity. So the seventh commandment is you shall not commit adultery. And the 10th commandment says you shall not, which is always reduced by the Judeo-Christian narrative to you shall not covet, or do not be jealous. The actual faithful translation is very long, and it's you shall not covet your neighbor's house, you shall not covet your neighbor's wife, or his male servant, or his female servant, or his ox, or his donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. It specifically sets out his wife and his house. His house, most importantly, his wife, secondly. This is the Ten Commandments. This is understood in antiquity.
Yeah, 10 not 11, 10 not 9.
I'm sorry?
10 not 11, 10 not 9. It's 10 rules to live by. But when you compare it to Muhammad's rules, which is pay up and fight with us or we'll kill you, that is by force, not by convention or suggestion. That is mafia gangsterism. And, the founders of this country knew all about Islam. They had 1,000 years of history to back up the Constitution, to back up the Declaration.
I don't know who you're speaking for, but let's go ahead. We got some other people in the room. Alan, the pervert, and King Nav, the deceitful liar.
King Nav, the deceiver.
The deceiver, yeah. Who doesn't think much of lying. And I would like other opinions on the SCOTUS reversals. You still haven't answered. I mean, you did answer, Alistair, and I appreciate that. You gave a very clear answer that, clearly the government that can reverse the law is not a law. It is a governance of personality.
Right. But see, my complaint against your complaint is that you keep bringing up the term illegitimate government. The thing about illegitimate government is all governments, in a way, are illegitimate, but that's the nature of the governance, where it's distasteful to you.
That's not. I mean, I would agree with you that most governance structures are illegitimate, but it is not beyond conceptualization or manifestation for a time of a government structure that is wholly consensual. This is what a contract is. These are, governments are not the most productive endeavors of man. They are necessary endeavors, but the most productive and profitable are contractual. The commitment of an individual to another to say, I will do this thing.
I would say it's not so much contractual, but more situational. And there are macro and micro governments. I just went to the VA hospital, and there's, 6 African Americans in bow ties. One is the president of the hospital. And they look to me like the biggest fucking scam artists I've ever seen. Meanwhile, they got all these
If you want to go into the scam that is Veteran Affairs, we could do that. But I would like Alan to weigh in on these SCOTUS reversals. Alan, are you familiar with the question?
Are we talking about the Voting Rights Act decision?
No, we're not talking about any specific reversal. It is a matter of fact that there have been more than 250 reversals of Supreme Court rulings. That is direct reversals. We're not talking about rulings that were seemingly on a similar issue but address different elements of the legal question. We're talking about specific reversals. And what is the proper response when the law, which cannot simultaneously endorse and prohibit a behavior, is interpreted to do both?
Well, people make mistakes, including those, with very high intelligence, we assume. I know you wouldn't probably agree with that, but, generally speaking, people
do make,
they make
okay,
mistakes.
now here's the issue. if these mistakes, if these are in fact mistakes, who is responsible for recognizing them and rectifying them?
Well, aren't we all? And
I agree that we are. And what is the manner in which we rectify them?
well, that's a good question. The first rule is without violence.
That's not true. That's not true at all. In fact, you call yourself an American and the replays are on, so that statement was recorded for posterity. Not that many people may listen, but I hope that they will, Alan, and wherever you are, that you will reconsider that ignorant expression, that just not just ignorant but malicious, because you do know better. You do know that, as a matter of fact, the Second Amendment of the Constitution of the United States of America was specifically included in the Bill of Rights to entice the ratification and acceptance by the several states, which recognized that it was only the ability to physiologically resist the impositions of a tyrannical government that could guarantee the safety and liberty of a people.
And that is very well put. I don't know that I necessarily agree with the way you framed that well put framing. However, we can still hold an ideal and understand that we don't always live up to it. And hasn't it been the not trust, but the direction of humans to go from the violent resolution of our differences to a non-violent one? Isn't that the reason?
No. As a matter of fact, Alan, recorded history has made it clear that it is by ever increasingly violent and destructive means we come to resolve our differences. And it is not, in fact, through adherence to the law and the processes thereby that we avoid violence.
Well, you know what? Look, I don't disagree with you completely. I mean, certainly, who was it, Andrew Wilson, or I get that guy? He makes the valid point. All rights and laws are enforced through violence or the threat of violence, and have been created by men, period. I mean, and the greatest example is women complaining about, the way women are treated in Middle Eastern countries. And when they do that, you say, good, you go over there and fight them so that women have more rights. And women
Let's not distract
yeah, I know,
from the
but
question, which is, what are we to make of the SCOTUS reversals? Now, you point out that the SCOTUS reversals are evidence of a mistake. It isn't necessary to go to each and every reversal to determine whether or not we would interpret it differently. The fact of the matter is that the Supreme Court itself, as a lawfully constructed entity, has reversed itself without a change in the law. You say, well, this is due to a mistake. You were asked, well, then how should the mistake be rectified? Because regardless of your reiteration that people are fallible, it does not preclude the necessity of rectifying the mistakes when they are recognized as mistakes, and establishing a process, an explicit process for the remediation and rectification of those mistakes. This is how all proper endeavors proceed. They utilize the capacity to explicate, to document, to allow for the increasingly productive and beneficial endeavors. So we recognize
Island boy. Let me answer that. And the word I was looking for was perspicacious, if I'm remembering that. You're very, very eloquent in the way you say things, Diogenes. I appreciate that. I think, first of all, the fact that a system by which laws in this country can be examined and can be reversed speaks to
you've already made an error, a critical error. There is no lawful way to reverse. In fact, stare decisis is almost de facto law So there is no capability to reverse. In fact, the only capability.
Wait a second. Wait. You lost me because you're saying they've reversed themselves 200 or so times, and yet now you're saying there's no lawful way to reverse or.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. They have reversed themselves, but it is clearly unlawful. You have agreed that it is unlawful by claiming that it is a mistake. Well, the mistake is that they have taken an unlawful action.
No, that's not what I'm claiming.
If it's not a mistake,
what I'm claiming is that we, in this country anyways, we have a system that recognizes that people do make mistakes, even the Supreme Court, even presidents, even Congress, and that it at least gives a way by which those mistakes in law, not in consequences, but in law, can be changed. Now, one might, I would go one step further to say that one might say, well, these are mistakes. And we're having this discussion in which you're characterizing them as mistakes. But they may have been, okay, because I accepted that definition, and that's fine. I don't want to get into a leftist back and forth over what a word means. But to say that those Supreme Court decisions may have been appropriate at the time. And now that
hold on, Alan. You're only getting yourself into deep water. Now, as the record will clearly show for those interested in it, you are not capable of being intellectually consistent. You do not want to accept the only appropriate remedy for rectifying these mistakes, which was clearly laid out by those who founded the Constitution, which is the supreme law of the land.
And they said the appropriate way.
It is when a train of abuses and usurpations invariably evincing the same design to reduce the people under absolute despotism, it is their responsibility to overthrow that government and to enact for themselves what forms of government they might think best to protect themselves, their liberty, and their prosperity, etc.
Okay. Do you feel that these Supreme Court reversals are an egregious act on the part of the government that require the overthrow? It's being overthrown?
Yes, as a matter of fact, if we believe in the rule of law, then when there is no rectification of unlawful acts, there could be no other reasonable course for men to take. Free men, that is, cowards and slaves notwithstanding. As a matter of fact, the law, as it is constructed, does not come with time limits. It does not provide a caveat which says your responsibility is to properly, thoroughly interpret the law unless times change and you decide that it needs to be interpreted in a different way. Now, the intelligent, wise, forward-thinking founders of the Constitution included appropriate and necessary steps to ensure that the Supreme Court would never find itself in a position where it was necessary to reverse itself. All that would have to be done is for the people to agree that the law needed to be changed in accordance with the times. But that hasn't happened. And so the Supreme Court refuses to accept its limitations and seizes power granted solely, non-delegably, to the legislative branch in Article 1 of the Constitution to make laws.
Well, know, again, that as I'm thinking about this, that brings me to 2 points. Number one, which is people are motivated by what affects them. I think that we can see that. Some people are motivated by injustices they see happening to others, but people's main impetus is usually what happens to them. And I think people aren't viewing those reversals as something terrible that happens to them. Therefore, they may not be motivated the way you are. And
you're bringing up something that is wholly tangential, if not an absolute non sequitur. This is not the time or the place for a discussion on what might incentivize ignorance or what might incentivize compliance with illegitimate authority or illegitimate governance or illegitimate rulings.
Yeah, but well,
Pussy
you
and
could be right on that.
It's not that I could be right. I am right. It's my room. I chose the title. I'm setting the tone of the discussion and the substance that I will accept.
I don't think it's tangential because we can all have ideals by which, and this is obvious the debate that I see going back and forth between the left and the right is that we can have these ideals, but then there's also the real world. I mean, and that in the recognition of individuals' motivations or even the motivation.
It is tangential because we are not discussing motivations. We are solely discussing the only logical conclusion, or what are the possible logical conclusions or rational conclusions of the legitimacy of the government when the SCOTUS reverses itself. This is not the time. This is not the time or the place because.
I understand you don't want to talk about that. That's fine. That's fine. This is your discussion. I have no problem with adhering to that. My second point was that even from the beginning of this country, the founders understood the potential of misuse or the power that the Supreme Court was given and the power of Congress or the president to sway the direction of the court based on the appointments of who was appointed to the Supreme Court. I mean, this whole, the whole debate going back and forth in our government now over who was appointed, was it fair, were they impartial, those arguments were heard at the beginning of this country. So this is nothing new.
They prescribed a course of action to address the overstep. It was very clear. It was discussed that it was only a matter of time before Newton's second law of thermodynamics, entropy itself, set upon the order that they had established from the chaos, and it would be time to refresh the tree of liberty with the blood of tyrants and of patriots. This is not. I mean, you're acting like they didn't understand that there would be a necessary conflict. That no matter how well balanced the machine, even the greatest watchmaker could not construct a perpetual motion machine. Newton's cradle will not perpetually tick. They understood it is only a matter of time. And so we will prepare and we will educate and ensure that it is recognized by the public what is the necessary and appropriate remedy for a government of tyranny. You just don't have the balls to say the truth. You admitted it. You said, well, I don't want to say violence. I don't want to admit violence. I don't want to accept that violent resistance to tyranny is acceptable. Not only acceptable, but the necessary and appropriate response of free men.
Well, again, I have to come back to, you feel that, or you've provided evidence that these reversals are evidence of tyranny, and you could be right. But in the practical world, you have to get people to get off their sofas and go out and pick up arms and risk killing themselves. That's political. We now.
It's the same situation in Iran.
To the real world where you have to convince me to give up everything, and by everything, that includes life, liberty, and the pursuit of
Alan.
Alan. You are quite confused, because as a matter of fact, if what I have said is true, then you do not have liberty. If what I have said is true, you have the illusion of liberty as a domesticated animal who does not understand the boundaries of its captivity. If what I say is true, it is not necessary for me to convince cowards. It's not appropriate for me to waste time. It is not appropriate for me to waste my time speaking to people who would not risk everything for liberty.
Define what freedom is, and define what.
Alan, it's a concept. Alan, in these Iranian rooms, when you listen to the Iranians complaining, they say, oh, the Iranian government is stealing all of our money. And when we take the government, we want to take the money back that they have stolen from us. And I'm laughing because I'm thinking, God, don't they know about what we're complaining? It's the same fucking thing over here. And so when you ask an Iranian, hey, if we were to give you 50,000 rifles, millions of it, would you fight to the... Some of them say, yes, I will fight to the death.
No, Alistair, as a matter of fact, if you ask the diaspora Iranians, who are the only ones saying, well, we want to take our... They're very oppressive, and they will not let us have our money, and they're making us, they're doing terrible things to it. They killed 42,000 people. Those people would never fight. Those people are like Alan. Those people just want to have a pet cause that they can stroke, to experience a sense of intellectual superiority, to experience a simulation, a simulacrum of the simulation, some reference to real political expression, which will never find itself manifested in reality. As a matter of fact, they will not. The diaspora Iranians expressing this opinion will not. It's the same exact character as the people who claimed when the Ukrainian war popped off that they stood with Ukraine. And I have the same answer for the Iranians I had for the Ukrainians. If you believe that what is happening is so wrong that it must be resisted violently, then you must go and resist it. I do not fucking care about what you think is best for Ukraine if you will not put your money where your mouth is. My home is in the United States of America. My home is in Georgia. My home is here with my fathers and my brothers and my sisters and our mothers. And it is not with Ukraine that I stand, nor will I claim to falsely stand for something when I'm sitting the fuck down, refusing to even lend $1. And I asked several Ukrainians, I said very clearly, I will pay for your plane ticket to Ukraine. You feel so strongly? I've said this to Ukrainians, to their face, who have had bumper stickers on their cars at the park, claiming that they stand with Ukraine. How is it that you're here in Georgia if you're standing with Ukraine? You virtue signaling, deceitful cunt.
Well, there are some people.
You want to stand with Ukraine? I will buy your plane ticket. I have a credit card. I have a credit card right here for any Iranian. Who claims that they want to oppose their government with violence.
I leave comments all the time on what's his name, Zelensky, on his comments and stuff. People like my stuff because I say if there were fair and open elections, you'd be gone. And instead, he's pitching the latest in drone technology and Hummer technology. He's basically an arms salesman now, and it's fucking remarkable.
It is remarkable. But let's not lose sight of the truth here. The truth is that these diaspora people are the same as Alan, and their unwillingness to actually exercise their agency in pursuit of what they claim is the highest moral, lawful good. And they denounce those people who claim it. And so, when I speak to the Iranians, as I spoke to the Ukrainians, and as I speak to Americans, if you will not participate violently in defense of what is good and right and lawful, you are irrelevant. You mean nothing.
Well,
Diogenes, as Brad Pitt said in Troy, this is why no one will remember your name.
You just cut up.
Yeah, but Diogenes, nobody's going to remember you, though.
Yeah.
That's wrong, Alistair. My children will remember me. My children will remember me.
Yeah. Well. First of all,
how many children do you have, Alan? How many children do you have?
At least 40, because I just have to spread my seed everywhere. Look.
So is that zero? Is that 40 multiplied by zero?
Yeah. Look, I will. Have to mull on knowing that you view me as a coward. This is something that has deeply affected me, and somehow I have to come to grips with this severe.
No, but Alan, now you're lying, Alan. Don't be so petty.
No, let me
as a matter of fact, Alan. Alan, as a matter of fact, you don't. You're going to do what you've always done.
Yeah, let me
just to refuse to accept the rational and logical conclusion that follows from your stated beliefs, which is that you are in fact a coward. Not only are you a coward, but you have no principle that you will defend.
You made your point. You don't need to remake it. You've made it very clearly. Okay. Now forgive my sarcastic tone. That's number one. Number two, I give your opinion, and then now I'm going to compliment you. I give your opinion more weight than most people, knowing that you have served, so you have in fact made the decision that most other people don't make. That's number one. Number two, the fact that you have opposed and crushed Brad on this app also gains you much more credibility for that point, because he is absolutely psycho. And watching you take him down gave me great pleasure. Now you lose points when you call me a pervert, because the only person who has called me that has been Brad. So you're using his talking points to make a point against me, and I'm sorry.
Brad does not possess the monopoly on any words other than I'm going to slit your throat, shit down your neck.
Yeah. Well, so to say that he's the only one that has called me that, so I can't help feeling that you've played off of his stupidity.
In no way, Alan, do I mean to call you the kind of pervert that Brad has called you. When I talk about the perversions that you endorse and support, it is not.
It's not sexual.
You can call me a pervert, Alan. I have perversions. When we stray from nature, we stray from the truth, we stray from the law, we stray from God. We have all engaged in perversion. Don't take it personally.
All right. Then now that you've clarified that, then yes, that's fine. You gain that point back. But I mean, but seriously, and for you to make the claims that you've made, yeah, like I said, I give it more weight. Absolutely. But again, I've made my counterclaims. You don't like them, or you don't agree, or you think they're not logical. That's fine. It's not going to the fact that you may view me as a coward over this is not. You could be right. You may absolutely be right, but that's okay. I don't think in this particular instance it needs to come to the point of violence. And to your other point, I did want to say that your point about every once in a while the freedom must, what was it? The quote from the father.
The quote is from, I believe, Thomas Jefferson, when he said, "The tree of liberty must from time to time be refreshed with the blood of tyrants." And
and I don't think that is a unrealistic quote. I mean, certainly we had that in the Civil War, and certainly you can look at a film. Well, both the book and the film, The Godfather, and where the scene where he's practicing how to use the gun so he can assassinate the police chief and what's his face, the other mafia guy. And I think it's Clemenza says, every 10 years or so we have these wars, and to clean out all the bad blood that happens between the families. And I think what Jefferson might be speaking to is the fact that, every once in a while, people just we're humans. We want to beat up on each other, and we got to do it. And I wouldn't disagree with that either. So, that's where I'm at with what you've said.
I like the metaphor, or I like the quote from The Godfather, where he's pointing out that, there is this entropic process, which, necessarily results in irreconcilable differences and recourse to the only real settlement layer, the final settlement layer, violence and the taking of one's life, that it has to come to that any and all conflicts will have to finally be resolved in that way. And it would be a shame for any man to refuse to participate and to become a slave thereby.
Yeah. Have you read any Gurdjieff?
No, I have not.
Okay, look it up. Gurdjieff he was half Greek, half Armenian, and he was a philosopher at the around 1900. There are a number of books written by him and about him, and one of them is called "In Search of the Miraculous." It's written by one of his students. I don't remember the name, etc., etc. But in it, he was writing. It was around the 1920s, and the way he described what you're describing and what Jefferson said is that I'm trying to remember exactly, but it's essentially there's this element of madness grips the world, and these kinds of conflicts just happen, and it's essentially the same thing. They have to, or we as humanity have to work our way through these to the point where everyone is now bloody and bruised, and it's like, another example is two guys like punching themselves out. Like you'll hear boxing gyms will say they always get these guys. They're like good friends, and now they're pissed off at each other, and they go and they say, "We want to fight this out," and they fight it out. And of course, because they're not trained, they only last like about a minute and a half. But by the end of it, they're both punched out. They're both exhausted. And all of that animosity and anger and all of that gets out of their system. And maybe all of these things put together, it's part of the human condition. And that, you know, you may be right.
Well, you're alluding to something, though. You're using a very finite, a very acute observation that I think is factually true, which is that even the best of friends will come upon differences that will lead to blows. We observe this in nature all of the time, that there is a healthy and necessary competition to ensure that our hierarchies are established on merit and strength and the things that necessarily establish their legitimacy as hierarchies. But then you're extrapolating that in that simplistic fashion to the thrust of global affairs and global conflicts, you know, to examine something. I disagree that there is a frenzy that takes over mankind. What we know is a much more real, what I posit is a much more practical and understandable, more reasonable explanation is that a group of individuals will necessarily adapt to an environment. They will act cooperatively to enrich themselves, and that there will necessarily be individuals who seek to exploit. And when the exploiters gain power, then it becomes necessary to combat them.
Diogenes, we get it.
That clarifies it.
Let me ask you a question, Diogenes. Do you believe that life is random chance?
No.
Life?
I'm talking about existence, reality, consciousness. Because it's said that, you know, the whole universe is dictated by random chance. And so what that's saying is your existence is one in an infinity. And therefore life is joy. And so even though I think, you know, we have strayed so far from natural governance and natural society, life is still joy. I'm not displeased. I'm just, you know, rather, you know, disappointed that so many people fail to see that they are hypocrites and they are spreaders of misinformation and propaganda and are essentially grifters and parasites. Hello?
Hello. Well, that's a good perspective to put on it, Alistair, to recognize that it does happen, it will happen, it's happening, it's going to happen again. And life is not random. We have a life. We should see the joy and the beauty in all things, recognize, appreciate them, and I should certainly take that advice to heart and allow it to influence me.
It's not necessarily advice. It's not necessarily. It's more of what I would call an accurate diagnosis or analysis, and I think that this has been happening forever, because Plato's Republic, you know, Marcus Aurelius says, oh, you couldn't achieve Plato's Republic? Oh, too bad. Are you going to complain about it for the rest of your life? That's what Marcus Aurelius says.
No, yes, and Alan is saying the same thing. Well, Alan is, I think, expressing the similar idea, in that there are these best friends who have to fight it out. I was in the Marine Corps, and in the Marine Corps, there are differences which no amount of talking to will resolve, and you the tree line. You say, hey, look, just go fight it out. Go beat the shit out of each other. And when it's over, we'll know who's who.
Yeah, that's the Muslim way of doing business. You're a Muslim then. You're an Islamic person. You're Muslim. Yes, it is.
Dueling is not Islamic. Personal combat, recourse to violent confrontation is not a solely Islamic
It is.
idea.
Have you read the Charter of Medina? You've never read the Charter of Muhammad.
All living organisms have been participating in interspecial conflict in order to enhance their capabilities.
So wait,
to establish the hierarchies.
You are a Marxist, correct?
No.
You're not.
Well, guys, I'm going to go. Speaking of Supreme Court reversals, I'm going to go rub the last two in some people's faces after I leave, because that is what will give me joy in this life.
Gerrymandering for thee, but not for me.
Yeah, but having said that, look, I think our current system I mean, you have to remember that even 100 or 200 years ago, life was very difficult for humans. And
No, Alan.
No.
As a matter of fact,
yeah,
you have not listened to what I just said.
No. Let me get to where I'm going, and then you can tell me I'm wrong.
Try to get where you're going without starting on a false note.
How is it a false note that life was difficult for humans? I mean,
because life is always difficult for humans. This is the story of Genesis.
No. Oh yeah, but it's much easier now.
Alan, things are worse. 100 years ago, Alan, things were better. 1900, things were much better.
Alan, you cannot conclude without debate, extensive and exhaustive research that we can confidently conclude that life is better now. That the arrogance, the hubris, the ignorance, it's just a contemptible position to take. It is a false note to strike.
Well, okay, all right, wait a sec. Diogenes, wait. What phrase did I use? That I said, what? All right. Let me. I see what your objection is. Let me rephrase it. Survival was a lot for humans.
No,
was a lot.
Also false. Also false.
It isn't. No.
Yes, it is.
No.
Yes.
And Alan, you're making bullshit points, Alan. You're not even bringing up ethics.
Mortality rates.
Alan.
Child mortality rates.
Oh.
This is preposterous. It is preposterous to take a population. And now you lived through COVID, Alan. And as a matter of fact, you got a front row seat to the complete indifference to truth that statistics engaged in. Those people who are in fact still controlling the generation, the promulgation of these statistics that show these things.
Yeah, look.
Their falsity. They just absolutely lied to you. They absolutely lied to the public without any accountability of any kind. They have still not been punished, and they will not be punished for lying on a global scale. And you expect me to believe that those same people have reliably and honestly, factually, exhaustively proven that infant mortality, average lifespan, that those things before we had the technological innovations that we have now that have allowed bean counters, finance, insurance, and real estate to claim dominion over the entire world.
All right, Diogenes, again, I see your objection. What I'm saying has nothing to do with
that. Stop with those.
No, wait. I'm going to make one more attempt if this other clarification doesn't resolve it for you, then my attempt to make one final punch and then run away will have failed. Okay.
If you phrase it as a punch, then I'm going to try and get defensive. Let's not frame it that way.
All right, I'm joking. Okay, you have only to look at never mind the CDC or what people have done in the last 10 years. You can look at the literature of the time. You can look at archaeological evidence. There's so many things you can look to as evidence of what I'm saying that have nothing to do with the CDC. My argument is not an endorsement of vaccines or government's ability to read statistics or anything like that. I'm talking about, go back 500 years.
You don't understand, Alan. You don't understand, Alan. As a matter of fact,
fine. Then
the medical industrial complex.
Yes, I'm not talking about that.
You are. The medical industrial complex assured me that the birth of my children outside of a medical institution was impossible, that it was not practical, that it was not healthy, and that there were a large number of therapeutical interventions that would be necessary from the inception of a child to the birth of the child into the first 10 years of the child's life and beyond. And in 0 cases was that accurate. I had every single one of my children at home with no medical interventions, and they are in the top 1%.
All right. Well, let me make
this idea.
Look, then let me make the argument without using that as a starting premise. Humans who preceded us made choices, and we are living with those choices. Some humans said, I don't know, 100 years ago, gee, it would be a good idea if we
Alan, we don't live in a time machine. We live in the NOW, which is a compression of the past and the future.
I understand that. But we are still living with those decisions that
Alan, milk pasteurization has done nothing to improve the human condition. That's a matter of fact. I drink raw milk. I have my babies at home. I have no therapeutic interventions of any kind.
And let me just say,
I have no allergies. I have had zero therapeutic interventions in my life. None of my brothers or sisters have had therapeutic interventions in their life. They were born at home, unassisted, unvaccinated, uninjected with any of the prophylactic measures advocated. They are wholly functioning. They have reproduced. They drink raw milk. They eat raw food. I eat raw meat and I eat raw eggs. I experience none of the so-called benefits that you allude to when 100 years ago, someone decided, more than 100 years ago, someone decided that pasteurization of milk was a good decision that benefited mankind. You live in ignorance, Alan.
Okay, well, Diogenes, I don't want to argue this point because it was like leading to something else, and we're never going to get there. Let me just leave by saying I agree with you as far as what the medical community says about, what is or is not needed, and the hyperbole by which they present it as, oh, you better do this, otherwise, etc. You're gonna, this will happen and that will happen. I agree with you on that point. And as a father, I was very much aware of what was and was not being done. And I made my choices. They turned out to be fine.
Wait, Alan, what was not being done? You're using a negative. What was not being done, Alan? Hello? Oh, you want to get the last word in so you can leave.
He's right, Alan. He's right. I wrestled with this, and I have to agree with Alistair. You to say what was not being done, that absolutely has to be answered. What do you mean? What's not being done?
He wants to get the last word in so Alan can feel good about himself. Fushta! Let me get that last word in before I leave. I gotta feel good about myself and my bad decisions.
We are both blessed with children, and that's all I want to say.
Okay.
We are truly blessed to have them.
Yes.
And
yes,
I hope you agree with that.
I do.
No, that's not what makes you blessed.
What's more, we should not squander this blessing by valuing our comfort to the extent that we create a condition of slavery and the reduction and the freedom and well-being and the potential to enjoy the shade of trees we refuse to plant because we're cowards.
And that is a great comeback and response to what I just said. I give you.
You didn't say anything, Alan. You just said you're lucky to have children, and you said that makes you blessed.
Kick you out of the room so that you don't have to keep trying to find an exit. You've been great fun. I think you're wonderful to talk to. I'm glad that you didn't start making it about something sexual. So that's a credit to you. And how do I kick someone from the room? How do I get them out of here? Shut up! Don't talk, Alan. No, I want to kick you. How do I kick him?
See, Alan.
There we go.
Alan is basically what happens on this app all the time. And, you participated in the vicious circle of the communication flow, but Alan had to get his dopamine satisfaction by saying nothing. He said nothing controversial. He is simply a fully vaxxed sheep. And, he said nothing. I mean, it's ridiculous, but...
He wanted to have the last word. And more importantly, though, it would really have been great. I would have let him stay if I thought he had the capability or interest in answering. What didn't they do, Alan? What didn't do? What didn't the medical complex do? What didn't they do?
What's up, guys? Isaac, what up?
Isaac. Real quick before I have to go, Isaac, I want to get your take on the SCOTUS reversals.
What's that?
Well, it's not about anything modern. I'm not concerned with, the recent Supreme Court decisions and their impact on the Voting Rights Act. I'm much more concerned with the broader general question of the SCOTUS's legitimacy at all when it reverses itself.
Remind me if my brain is not doing it.
Supreme. It's an abbreviation for Supreme Court
United States.
Every time. Every time.
In most cases, I think they have done what they were supposed to. In most cases, but of recent times, definitely not.
Right. Well, so the real question is, when you have a system of law that sets out an arbiter, and that arbiter cannot reliably interpret the law, in fact, it directly contradicts itself in any capacity, you would recognize that as a failure, a flaw that needs to be rectified. If this was a machine, if this was a business endeavor, you would say that is a flaw, that has to be rectified. Either the Supreme Court is wrong or the law is wrong. It cannot be, they cannot both be right, and the Supreme Court can't be right and wrong and be legitimate at the same time.
No, if it is wrong, and correct me, but remembering civics classes, if it is wrong, it then needs to go read some sort of list of codes or something, right? Something like that?
No. If it is wrong, there's only one remedy. There's only one remedy to the arbiter completely abandoning the law. It is fair to say that the arbiter determines that this is what the law says, and it must be consistently maintained, and that a generation inherits the previous generation's rulings, and without a change in the established law or interpretation of the law, is to completely abandon legitimacy.
Yes, that would be correct.
There is only one remedy for that abandonment of legitimacy. You have a judiciary that is illegitimate, making illegitimate rulings, and that is to entirely ignore them and to recognize in that ignorance you will be violently dealt with and to prepare to resist violently.
I mean, that is
you refuse to comply with the illegitimate court's rulings, and you will find guns pointed at you. They will send armed people to imprison you on the authority of an illegitimate government. There is only one remedy. There could only be one remedy.
Resistance?
Violent resistance.
Well, yeah, obviously, but you know how these things go. It has to build to that point. You can't just grab your what do they have during medieval times? Yeah, you can't just grab your dad's rusty pickaxe. I mean, they did sometimes, but it was in desperate measures. It's funding. The revolution is not
right. You're pointing out the truth, which is that proceeding
takes time. It takes time. Yeah.
Right, and we have to be willing to recognize and state clearly that the SCOTUS is illegitimate. We have to be able to reach that conclusion from logic and objective reasoning, not from subjective. Obviously the majority of the public lives in a subjective reality, refuses to engage rationally or logically, and says, well, when the Supreme Court says what I like, it's legitimate. When the Supreme Court says what I don't like, it's illegitimate. Fuck the law. What do I want? And those people are useless eaters.
It's been happening. happening for so long.
I mean, it has been happening since 1861, at least. I mean, the Supreme Court takes the Supreme Court doesn't reverse itself until after 1861. Go look at the rulings of the Supreme Court. They have accepted previous rulings. They understand that that's the interpretation of the law. It's coherent. It's consistent. It is not self-contradicting. And then the Supreme Court, under the threat of violence, starts to reverse itself.
It's not that you're wrong. It's just it's been so long, man.
Listen, we have no billionaires. We've got no billionaires that tell the truth because they would be hypocrites. For example, Elon Musk is the biggest hypocrite. He promotes, outer space travel and living and it's all a lie. It's a total scam. And if America had any balls, we would actually just take care of our needs, which we don't. Our entire country was an experiment set up by the Europeans, and now we've essentially become an international clearing house.
That's not true. That's not true. This is not fair to say. I mean, look, you can argue that my facts are wrong historically, but if we agree on some of the broad facts, which I think we do, it is not fair to say that it was set up by Europeans. The revolution happened in the United States because the first generation. The first generation that was born in the colonies realized that they had the power and the means to create for themselves a government, and they no longer needed to be bound to a government that was hundreds of miles away over an ocean.
No, I agree with all that, but what I'm just
it was their having been born and established in that country that allowed them to conceptualize independence.
Well, what's interesting now,
the Europeans who came over from Europe, who were not born in the United States, did not conceptualize themselves or care to conceptualize themselves as wholly independent from the umbilical cord of the crown.
yeah, I'm just merely pointing out now, banks, because of the interest at over $1 trillion and it's only growing, they have fully automated a collection of our opportunity costs. And, if we wanted a revolution in this, see, Black Lives Matter and all these stupid front groups, they're protesting the wrong organization. It really is the banking industrial complex that allows all of this largesse and parasitism to take place. Because if we actually had sound currency money.
Black Lives Matter was not protesting anything.
No, it's a scam. I'm just saying that if they wanted to make their scam more legitimate, they would have been at the front steps of every Federal Reserve facility in the United States.
Their scam accomplished, first of all, the Black Lives Matter scam accomplished everything it was supposed to accomplish, which is to convince the public that their enemies are people that have different ethnic origins. That was tremendously effective.
That's true.
Kind of explain that. Black Lives Matter was just the American government, which you can find this yourself, making sure racism is still alive in America.
Right.
That's what that was. That's the entire thing. Because before BLM and before Obama, if you remember the early 2000s, people were making racist jokes, but no one cared. It was like,
that's right.
Yeah, we're good. And actually, a lot of the so-called radical and disparaging to minority advertisement back then, you want to know who made them? Black producers. The most racist, egregious advertising and everything in the early 2000s was from Black producers and people who made that advertising. So obviously, if they were doing that, it was not really problematic.
Yeah, for the record, right? You stated the fact plainly and succinctly. Black Lives Matter was wholly government-funded insurance stoking racial division to ensure it obscured the problem.
Exactly.
Again, that's right. I mean, They literally.
They do this every like 80 years. Every goddamn 80 years since colonial America. It's like
Look how effective it is with this segment of the population that thinks all of their problems are because of Jews. It's the Jews. It's the Jews.
Well, yeah, that was the goddamn Jews because BLM failed in every regard because racial integration worked.
BLM succeeded. BLM largely succeeded. You can go on many different rooms in Clubhouse, and that's obviously a subset of the population.
Well, remember, if you've seen the people that were ahead, they wanted to stoke racial tensions from white people. Remember, that was the reason BLM.
Well, I just want to be clear. If you go to Atlanta, and I live in Atlanta, you will see how successful BLM was. These people were emboldened, directly financially empowered, and are fully committed to this idea that has no basis in reality that people, because of their African ancestry, are being mistreated in this country. That they're being oppressed. Okay, that's a fact, and it's not just in Atlanta. I'm sure it's in most major blue cities, but it's a fact. It wasn't successful. When you say it failed, I think what you're meaning to say is that it is not sufficient. It succeeded.
Part of their plan failed because remember, the whole thing was to stoke extreme racial tension on both sides. They wanted black people to think that it's back during the old segregation days. They succeeded in that, but they also wanted the other side of regular white Americans to think, oh, black people are tearing apart our society for no reason, which did not work because everyone easily saw, wait a minute, one, it's mostly a bunch of white liberals that are doing this shit. And then two, the people that are black that are perpetrating in these activities are just the regular criminals that do it anyway. That was the problem.
Well, we know that the truth is not going to be found in pointing to people based on their ethnicity or their religion. It's going to be found in what Alistair is referencing. That is the complete disconnection of value from its representation in money and your dependence on that perverse value system.
That's honestly where it has to be coming from. All of our ethical downfall comes from our fake currency supply, which is not tied to natural resources. It supersedes and creates all this moral hazard and ethical liability. That's where it's all coming from. It funds the scams and funds the fraud.
Did you intentionally mute?
Yeah, I muted. Did you hear what I said?
So I always want to be clear when that point is made that the answer to an illegitimate value expression system, currency that is corrupt and perverted, is not found in some kind of reestablishment of a bimetallic standard or some kind of cryptocurrency. Nothing ever alleviates the responsibility of the people to violently resist the impositions in whatever manifestation they come. And there will always be attempts to manifest the exploitation and value perversion through the monetary system as through any other tool.
Wait, why do you think a bimetallic...
Because...
Why do you think a bimetallic morality can be superseded? I mean, if we actually have to go into the earth to extract our currency, it creates a huge chain of succession.
Listen to this. I have studied this extensively. I used to be a big proponent, an enthusiastic proponent of the rectification of political grievances and illegitimate governance through a return to a value expression system that has a basis in a scarcity mechanic. But guess what? Previous civilizations have already gone through this and recognized that when you have a gold standard or a silver standard, those people who hold all of the gold and the silver rule the world. And thus will it remain. There is not a silver bullet that he will shoot that will kill the evil in the hearts of all men simultaneously and return us to the Garden of Eden. It will be a struggle. No matter how you manifest your value expression for the purpose of exchange, the bottom line is that the most productive thing is the real goods and services that we depend on to survive. And a healthy society recognizes this and does not subsidize farmers to destroy crops, does not create fraudulent arguments to denature fuel and to destroy agricultural land, to allow for speculation in shelter. It doesn't do it.
Exactly.
It won't do it. It will specifically utilize the government to prevent it. And it doesn't matter if the money is denominated or backed by gold, by crypto, or by fucking sticks of wood. There will always be those who seek not to engage in productive contributions to the society, but to simply seize control of the expression and the exchange of productive goods and services for others by controlling the media.
And to your point, this is why I say I am a techno-fascist. Because here's an interesting thing, and a lot of people would know this. The hacker community in America, a lot of people have misconceptions about it. They think, oh, just because someone has a computer and a tool and steals your money, they're a hacker. No, that's just a thief. A thief is a thief, no matter the tool they use. Hackers, or the hacker community in America, is a monarchical system. A lot of people learn that, but they don't understand why. They think we're a monarchical system because we're pretty much hatred of the government and everything democracy. That's some of the reasoning. The rest of the reasoning is because we have studied enough of history, we're not restricted from it, to see why monarchies worked. And they worked because the king did not rule the land because he was the king. The king ruled the land because he was the organizer of protection for the kingdom and nation. That is why. That is entirely it. He was the best person and organizer to say, this military and this amount of soldiers need to go here because these people are here. That is why he was king. It wasn't because of money.
And the king retained his crown insofar as he properly adjudicated his responsibility and did not exploit the public.
Exactly. And that is how the hacker community works. We do not have den masters in so-called like lore. We have a lot of fantasy titles, but these people are not in charge because they were the best ones that fought the CIA. I can tell you that in terms of fighting, they are some of the worst people to actually fight governments. They are in charge because, like the kings of old, they make sure we do not go off the tangent and cause too many issues like the medieval kingdoms of old. They are there for organizational defense against.
Well, they are the heads of a hierarchy that is based on competition and meritocracy. And there's nothing inherently wrong with that. And it's appropriate to point out, Isaac, that in the same way that you haven't found a silver bullet by identifying gold and silver as scarce resources that might do a better job than and they might not even be, but you've also properly identified that it is not the manner in which you choose to determine your leadership that will provide a silver bullet and an insurance against all future entropy. It is only through the constant efforts of the people, recognizing their duty, committing responsibly to their community, that we can have a perpetuation of good governance and real value expression and recognition that is commensurate with nature.
Yes, that's how it goes. That is how it's supposed to go. That is why am regrettably agreeing with the den master that I had when he told me you will find nothing that you need out in their society. He was saying that because I was in this, a part of this monarchical underground cyber kingdom system of tech lords, technomancers, and literal cyber gods in some cases. That's an actual title. Because that's how it was ran. It wasn't we're exchanging money and goods and services, we have an economy. No. It was a monarchical system with different areas of the internet in kingdoms. That's how it is ran. It is not this whole thing of, you're trying to, fight the government because of break. Yes. It was none of that. It's because we figured out how to effectively be human beings and run an effective system to fight an external enemy that we all have, regardless of race, culture, religion, ideology, income level, sometimes intellect. That is why it's done that way. Like you said,
here's another 810.
Hold on, Bree.
You don't need to interrupt him.
Yeah, it is like you said, Diogenes. It's because the meritocratic system and proving of competitiveness that men actually have shows this is the best guy for this particular activity, so we're going to follow him. It is not because he is the strongest. It is not because he is the brightest. It's because this is the guy who knows how to avoid these particular things and issues.
Right. We follow the man best suited for the path that we are on, and when we diverge, we diverge. And then the man who leads us, when he turns us to his own ends, becomes a tyrant, and we have to resist that. We cannot continue, and we have to recognize that. We have to be on guard against that. We have to recognize that it is going to happen. We're not all going.
Yeah, but what is the rubric for tyranny?
Bree, first of all, I understand that, Bree, and you know what, Bree, I'm happy to have you here and to give you an opportunity to speak. And the title of the room is SCOTUS Reversals. I don't know if as Alistair likes to point out, you're just here to get a dopamine high. You just want to, feel like you got some insight.
I don't care what John's got to say about anything in my life other than if he wants to be sincere.
He is often sincere, and he's often searching for sincerity.
He's also, very
eclectic, eccentric,
sarcastic.
Yeah.
No, but I've always appreciated your points of view because you've always been poignant and like you knew what you were talking about when I was talking about shit when I was downrange. You were always double checking me on my shit, because you but you knew.
Talk about SCOTUS reversals. We want to talk about SCOTUS reversals.
Well, what about the one from 2013 when Obama and Biden made it where the news is allowed to lie to you? I mean, what's that act the one?
You are referencing an actual act that was passed that essentially said that federal money and federal agencies can employ deception on domestically, that they can look, that's not the most important question. The most important question is what does it mean when the SCOTUS reverses itself? What are the implications of the arbiter?
What do you mean by SCOTUS? Because commander of the United States,
Supreme Court of the United States.
Oh, Article 3. No, so we're in Article 3. I didn't know if we were Article 2 or Article 3.
Yeah, This is Article.
Article 3 is the judicial.
Yeah. That's correct. Yeah, that's Article 3.
Yeah. I just didn't know where we were talking about. I didn't know what you meant by SCOTUS.
You asked, and we've clarified, and it's not being counted against you. We all want clarification. You got it. Now, what does it mean in your mind? What do you think is the ramification
Well, I mean, like the reversal of like when they're like they did their gerrymandering thing the other day.
That's an example. No, I'm not so familiar with the actual opinions that were expressed.
It was 3 to 5.
Okay, but I didn't read the opinion, so I don't think it's going to be good for us to hyper focus on a single one. We know, as a matter of fact, I'm sorry. No. We don't need to worry about a specific example. We need to be in agreement that it has occurred, that the Supreme Court of the United States has taken the same law and then interpreted it one way.
Agreed.
And then subsequently completely reversed itself.
Why do you think I call the Supreme Court Mount Olympus? They're gods on thrones that cannot be knocked down.
Okay, so Bree, if you understand that
I do quite a bit.
Problem here, then you have to recognize
how do you fix it? How do you fix it?
Well, it's obvious how you fix it, with violence.
Without violence.
The founders are very
clear. I do violence very well, but I don't want to show you how violent I can be.
I don't even understand how you think that follows from the discussion we're having.
Well, you're talking about like the only way you're complaining about something that you say the only solution is violence.
What am I complaining about?
SCOTUS and the
I'm
reversal.
not complaining about SCOTUS. I'm asking you what the ramifications of a SCOTUS reversal are. And
the SCOTUS reversal of what?
Of anything. What does it mean?
Concept. What the hell?
Yes.
If you want me to boil it down to one word, I would say an interpretation.
I don't want you to boil it down to one word. I want you to
just an interpretation from a human being that voted their interpretation.
Right. Correct. And we're not supposed to be ruled by individuals. We're supposed to be ruled by something else called the law, right?
Yeah, but people interpret the law. Like, how many ways from Sunday has the Second Amendment been attacked?
Okay, so luckily, I think you're having some trouble getting behind.
No.
You're focusing. You're trying to focus on.
I have a gun. I don't have a problem being on your 6.
Okay, you have a gun. Great, but yeah, right. It's a non sequitur to point out that you have a gun. It's important to understand that
non sequitur.
Yes. So you have a law. We're supposed to be governed by the law. It is. Okay. All right, Bree. It's been fun, buddy, but you're gonna have to find somewhere else. You're being evicted. So if you can sit quietly and not interrupt, you can stay. But if you're going to start interrupting, because you're not getting the concept, you don't want to engage with the concept. I think you just want to talk, which is fine. But this is not a room for that.
But you're not parlaying and understanding
what he's trying to do.
Anyways.
Yeah, that was stupid. Okay, moving on.
I think he just wanted to be heard. But I'm about to wrap the room up anyways. Ayumi Kun, if you have anything you want to say, please come up. You're going to get like 10 seconds. If you don't come up, I'm just going to boom the room because I've got to go. Isaac, always a pleasure. Alistair, I appreciate you. Thanks for your insights. Faraz, thanks for hanging out in the audience. Replays are on, so if you wanted to review any of that, you'll have the opportunity to do it. And the final word is that the only logical conclusion to a Supreme Court, the supreme arbiter of the law, interpreting the law as prohibiting and protecting the same action is wholly illegitimate. The law cannot be both in favor and opposed to the same thing. The law must be changed before the interpretation can be changed if the law is legitimate. The only conclusion is that the Supreme Court of the United States is illegitimate. Take it for whatever you will, respond to it however you want, but the logical conclusion remains. Peace, guys.
Drive? Are you serious? That nigga made you pay for the date?
I'm gonna be honest,
I love that
well.
shit.
And am I the only one going to live in this stage that I'm an unqualified man to do very well out here?
Hi, it's
Is this a serious conversation or do I troll? What make you unqualified to?
Racism towards Harry, who's a white person.
As much as it pains me to disagree with my nemesis Pro was just simply factually correct. The British monarchy, like most monarchies, is
Did you wake up woke today, dude?
From the start.
But they say there's not hope for the flat earth.
And Simon is somehow struggling intellectually to get there. And I'm just trying to calibrate what level of intelligence struggles with this. And I was just guessing maybe, a quarter, maybe a quarter and a dime.
Crow, this is another reason I love your room, because, if you're going to get insulted, it's done properly. So that's cool.
Well, no one's ever insulted Benjamin of doing anything properly, but he's just putting a stronger tone on the exact same thing I'm saying, though. Like, what I'm asking is, how do people not perceive this as racism in the classic sense? Or do that?
But when you say this, explain what this is. So you're making a statement which is the royal family is a racist. Am I wrong, Mike?
The institution of royalty, especially when we look at it in the context of England, specifically we're talking about right now, is the exoneration and exemplification of racism.
Is that because there's no black people in the royal family?
It's because the Brits are literally the inventors of colonialism as it is in the modern times. You can't divorce the symbol of colonialism from the racism of colonialism.
We didn't invent it. We were just
as it is in the modern times. That is
part of it. That's not my argument.
Hey, somebody get their argument
of a racist tree.
Right.
Look, the project is blood royalty. How is that not racism?
It's the definition of racism.
Come on.
It's completely un-American.
Simon. You guys not have an orange for breakfast? Like, what's going on here?
Simon. Hang on a second. So, no, hang on. It's quite simple. So, actually, if Harry was the next in line after Charles, and he marries Meghan Markle, who's mixed race anyway, but let's say
we're not. Wait, no, I don't want you to continue because you're missing the point again. This is not what we're trying to say. It is not about Meghan Markle and her being black. It is the institution of a bloodline. They could be Chinese. It's not even the fact that they're white. That just adds to it. But that's not the part we're talking about. We're not talking about the fact that they are literally we're trying to say here with Romero that it's the colonialism invention, right? We're saying that before that, they say, well, you know, my father's 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 father was royalty, and my mother's 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 mother was royalty. We're going to continue that legacy and be at the right hand seated next to God, right? And by bloodline, we do decree that we are royalty and you are not. That's what we're talking about. We can talk about all the other stuff after. That's the part I'm asking you.
All right. Okay.
Simon, can you understand that we're talking to Americans, you know, and the whole, it's totally un-American idea, you know, in the older sense, you know, it's un-American, you know, to be into kings, you know, and on a by note, did people see the Trump posted a photograph of himself with King Charles, the caption, 2 kings.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's essentially on brand. There ever was on brand.
Okay, so it is racist then, under your definition of what it is as racism, the fact that we have an institution that is predetermined by bloodline, and that bloodline is white, then, but what, I'm struggling actually to see why, and this might be my lack of intelligence, fair enough, but see why.
Simon, I pointed out just a minute ago that you were struggling, right? I tried to put a number on the struggle you're having, but look, this is a caste system in which privilege is inheritable. It's the opposite of a meritocracy. You're not acquiring a position in society based on the value that you provide to society. You're acquiring a position in society exclusive to all others and a whole set of laws that apply to you in ways that they don't apply to other people. For example, I don't know if you knew this, royalty don't pay taxes. Everybody else, the schmucks, pay taxes. Royalty don't pay taxes. The schmucks have inheritance.
But taxes pay royalty. Let's just put a bow on it.
Let's just put a bow on it. That's right. So this whole notion of inheritable apartheid, right? A set of laws that applies to different people based on some condition of their birth. That's apartheid. Now that's what to be fair to my nemesis here, Pro also wants this, right? So good company here. They just wants it to be different. Now, I'm the person in the room who thinks that inheritable privilege is an anathema and we probably need to be working our way out of that project rather than into it. And Pro is like, whoa, it worked real good for 5,000 years. Let's do it on the other foot for another 5,000 years.
It's just we have to intersect on this bend. That's all it is.
But you could argue, that it's worked very well, very recently, when Charles spoke to the Congress, and also you talk about privilege, but it's also about duty. It's a role as well, is it not? So you're painting it in one particular way, which I don't think is accurate.
So let me just say,
we talk about taxation, like take a tax. I mean, for God's sake, right? We could pass a law. We have the power. It's not the king or the monarchy stopping us. We could pass a law saying, "Oi, Charlie boy, you've got to pay tax on your income." Now we don't do that. And I think one of the reasons we don't do that...
Well, it's even worse than that, because you guys are the battered wives of this scenario where you know what you should do, tax the fuck out of the royalty, but you're like, no, they've been good to us. No, they haven't.
We just do the same thing for our business owners and, elite class. but it's true. They weren't exclusively born into it by bloodline, but for the most part.
I don't think you do that very well, by the way.
No. We're saying we don't do it very well over here. I'm saying that.
Class. There is not a set of laws that
He's
apply.
not- he's not- he's not a
There's not a set of
business.
laws that apply to their children.
Somebody got to mute your thing there because we hear all the background off your Bluetooth or speakers or whatever it is.
Sorry. But it's not a business, though. You can't compare the royal family and the monarchy to a business.
Sure you can. Sure, and it's easy. I'll explain why. It's easy to explain why. A corporation in the United States is basically defined as a being, an eternal being that only ends when the corporation ends, right? Royalty is also an eternal being that only ends when the bloodline ends. You have these massive institutions that get privilege purely by the blood that runs through their veins, or in the form of corporations, the legal status that they've achieved through money and politics.
Well, you keep using the word privilege, right? But there's a trade-off with privilege, which is the duty. Yeah, the role that they have to fulfill as a monarch. And also you said it doesn't end when the bloodline ends.
Would this be an accurate sentence then? For the privilege to carry out one's duty as royalty?
Well,
sorry.
We have to define what their duty is.
Yeah, we're saying we're calling it is a privilege. And I'm again, your mic is killing me there, Simon. You just got to mute it when you're not talking. If mine's doing it, let me know.
Because duty implies that there is a thing that you must do, and the failure to do that thing would have the consequence of
you're no longer in your position.
Expiring your privilege. There is no such duty.
Did you take woke pills today, Benjamin? What is going on?
It's crazy. No, the duty is, Ramiro, to put a bow on this. The duty is to not be a pedophile, and then you can maintain and hold your position as long as possible, and don't rape, women and that kind of thing, right?
That didn't work out really good.
Well,
there was a problem with that, wasn't there? Yeah.
But it does help. Yeah. So
it does help.
Thank God King Charles, as far as we know, is not a pedophile.
Okay, so let's stop though. We're just trying to get to the point that there is no real duty. Wave and say hi and turn your hand like a model on a float, right? Or Miss America or something, right? That's the duty, and we understand that it's taxing, dealing with the public and all that stuff. But we're talking about a million people out of 1,000,001 would probably sign up for that tomorrow if the option was you'd be another one of the common.
No, don't say that.
Okay.
All right.
Okay,
so pro, right.
Nobody wants to be king. No one wants to be duchess, right? No one wants to be duke and duchess because it's
nobody wants to be.
Oh, then we should end it.
So Simon, are you saying?
And now you get why all the royalties' wives look like men.
Okay, that's weird. But so this is interesting, right? The assumption that I don't know where he went is that
I just muted Mike and I sent him to the audience by mistake.
So this is an interesting assumption that Simon is making. So if you live in one of those estates, right, and you're sort of barely getting by, you're saying that person would not want to be royalty? With all the benefit, council estate dude that's just fucking off because he can't find jobs, that guy would not want to be royalty?
Well, you can take it to an extreme, but
that's not an extreme.
No, I don't. Can you imagine you're under the microscope?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it'd be fucking great, dude. If I was royalty, they could put me under the microscope all they want. It'd be fucking awesome. So this is this is interesting. There was a show many years ago, The Life of the Rich and Famous, and they did an episode on the royalty, the royal family. And when the two royals asked for a hamburger, what they got was the chef at the palace got literally the equivalent of like a $500 slab of beef, right? Really expensive beef, and ground it up for them. And that's what they think a hamburger is, right? Like, so it's just a totally different level of existence. And yeah, okay, you're scrutinized like celebrities are scrutinized, but like, you know, there's a movie called Hustle and Flow from a few years ago. Pimpin' ain't easy, but pimpin' ain't hard.
It's hard out here for a pimp. Now, Simon, it's not even.
Okay, so when I had lunch with the Queen, right, I sat next to Prince Philip, her husband's private secretary. So, and this was as I said, in Germany at the Nordrhein-Westphalian Parliament, and it was lunch, and I went, oh, and I sat next to him, and I went, what happens now today? So I think they were in their 80s at the time. And he went, oh, well, we're getting hotter. Yeah, and then we're flying to London and we've got a dinner this evening at the Mouse. So I went, bloody hell. And I said, is Prince Philip as difficult a person as he comes across as? He went, yes. He said, but he struggles with the fact that he has no freedom. I said, well, how do you mean? He said, well, sometimes he wants to get out of Buckingham Palace. So we have a taxi, yeah, and he has his own taxi. So it's me, him, and his security, and we just go for a drive around London so he can get out of the palace. Because otherwise he can't walk the street or anything like that. So he's in a gilded cage. Well, I understand what you're saying about someone who is destitute, has no money, and they would go, give me that gilded cage.
Destitute? No, like middle class mom of two, like would fucking love all that. You don't have to say, oh, little Tim who's destitute and is gonna die of polio or some shit. He would love to be royalty.
The weird side of the whole argument. Let's go back to the racism. Because this whole thing of like there might be some people that don't want to do it, that's not the argument. There are lots of people who wouldn't want to be the Kardashians, to grant you that, right? I made the earlier analogy too. There's millions more who would want to be the billionaire daughter of the Kardashians, right? There's millions of people who would want to do that. So to Romero's point, yes, there are people that won't want the pressure. That's not the issue. The issue is it is unbelievably lopsided, the life that you live. And most people say it's good to be king. They're not like, it sucks to be royalty kind of thing, right? That's kind of obvious. We know that you're essentially loaded and yeah, there might be some pressures with that. What we're talking about is total non-balanced scale of how their life is compared to the average person and why it continues to happen and why the pomp and circumstance and when it's the embodiment of literally a bloodline kind of hierarchy that you can't escape even if you wanted to.
And Prince Philip was a renowned racist. Actually, I can't remember a detail, but I know he was renowned.
You would have to be. You would have to. It'd be amazing if you weren't. It's like we say it about the Magna Carta, the manifest destiny, all this kind of stuff, right? It's in the book Norseman. It's in the book Race by Reginald Norseman. It's the major premise of the book of race, of understanding race. When you have a country that's founded on the idea that it is our God-given destiny to expand over to the western shores from sea to sea, and our God-given right of the language that's embodied inside of the Magna Carta with race is bullshit, right? Like the bloodlines, it oozes from the system that is in place, not just there, but certainly there.
You're making the case that
the reason I take L is because that's where all the handouts are.
In a way,
the currency in the realm shifts over here. It's money over there, it's virtue. But either way, if you haven't got it, you're stuck.
Mm-hmm.
And I spent all my life with the handouts.
Yeah.
Once I got it,
Well, I got to shout out Eric Shaw, who's from Lowell, Massachusetts. He was an adjunct professor who I had issues of racism, which Benjamin would say is an unworthwhile class, of course. But I had that course, I think as a sophomore. I took an elective, and I was like, oh, issues of racism. This sounds really cool, and that's the required book that I still have on my bookshelf. And
It lays out that picture really, really carefully and well done, and the research that's in there it's hard to argue with. It's like when you're reading line by line and you're just comparing it to other similar kind of manifestos, using that word intentionally, and just like looking, oh my gosh, this is like overt racism at the highest scale. And to think that that's not
so pro. I appreciate that you were wrapped around the axle emotionally by this book on race, but
no emotion.
You can't possibly make a reasonable argument in which race is a predicate, because race is not susceptible to a reasonable argument. There's no distinction. There's no test. Whatever you think the races are, and I have no idea what you think the races are. Aisha thinks of the races differently. That means tons of people, like way more people than minorities.
Back to the real oats. You strayed too far in the garden, didn't you, Benjamin, with the bunny?
No. Look, I want you to win. I want you to win this argument against Caps. Yeah, I was touching grass. I want you to win the argument on a bloodline caste system. I don't think you can do it if you use the word race, because race is not a credible or robust word. It doesn't have distinguisher stability, meaning if two people draw the lines about race, they're different. If people get on an airplane, fly to another country, their race changes. It doesn't have geographic stability. Over time, people who were an X kind of person are now a Y race. It doesn't have temporal stability, meaning it's just a made-up concept that changes from moment to moment to moment to moment. I don't know what we're trying to do here.
Cool. So let's scratch race riots from our history. They never happened. We'll just call them people who...
The fact that people who don't understand categories very well...
There was no slavery to erase that, okay? Just let me stop using race.
Let's admit that it was a skin color apartheid, right? The colorism going on. There's a lot of colorism.
I will use your word for today. Right? No skin color apartheid. We can't use racism right now, so we're going to say your skin color apartheid. I'm actually going to extend it, Simon. The blood color apartheid of the royal family seems to be an egregious violation of what most sane people, I think, would say. If you tried to define it perfectly, you'd say this is the very violation of what it would mean to not do by bloodline, right? Like, it seems to be the upside down world of bizarre land, right? In terms of what you wouldn't exalt, and yet it's exalted to the point where we subsidize it, let it be tax-free, people pay. I know it's a bit of redundancy, but you get the point. And then we make an entire industry around it and put it on TV and do the pomp and circumstance. And everybody over here wants to grow up to be a princess and marry their knight in shining armor and, find a prince and all this stuff. It's all the hangover baggage from that. It's like, is that really what you want? You really want
to? No, I understand. But in the absence of bloodline, and obviously there have been times where we've had to go we need some, I think, at the beginning of this current monarchy's bloodline, we had to ship over to Germany to find someone who, was vaguely related to continue the monarchy. So the bloodline idea gets challenged, but there's always somewhere you can find a relative. Yeah,
but isn't that by definition bloodline?
Yes. So in the absence of that, but no, it's part of our culture.
Merit or qualification or electoral kind of thing would dilute it and make it not a thing anymore, right?
Well, so in the absence of bloodline, as we have, it's then another form of and so we're going to vote.
But who gets to live the glorious life? That would be weird, right? Who gets to live the glorious life?
Filet mignon again.
Right.
Forget the glorious life argument, because we can argue.
What else could you call it, right? Who gets to be
the figurehead of the country who lives in a palace, bro.
Well, other like the Irish, they vote for a president who is not political. So you have presidents that are not political, and they have their time, and then you have another vote.
Yeah, that's a step down.
But
you favor this. I'm just wondering why you favor it. I
favor the monarchy. Yeah, because I think it brings a degree of stability through consistency.
Okay, so if you want like a drama, you can go to the Danish or the Swedish crown, king and queen. But Norway as well. I mean, we have a monarchy. We have a king, a queen. He has been a king since 1992, I think it is. They have no power. They're just like a nice sticker that you put on your bumper for everyone else to see, but has no function other than maybe make you honk. So what's the purpose of a monarchy?
And Andrews is coming across like he might have an IQ of double digits. But I'm not sure.
Well, going on this, but
Andrew, you're suggesting that the king in Norway or Sweden has no power, right?
Like I said initially, I can't speak when it comes to Denmark or Sweden.
Probably has the same bullshit thing where they also don't have to pay taxes, right?
I don't.
You want me to go look that up for your?
No, I'm simply ignorant on that point.
For your.
I love that Benjamin now is like he gets so fixated on IQ, right? Like people that get fixated on IQ.
Well, look, this is a pair of European dimwits here, and I just can't.
Yeah,
Benjamin, but you're an American dimwit, Benjamin. You're amongst your swans. You should be open arms to your ilk.
All I wanted to know is
Benjamin, what's my IQ?
Illegal apartheid.
You are for apartheid, Benjamin. You literally think that women should only be fucking popping out babies. What are you fucking talking about?
And hey, Simon, I have nothing against you. All I wanted to ask you was like, do you have like a value that you can find in a monarchy? Like, is there something that we can like gain from it?
I just want to parse this claim that Andrews made before he wanders away from it.
Sure.
Monarchy has no power. No.
I agree, especially when it comes to where I live. I totally agree. That's what I said initially. I said the monarchy, the king in my country, has no power. I mean, a taxi driver has more to say than our king.
You think somehow that money is not power? That's the first thing you must think, which takes 50 points off your IQ.
You are assuming a bunch of nonsense that you're just pulling out of I don't know where.
You must think, in order to say this, is that there isn't a set of financial rules.
I had a simple question.
Benjamin, now your IQ is plummeting because do you think that the wealth that King Charles III has in terms of his personal income, and he then spends that on supporting the Reform Party or whatever he spend his money on, that.
Well, let me ask you this. Mr. Nickel and a Dime here of IQ. What do you think power is if it isn't the ability to direct the actions of other people? What is it?
No.
And what do you think? And what explain to me next is money, if not the ability to direct the actions of other people?
Okay, so I think this is the answer to this whole conversation. Benjamin, why are you trying to make up an opponent? Like, why are you trying to make yourself a part of a conversation that is not... nobody's having this conversation except for you, and you're trying to bait people into the conversation you're trying to engage with now, but nobody's holding these positions that you're making.
The reason we have intelligent conversations in this room is because when stupid people talk, they get slapped down and they talk less. And so you're getting slapped down right now because you said that kings don't have power. And my point is that
that's a lie.
Have money.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Control.
Benjamin, why are you lying?
But the lie is
you didn't think you have an attempt and you're deliberately misrepresenting what I said, because you're actually fucking lying now. I said no, I didn't say kings generally have no power. I said in this specific case in the fucking country I live in Norway. I said Benjamin, stop interrupting people. I know you're a moderator, but that doesn't make you correct or right. Right? So I said that I'm in the middle of a fucking sentence and you're interrupting me.
I didn't misunderstand you, okay? So understood that.
Yes, you did. So I will clarify so that you are not misunderstood of my position. So what I said is that the king in Norway has basically virtually no power whatsoever, because it's the prime minister and the president of what's it called?
Everybody has to pay taxes.
The government.
You think there's not a law in Norway that says everybody has to pay taxes except for the fucking king? You want me to go Google that for you?
Did I say that?
You think that is not power?
Did I say that?
Yes. You said he has no power.
No,
he has a power.
No, I didn't say anything about taxes. I did not mention taxes.
His ability to retain power differently than...
Liar, pants on fire. This is why I took a 4-month vacation from Clubhouse, because I came on Clubhouse, I learned a lot from great people and smart people. Then I reached a threshold where I didn't learn anything more, simply because I think this is the threshold of what people can deliver on Clubhouse.
I think 20 or 25 might be...
That's why I took a vacation, because this is just nonsense.
Might be an upper limit for you, but we'll try to get you.
So Benjamin, did I mention taxes? Did I mention taxes? I'll just mute up.
Yeah, you mentioned taxes because money is...
I didn't. I did not. You're lying.
This is why I took 75 points on here.
Liar. Benjamin has his pants on fire because he's a liar. Because he says that I mentioned taxes when I did not mention taxes. I only mentioned taxes because I was referring to something you stated. So shut the fuck up with the lying. I never mentioned taxes. I had one simple statement to Simon, and all I said, and I also agree with Simon, I don't think we disagree on this thing. All I said that the king of the country that I live in has basically virtually no fucking power. That particular king, and I mentioned his name, and I said he was a king from 1992. His name is King Harold. I said this, and everything, Benjamin, that you have mentioned since that statement that I uttered has nothing to do with my position.
Anders, you can't take...
He lasted a long time. Can I just say something? You can't say he has no power.
Shut up, Sky. Did you just boot Anders from the stage?
Did you just boot Andrews from the
Let
stage?
this guy speak for a minute. He's just talking.
No. You shut the fuck up. Did you just boot Anders from the stage?
Me? Who's giving you a
booted Anders from the stage?
Talking about?
Who booted Anders from the stage?
There's only two more.
Who booted Anders from the stage?
Fuck.
It wasn't I, said the hen.
It wasn't I.
Why do we care? Why do we care? Was Anders saying something? I wasn't even listening. I'm just walking outside my house.
I booted him. I booted him out.
Simon, don't do that. Don't do that. I told you many times, not to do that.
It's not Simon. No. But I heard Anders arguing that the crazy claim that his king has zero power. Was that what we're hearing?
Yeah, he's arguing that the king in Norway has no power. Yeah, and I was trying to explain to him that the ability to keep all of your wealth, generation after generation after generation, when you've had 700 years to collect all the gold and silver from every war that's ever been fought, and now you have the apartheid rule that says you won't be taxed on your wealth, you won't have to pay the inheritance tax. You keep all of your wealth forever and always.
Invite Anders back up, Benjamin.
Is a really stupid thing not to understand.
Benjamin,
that's why I docked him 75%.
Did you get annoyed? Did you get annoyed when you were saying false information?
Let's do the Anders in a second, but let's not pretend we live in the fake quasi world that a king that has almost no powers has no powers, right? Like, there's a big difference between almost has no powers and has powers, and I think it's a good clarifying moment while people are being silly. Clearly, he has powers, right? Anybody can go do a search, pick any country you want, and let's use Norway, and let's use Harold, and go online and say, what advantages does Harold have over normal people? One of the first things you're obviously going to get back is he has immunity, because that's what it means to be a king. He's not going to have any ability to be arrested, just like our president, right? There's going to be a list of like 8 or 9 or 10 things. Does he have full power like the old school kings? No. But to sit around and talk like he has no power is insane.
The wrong word.
Of course he has power.
That's what I was trying to point out to Anders. You can't say no power. He might mean, no constitutional power to run the government. But you can't say he had no power. He's just using, maybe it's because his second language is English.
All right. Run back up.
Okay, thank you. So, Benjamin, just mute me or tell me to be quiet. That's all you have to do.
Anders, just trying to hear what he's saying.
Pro and I have a disagreement.
Yeah.
Anders, Pro and I have a disagreement. Pro thinks that Anders is insane, and I think he's got a single-digit IQ. And I just want to
Hey, Benjamin, that's fine. You talking about IQ as much as you do makes me question your mental state. So I'm not talking about what I think about you. All I said, Benjamin, before you pigeonholed me, trying to make me hold a shit ton of beliefs and positions I never stated or holds. All I said that Benjamin, in Norway, our king has virtually no power. He has no political say in any way. It's a symbolic of where, what's it called? The prime minister have to call the king. This is what I'm about to do, and the king basically just automatically say, yes, sure, go ahead. So there's no argument, Benjamin. If you want to have a conversation with me, pick a topic, and we can have a conversation about that topic. But you strawmanning, deliberately lying what I said in my position, that is just shush.
What he does.
Only I can accuse Benjamin of lying. Actually, I don't usually accuse Benjamin of lying. I just accuse him of having horrific ideas.
Lyrical. Yes. We have talked so many times. You're the rapper, right? From New York?
I'm the rapper.
Yeah.
That's Boston, but it's okay. Same thing.
That's on me. I just remember one specific conversation.
You're so far away. It might as well. If you pointed to it on the map, your finger would hit New York, as you say. It's fine.
Yeah, but I definitely know where Boston is compared to New
York. That's what I mean. Your finger would cover it up on the globe.
Sure. No.
Hey, I'm gonna send you the link on Discog hopefully you'll be my biggest fan in Norway. Bring me over there when I come to Finland and Germany this year. All right.
Definitely. I remember two or 3 years ago, you shared a couple of if it was links or some.
Yeah, my man Frosty
songs.
Finn. My man Frosty Finn's bringing me out to Finland, bro. So I'll be a skip and a jump. Anyways, I still think you have a crazy idea on this one, though. There's no power, but I know you said virtually no power. But anyways, I think we understand what you mean. So, but you do agree it would be good to be fair, right?
Yeah, but hey, I appreciate that you catch that what do you call it, that qualifier, because of course he has
there we go
some sort of power, but you have to understand that sometimes we talk colloquially, right? Yeah. So you don't have to be like Benjamin Buttons here, like growing out of your own asshole, becoming younger and younger. I said, I made just one simple statement, and for the next 45 minutes, Benjamin was trying to talk to someone that didn't even exist on.
He's good at it, though, isn't he? He's really good at it. That's why.
Yeah, it's just that the koi fish doesn't bite on his.
Name
he found his leverage point. Say no more,
Give us a power for these guys.
What's up? We haven't said hi to Aisha, or CM, or David. They barely said hello. HLC's here. Alligator's here. This is just an all-star lineup. I just want to say I'm flattered that you guys would come in the room.
Yeah. Hey, Aisha, CM, HLC, Elliot. I met Anders today. Did you follow me into this room, Anders?
I actually did. In a way, you remember I said I had to go earlier?
We had an interesting conversation. You're an interesting person. He's a atypical. No, he's an atypical. What's it called?
He's a gator dropping. He followed you into the room, so you dropped him here. He's a gator dropping.
Oh, nice. No, he's an atheist, glober, scientist.
My kind of guy.
Basically, I mean,
Anders lives in Andrew's room.
I nominate him.
He loves to bash his head against Andrew's rooms.
Andrews, you can be the ornamental king of Gatorland.
And before that, Pro, I was in Godless Girls' rooms.
Oh yeah, I remember the good old days.
Me and her run rooms together.
Didn't she turn into a very God-filled girl, if I remember correctly?
Like 2023, I think. Yeah. 24. Yeah.
You made the switch and the jump.
Yeah, she had like I'm not familiar with her private life, but I understood that.
Hardcore atheist to hardcore believer.
She went to rehab and found God.
Well, she had a great life. She had a great life online. Something happened not online, and now she's a Christian online.
Yeah, that's a godless girl, right? The good old days.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I started listening to Godless Girl on YouTube in way back, like 10 years ago, whatever. And I came across, what's his name? Guys, what's his name? He's like the YouTuber that has been like in every room. Oh, holy fuck.
Is he atheist, non-atheist?
Atheist. He's been like John Lee and Matt Adams. Tom Rabbit. There you go. Yeah, holy fuck. Yeah, so I started like listening to Tom Rabbit, Dark Dawkins back in 2014, 15, like way back. You ripped souls from flesh and skin of the community. When did we become so afraid of our own mortality that we sold our souls to Silicon Profit? And I appreciate your educated from your work. You worship memory without I mean, to be fair, like a year ago, maybe a year ago, I would be just wrecking myself. Now it's like, Benjamin, I didn't say that. Benjamin, why are you not?
It's kind of like when you have angels and you have to cast them down. Eventually, you're going to be the fallen sun. You don't get Elliot. it's kind of like Elliot is my favorite person to bond, but I feel like the children can't play with him. Like if Elliot gets moderated, might just have to take it. See, that boil here. Elliot, we got to work this out, man. We got to be able to come to
the British royal family have some surprisingly bizarre and strict eating
why don't we do
habits.
a little role play here?
Chefs
I was the therapy officer. I know Benjamin has been a bad angel.
Are constantly meeting diplomats, world leaders, and guests.
Tell me what it is that Benjamin has done that has drawn your ire,
Queen Elizabeth
and how we can maybe get him back. Is it possible for him to be redeemed and come back up into heaven? Why did you go for me earlier? I just didn't understand that at all.
Okay, so I think he can be redeemed. All he has to do is like, do not help people with their position. Do not tell people you're in conversation with what they believe.
I think that's Elliot's correct, though. I gotta go to Elliot.
Oh, no, sorry. I was talking about Benjamin.
No, I know, but I'm asking Elliot what his. I mean, we all largely know what it is. I just want to hear it enunciated. Particularly that makes you hold Benjamin in such what he'd call high esteem, but the rest of us will call low esteem.
Are they standing that?
The lying, the dishonesty, what else? The racism, the bigotry, the general being a dick. Is that good enough?
Yeah. I hear it. Benjamin, do you agree with all these charges? Guilty as charged or largely overblown?
Generally being a dick.
That one I think he could.
But I mean, Benjamin, maybe I don't remember you. Maybe
Specific. I think Andres could do a better job. I think Elliot is just expressing from his like basal emotional core, which is where most of his thoughts come from. It's just less useful to other people. I mean, I think his emotional needs are really, really valuable.
Now he's doing the lying part.
And just less useful to anybody else, and he doesn't realize it.
Yeah, this is
because maybe he doesn't have the emotional intelligence to realize the limited value.
I think Sam could. I think Sam could articulate this better than you.
For mayor is not the only important election.
I think Sam probably. Sam can speak for both sides of that.
Yeah, Sam, project projection. And
Washington backers as well, not Johnny come-latelys, but the causes in the case of some of the incumbents. What we really watch is that Wilson Frost, chairman of the Finance Committee of the City Council, one of the most important and powerful members of the government, being challenged and could, you said the other night, lose it. He could lose, but we won't know, of course. He could win, too, right? No matter how much people disagree, even among us, about who could win and who could not, or may not during this campaign, there's one thing on which
we have to see what Elliot does with his power.
Reports on that.
Hopefully Elliot is in the sandbox.
I'm just happy that Andrew's on stage.
For others, the worst of times. And during the final weeks of Chicago's mayoral campaign, the worst seemed to outweigh the best. But for politically weary Chicagoans, it was finally over today, and many were glad.
I'm sick from this election because I have never seen anyone throwing mud at each other like they've been doing.
I think it's rotten the way things are being, carried out with things that happen. Because it's racial discrimination. I don't like that either.
I'm sure the town will calm down and people will be happy with their new mayor, whoever it is.
It's no wonder voters were relieved. By all accounts, mayoral candidates Harold Washington and Bernard Epton found themselves embroiled in one of the most vicious and bitter campaigns in Chicago's history. It was a campaign of slurs, accusations, charges, and counter-charges. A contest dominated by one issue, race. Even key issue. And today, some Chicagoans wish that things had been different.
I'm still not exactly sure who or what the issues
supporting some of the stances that President Washington and Epton are taking.
The Norwegian
king
More clear
does have power,
Technically,
even
the
though
city's political
he
drama ends
virtually
tonight
has
at
no power
7 when
because
the
they're
polls
interested.
close.
My original
But
thing
does
was
it really
kings
all end
are
here at the polling
the king,
places today?
queens, duchess, whatever.
Perhaps, as
They're all
someone
part of a
suggested,
apparently
this is
racist
just the
system,
beginning
right?
of
That
the
sort
end,
of
a
benefits them.
time
But
when Chicago
whatever.
picks up its political
The end of the
pieces
day,
and starts to heal
they
itself.
get no
And in
benefit.
fact,
And I'm
the two
like,
candidates may be
staff,
taking the
security,
first step in that healing process.
not
Here in Washington,
I
oh,
mean,
you said virtually. And I'm just arguing that there's a lot on that virtually.
and that was particular to the politics, right? So I'm not saying that they're not rich. I'm not saying they're not living in the fucking castle. Here we have
Why the jump
in the freaking center of our
black rednecks and white liberals to argue
city
together?
of
What's the
Oslo.
point?
That
This
is
is
not
really
my
about
fucking
ethnic
point.
and cultural
The
issues
problem
in general.
here is
So
that
there's a chapter on the Jews, there's a chapter on the Germans, then there's a chapter on history in general. So
I only
that's
make one
they're lumped
specific
together
statement
because they're all cultural ethnic issues.
comparing our king to
Because
the
among
power that the president of the United States of America, that is the chief,
countries around the world any other kind of group I can think of.
that is what I mean by power, meaning that we have the prime minister that has the equivalent power to our president of the United States. Yes,
all blacks lynched in the entire history of the United States.
Was making statement that
Armenians killed in
compared to our president and compared to historical history, our king practically have no power in this day of age as they used to, or as a president. That's all I said. I said nothing about having no power because they don't have to pay taxes or anything. This is just
chapter.
Benjamin.
That's
just
the first chapter.
Well, I think that's what was bringing that up. Why they do have power.
Throwing jam on the fucking wall to see how much of the fucking raspberries that sticks to the fucking wall. But that raspberry, but that strawberry did not fucking come from my mouth.
Gotcha.
That's the problem.
I'm sorry.
Holy fuck.
Anders, I'm barely listening here, and I'm just very curious now. I'm just gonna put this out there. I'm from New York. I curse my bum off all the time. But is there any way that we can get our point across without having to, like, I don't know, curse every 2 seconds and, you know, lose what your point is in the process?
What do you mean by that?
I mean that all.
Oh, see, I was just demonstrating. I'm talking to the 6, 7, 8 kids of mine that I have to mute my phone, turn the volume down. You know, you gotta wear headphones when you're on phone. Kids are looking for bunnies.
We love bunnies. Bunnies are cute. I mean, I'd like to actually know what the meat and potatoes of your argument is, and every time you're just saying fucking this and fucking that.
Yeah, because I use those words to
For the people on stage,
I'm well aware of doing that.
And you probably think those words are magical, right?
No, I have no problems with them. I just think you're losing your point.
So then it's not a problem.
No, Anders, you're losing your point. That is my point.
No, I'm just
you are losing. No, you're losing your point. There's no logical.
If you talk to an English person, a Danish person, a Norwegian, we definitely curse a lot. A lot in our day.
Which means that you have nothing of value to say, right?
Our ears.
So you have nothing of value to say. So you agree. You have nothing of value to say. Okay, Anders.
Where's the criticism for Benjamin cursing here?
Even mods have power.
Why are we focusing on Anders?
Oh no, I didn't hear Benjamin. I'm sorry. If I heard Benjamin,
if you're offended,
he was cursing quite a bit.
If you're offended, Aisha, and can't track the
I
conversation.
didn't say I was offended, Anders.
Okay.
Where did I say that? How about you try listening?
So if you have difficulty
How about
tracking
you
the
try
conversation,
listening?
how about I can make a statement without interrupting? So
no, I'm not. You're not. You've already been kicked once. Like I find it hilarious, and then you cried. You cried like a child in the group.
Elliot likes,
you cried in the chat.
So you know, you gotta.
Oh, it's fine. I have nothing against Anders. I just said I'd like to know more of what his topic is. Oh, it's cute. Anders has something to say.
You're gonna reiterate. The last thing we want is more Anders reiterating this topic. I think though. That's the problem. You know.
Let me see if I can figure out what the actual disagreement is over. So I think
I think the disagreement is over whether monarchs have power. I mean, it's trivially true in the soft power kind of sense. Anybody who is a celebrity has soft power. But that's just they have some ability to influence the actions or outcomes of other people or events and stuff like this. So like any person who has any kind of like sway over any other person, they have soft power, and kings and monarchs are no different. I mean, Kardashian has soft power, the definition of power. But like the thing that like people are actually concerned with, or more concerned with, is whether kings have whether monarchs have control over like government and laws and punishments, all this kind of stuff. And Andrews is absolutely right. They don't have any kind of this fucking power, none whatsoever. The actually consequential kind of power. So I think Benjamin's equivocating when he wants to say that these monarchs, like the king of the UK and the king of Norway, they have this kind of power. I think Benjamin wants to equivocate on that.
Well, I think I know you got it all good, but I think the thing to remember going back to the whole thing was with Simon and Sky a little bit, and me chiming in. I came in and made the claim that it's sort of this like bloodline kind of ridiculousness that is kind of the embodiment of Benjamin wants me to use the word apartheid or whatever strong inflammatory word we want to use, but it is kind of a ridiculousness dog and pony show, and it comes with all the benefits that, granted that some of our elected officials get to, right? Live in a big fancy house and tax exempt and they get paid and all this kind of stuff. But it's just by bloodline, which is kind of like, are we really? So I started asking Simon, like, what he calls himself a monarchist. And I was like, what makes one a monarchist? Like, what is the thing that you're pointing to? And he was talking about the political influence of the speech that King Charles gave, right? And that he's really not a political person, but in that role, he did something effectively that amounted to political influence and sway, right? That's where we got into the political thing. I don't think it's that anybody was ever questioning whether Norway had the same kind of sway as this king or that king. Just the whole institution of a monarchy and royal family kind of stuff is just an interesting one to say that you are on board with, and I was wondering why.
Yeah, I was asked a very good question, which is why do I support the monarchy in the bloodline sense, as opposed to, well, every son we could have a president to be the head of state, non-political. Yeah, that was a good question because I struggled to answer that, and I did challenge myself. Challenge myself. Sorry, mate.
I just wanted to add something if I could.
Yeah, go for it. I want to get Ben's input to being from England as well.
Oh, I was just going to say, like in Australia, King Charles is obviously our head of state as well. But I'm a Republican. I think most Australians are. I think eventually we're going to leave this constitutional monarchy, the system that we have, and hopefully become a republic. So yeah, I was just going to say, but it's kind of the role of King Charles is kind of ceremonial for us. I think we'll probably be the first country in the Anglosphere to leave, probably even before Canada, and become a republic. But yeah, I mean, we should have left when Queen Elizabeth died, but yeah, anyway. It's this ceremonial role, like what Marcus was saying. Sorry?
What was that?
I didn't hear that? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's probably clarify. Yeah, it's just you understand what I mean when I say Republican. Yeah. I'm not an American Republican.
I think the UK is a republic form of government, aren't they?
But no. They have the constitutional monarchy. I think they do. Like we have a constitutional monarchy. We're not a republic, so that's why we've got the Prime Minister, and obviously the King is our head of state in Australia. I'm talking about. But yeah, there's a huge like Republican movement. Most actually our politicians are even Republicans. Like our current Prime Minister is, but I guess I don't know what the reason is, or they haven't put it to, like, in the 90s, they did have, we should get rid of the monarchy. So there is a movement about it, but I guess there's just too much going on right now. But I think eventually we will. I'm hoping we do.
The Enlightenment was very influential all across all Western countries, the whole entire Western world, and I don't think the UK is any exception to that. I think one of the whole like one of the main reason of the cause of the Enlightenment was bloodlines, and that we should claim in reason above the authority of the divine right of kings. That's that is handed down through bloodline. And I don't think anybody in this room would disagree with that. But it's like, what is the problem here? Like, kings have soft power. Okay, so what? Is it racism by definition? Yeah, it is. What else is there? What else you guys?
Well, it keeps the role of the church somewhat tacitly in the sway. Like you said, use the word divine power, right? That's the other illusion that kind of can grab some people's ire in this day and age, right? If you don't believe in magic.
Right, what would a pyramid be without a point?
What isn't interesting for me anyway is that there's obviously the Commonwealth, right, which is obviously former British colonies, but not all of them, but I think there's something like 56, which is 2.7 billion people. And why does that exist? Because they could all choose ours in Australia. In a way, I'm surprised that they are still part of the Commonwealth, but they are, yeah. Why do countries still feel happy to be part of that? Because all those... Sorry, that's it.
Oh no, I was just going to say, I feel like we're almost being manipulated, that the monarchy won't let us go. There are like these, it's like the resurgence of these monarchist movement. There's been many like pushes to get Australia to become a republic for a long time. Still our number one like immigrant group, it comes the number one, group on our immigration stats comes from Britain. So we've got these, I don't know, it's like anytime Australia wants to move away seriously from the monarchy and like wants to become a republic, there's like King Charles, one of them will come to Australia, they'll do a tour, because what I heard is like what their concern is if Australia moves away, that Canada will, I guess eventually, obviously New Zealand will as well. And then, it will just be like a domino effect and the Commonwealth will effectively break up. But yeah, I don't care. I think we should get rid of the king. Like, I don't think, there's a really strong anti-British sentiment in Australia, especially after like World War II, because it was America that came and helped us. It wasn't like after the Japanese attacked us and like bombed Darwin, like England was nowhere to be found. So there's this kind of old resentment in Australia that we were abandoned by Britain during World War II, and we've had subsequent issues and problems. I mean, now Australia's become wealthy thanks to mining and so on in recent decades, but there were definitely rough periods in our history economically, and as I said, during war times, where especially the older generation feels very much abandoned and like totally disloyal to England. So yeah, I think we look up to the American example, like the Constitution. There's so much missing in our Constitution. We don't even have a Bill of Rights. Things need to be rewritten. But anyways, to be fair though, to the monarchists, we don't really have great politicians, and we haven't had any really great politicians in a while to, I don't know if I'd want to to see any of these current group batch under that career politician. I wouldn't want to see any of them become the president or get any more power than they already have to screw up the nation. So yeah, kind of catch-22. But I think eventually, once we get not only the political will, but the right leaders to sell the message, it will happen.
I think the constitutional monarchies, or at least the so-called, I mean, it's weird to call them the ruling class or whatever, because they don't really do anything. They don't have the hard power. They don't exercise like judicial rulings or legislative rulings, or they don't have any executive power whatsoever. So it's kind of weird to call them the ruling class in that kind of way, but it's kind of adorable to keep them around, I guess. I don't know. It's almost kind of like having a pope or like some kind of moral leader, maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's where their role might be.
Okay, I did look this up, and I just want to add some clarity here. The sovereign in Norway does have the ability. He has Article 3 states that executive power is vested in the king. In practice, this power is exercised through the Council of State. All royal decisions must be countersigned by the Prime Minister or a relevant minister to be valid. Which means even today, the king can write a decree, and provided it is countersigned by the Prime Minister, it will be valid. Now, if you think you can do that the same as he can do it, you're just wrong. You're just wrong in a way that takes away half of your IQ points and puts
you. Do you remember, Benjamin, when I mentioned that I used layman words, but do you remember when I said that symbolically the Prime Minister calls up the king and the king says, yeah, sure, go ahead, do it. And then they hang up the call, and then the Prime Minister do whatever he does. So there's a symbolic part of it still happening, but what you mentioned has nothing to do with the statement I made earlier. So if you want to argue with me, I'm here for you, but address my position and my point, not someone.
Benjamin, in the UK we have something called royal assent, which is the monarch must formally approve legislation passed by Parliament for it to become law. Right? Now, this hasn't been withheld, the assent, since 1708. So even though that is a statement of the constitutional right of the monarchy to stop a piece of legislation, it hasn't been withheld since 1708. So something like that, you don't seriously think that that is a power that the monarch actually has. It's not. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I'm gonna charge you 30 IQ points for this. This is really bad. Look, the law.
God, how many more have I got to lose?
Well, I don't know. But you need to be careful. The laws in the UK have given the king all kinds of privileges. Immunity, can do whatever they want. They have no taxation. They don't have to pay tax, no inheritance tax. Their grounds, their coverage, their travel is covered by the taxes of the people. And now, any law that would come before the Parliament and the Prime Minister to, let's say, undermine the privilege of the king by saying that he has to pay the same tax everybody else has to pay, would necessarily have to be approved by the king himself. And you, with your blessed 25 IQ points, think that that is not an incredible amount of power that you can simply veto any law that takes away the privileges you already have. This is, I didn't realize English people could be this dumb, to be honest. I always thought with that accent and everything, and the pronunciation of words, that y'all were smarter, but it turns out, wow, I was wrong. I want to apologize.
Oh, it's okay.
Really, don't being that wrong. I haven't been that wrong in a long time. And when I'm this wrong, I feel I owe it.
Hey, Simon,
in the situation you are describing, so Parliament goes, no, the monarchy is going to have to pay tax. Yeah, and they went, right, we're going to create the law to affect that. I can assure you now, the monarchy would just have to go and sign it off. And sign it. What on earth makes you think that what? What on earth makes you think the monarchy is really credibly going to go, oh no, you can't do that to us? And by the way, just one thing. Since 1993, King Charles, although it was Prince Charles, has voluntarily paid tax on all his income and capital gains.
I would love for taxes to be voluntary. I could just voluntarily pay whatever taxes I want.
I know, but that gives you a flavour.
Bless your heart, Simon. I just want to give you this compliment. Because BB in the chat has said it's not like they can do whatever they want. And I want to point out that immunity, meaning you cannot be accused in a court of law for having violated the law. You cannot be charged with a crime. You cannot stand accused. Literally means you can do whatever you want, and for that be no consequences.
Our king has demonstrated that wonderfully for them. Let them know.
Yeah, exactly. So Simon, I just want to give you this compliment. Evie is even dumber than you are. You're welcome.
But that just shows your stupidity, because your king has done far better at it than ours ever would. Because if our king if he's, I don't know if he is, but if he's immune from murder, all that would happen, do you not think he would be tried? And of course he would. If they have to change the law and Parliament has to pass an act.
At least Simon, our king, was elected, I think is the main issue, right? And as incredulous as we are to how that happened, we do acknowledge that he was elected. And that kind of is the main thing we're talking about. It wasn't that he is a Trump. Now, he became a Trump because he's a Trump, and there was, the nepotism thing that any real parent would do for their kid, right? They would probably put their kid in charge of the company. We get that, right? Maybe some would, but the governing part of it does seem antithetical to democracy. It's kind of the idea.
Well, he's just done a better job of breaking the law.
Yes, that's what I just said. We've shown you the light of why this should be a danger, of why this should be something that we're saying for Andrews too. This should be something to be, if he really wanted to do this, Andrews, not saying that we know the political climate. And by the way, we've exported that from England too. We do a great job at assuming that we know better for your countries than you do. But that aside, humbly admitting that we don't know the climate in Norway or wherever anybody has this kind of situation going on, that's the fear, right? The fear is that we have lit the way for how you push the law to the limit, right?
I'm reading up a little bit on the UK system of government, and the people from the UK can correct me if I'm factually incorrect, but I'm just going to read here. The UK operates on the principle that the monarch acts only on the advice of their ministers, capital M, ministers, since those ministers are the ones who introduce and pass the legislation through Parliament, which is a democratic system. In the first place, they would never advise the king to veto their own bill. For the king to act without or against that advice would be a breach of constitutional law. So that's why they haven't. So is that why they haven't quote unquote vetoed a bill since 17?
Well, I can only assume the fact that the monarchy goes, we can't do that, so we've got to sign it off, whatever it may be, even if we don't agree it. And I'm sure there have been laws passed that the monarchy may individually, personally not agree with, but that's irrelevant. They've got to just sign it off. That's the way it is.
That's just the way it is. Some things never change. The British monarchy.
God save the king.
I think they.
I agree with them now. Hello.
I think if the monarchs tried to overthrow the democratically elected will of the people in the UK, they would quickly find that their heads on the floor like the French one.
I disagree. I mean, they might get shot at like Trump, but I don't think they're finding their. Unless it's a stray shooter or something, but certainly not from within the system. Then again, to your point, that was probably the case back with the reign of terror, guillotine kind of stuff. No, that was more state-sponsored, wasn't it? Or am I mistaken on that? Was that an angry mob, or was that some state-sponsored stuff? That was state-sponsored, right?
The French Revolution?
Yeah, all the guillotine, the reign of terror, Robespierre, all that. That was all government stuff, right?
Well, they became the government. That was the revolutionaries who then became the government.
Yeah, but wasn't an angry mob when it happened?
Originally,
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, there's my point.
Storming of the Bastille.
Yeah.
Look what happened there. They got their monarchy to return.
Yeah, Bastille Day, baby.
As I said, I'm a monarchist, but I was just thinking, in terms of actual individual people, I think I'd rather be ruled by King Charles than fucking Keir Starmer.
I think I'd rather be ruled by King Charles than Donald Trump. Pretty sure of that.
Ruled is the right word. Because if you were ruled by King Charles wouldn't be King Charles. It's not.
That's right.
It's not the person who is corrupt. It's the power that makes people corrupt. And the fact that you don't realize this is going to cost you 50 IQ points, which puts you in the bottom half of the room. We've got a real problem.
When did we start measuring IQ points in this room? Because Benjamin, you're very well aware that might not work out as well for you.
Aisha, I have an update. It looks like my bunny actually ate some of the food off the plate I put out.
Oh, you put a plate out?
Yeah.
At the risk of being
go bunny.
At the risk of being self-serving, annoying as the room title. An IQ test is a verbal math game. I would do pretty well. Just saying. I don't know if the 50 IQ points were going to me. I still don't think they throw me in the goo. I think I'd still be above the fray with the 50. I think I can suffer it.
I'm well under.
And also, like, knowing and understanding the psychology of actual IQ tests, meaning that the points you are given from those tests are only particular to those specific tests. How good are you to figure out a complication? That is what an IQ test is most likely, Benjamin. So it's not a good measurement for anyone
subjugating the intelligence of the people. I find all these Europeans cannot even do the math. They don't even understand the power.
So how come Europeans have a way better political, how do you say it, like our model, how our society work, where I have free health care. I only spend like $30 when I reach $30. Everything is free for me. So if I get a headache, if I break my arm, if I'm in a fucking car crash and the ambulance has to take me, it's free. It's free, and it's free. And our salary is super high. Like I am rich when I'm on vacation other places. I've been to 40 different countries. Every time I'm on vacation, I'm a fucking rich ass. But of course, in Norway, I'm not a rich ass. I'm just average. But our salary is great. Our healthcare system is super great because it's fucking free. And sorry for saying effing, because that's just to emphasize. But anyway, I will
It's always like that. But Benjamin, you're saying that the Nordics is negative this and that, but every how do you say it? Every measurement in happiness, in GDP, and hunger or homelessness, or how many of the percentage of per capita that actually has a steady work and steady income, we're doing freaking great. So what is wrong about the Nordics?
Well, I don't know. Look, your healthcare is not so much free as it is paid for by the American taxpayer.
No, it's paid by Norwegian taxpayers. So I have a deductible. So let's say nothing happened to me as of today in 2026. So let's say I go to the doctor's office for the first time this year. I pay $9, like $9.20, because it's 92 kroners. So it's $9.20 basically. Just divided by 9, then 10. So, and when I reach $30, I get a free card. And every time I go to the doctors or whatever I need, like medication, this is my free card. And they say, oh, you have a free card. Nice. Just let me get the medicine and you don't have to pay shit.
I have to put my phone on when you're talking because it's so loud in my house, it's reverberating. Like you're like 80 times louder than Scott. It's crazy.
What do you mean pay?
Yep. Hey, Pro, let me change the mic and you give me a feedback on.
Cool. Right after Scott talks, we'll check it out. What do you got?
So, Benjamin, what do you mean paid by the American taxpayer? What do you mean by that?
The American taxpayer has paid for the world's health and defense for the last.
Okay, this is just Benjamin making a point to piss people off, just an FYI, in case you're not seeing through it. I'm sure he does, but just letting you guys know before everyone takes the rage bait, let's not take the rage bait. Point to Anders for medicine and a medical system where you don't have to pay as much as the American healthcare system, and I'm not going to get on that soapbox.
Yeah. When I look at countries not to go to, or when I get like all the comments of like, hey, this is a country you don't want to go to. Oh, there's a lot in Europe that come up on the list. I mean, it's not all peaches and cream, but that's another topic.
Oh shit!
Oh wow, that went.
Oh, that fix.
Wait, it went all the way down, right? I can't hear him nearly as well now.
Talking now? Andrew, is that you talking?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh my God, it works, but no, that's way low. I mean, Aisha's.
Is this like really low?
No, that's good. Aisha's twice as loud as everybody. Actually, you know what? Honestly, she's more like 1.25. She's about 25% louder than most.
Am I normal?
You're normal.
And also,
Are you sure David's normal? I don't know about that. Hi, David.
I've always wanted to be normal.
I feel like Aisha's in echoey rooms a lot of times too, like it bounces back. So maybe that adds to it. But your thing's always loud and clear.
That's just the COVID test.
Noon. Mic check.
Maybe it's in my house.
Noon. Let me say hello again. I gotta hear your levels. I don't have to, but I'd love to.
But just to say something about what you said, Aisha, is that I agree. I mean,
don't worry.
I think it's like hours ago when I mentioned that, hey, Benjamin, no one is like taking your bait, and he's been doing it for many hours.
We always take his bait, though. Actually, Anders isn't here. We do like amazingly well at taking his bait. Hey, speaking of taking the bait, we have not heard from my good friend and pal, John Kitover, who's in the audience. John, I'm strikingly surprised you didn't come back up.
Stop. Kick him. Just kick him.
Please don't. I don't like kicking John.
Why?
Because
why?
I find him fascinating.
Does anyone else enjoy having John in here? I don't enjoy having John in here.
On the irritating thing, like why are you so annoying? Like, I mean, you gotta work to not be as annoyed, you know? And
Kitover's streaming this entire room to YouTube right now to try to make money off of us.
That's not annoying to me at all. That doesn't. The quarters he makes.
Hi, vote in the room. Go ahead, put a vote up, Pro. How many people want to kick Kitover? Let's do this democratically.
I might want to kick him later. But
CM, I'm with you. Let's kick him.
Nah, let's bring him up.
No. Let me ask the mods. Elliot?
You guys have a young crowd. I think they'll last like maybe a couple minutes, but I'm not Johnny.
Hello, well, I want to thank you for inviting me back up. Thank you for inviting me back up. And I just want to say, in reference to your title, why are you so annoying? And is it your royalty? And, you know, I like to think that if you read philosophy, and especially in America, every man and every woman is a king and a queen. And unfortunately, we don't have that system. We have a debt, fractional reserve banking industrial complex that borrows $2 trillion a year on our backs. Hello?
I'm just chopping it. No, I'm resonating with it. No lies yet, John. Keep going.
Fractional reserve banking. Back to the factions.
So I don't think we need to fear money, and a lot of people don't like the gold and the platinum and the silver. But I say go within. If we want to start somewhere, we should go within the earth to pull out our gold and silver and have sound moral financial currency. Hello?
I think we should move to a Botox economy.
Botox economy.
I totally administer that economy. Let's go.
It's by weight, way more valuable than any precious metal.
Nice.
The biggest industry.
The entire annual global supply of Botox fits into a 16-ounce bottle.
The biggest industry.
Antimatter, we'd be the richest.
How many billions of dollars can you put into a Coke bottle?
See, people complain about the oil industry, but they don't complain about the semiconductor industry, the real estate, the financial services, health insurance, life insurance. Those are the biggest.
I hate the lotion industry.
Well, see, universal healthcare. Healthcare is not a human right, despite no matter how many times the left chants it on No King's Day and puts graffiti all over saying healthcare is a human right. No, the dental model, where you go to a dentist and you pay cash, that's actually called medicine, where you pay for your service, as opposed to the government creating fraud. Because $200 billion a year in Medicare, Medicaid is fraud. It goes to scammers and thieves. And so we need to stop the entire system and re-platform it and make it into a dentist type service. I would shut down Medicare, Medicaid completely and either hand off the new system to Google or Palantir. Hello?
You would hand it off to Google or Palantir.
Yes, meaning that the government no longer funds it. All we do, the government will pay for services, but no longer make it an annual, quarterly budget type of system. Because $4 trillion a year in a $40 trillion bankruptcy, it's insanity. We have to.
Let's say I'm wealthy and I have to have a heart bypass surgery kind of thing. How does the wealthy person get the services they need?
They have to pay cash.
What's that?
They have to pay for it themselves. The government will not pay for that.
Okay. And what about the poor person who's broke?
It could be on a lottery system, possibly.
A lottery system. So what if you don't win the lottery? Would you just die?
Yeah, you die.
We lost your volume, so you went like.
Yeah, you die. Like, I know people that have had hip replacement surgeries, and then they died after the hip replacement surgery. Everyone's going to die. People who believe in universal health care think that they're going to live forever.
Wow.
I was happy with
so that we based it on your IQ and your level of education, John, would you be able to get any health care? I'm going to say I doubt it if we made it that way, but, you know.
It was making some sense until the last detour there.
Well, you don't like the fact that people are going to die regardless. And just because that person has that surgery doesn't mean that they're going to actually live through the surgery. There's just so many variables.
I'm hearing healthcare for the rich, no healthcare for the poor. You're going to die anyways. Let God sort them out. Is that kind of a...
No.
I mean, he's going to end up dying sooner anyways. This isn't like, up for debate.
I mean, look at Trump, how long he lasted with eating the way he does. You know what I'm saying? You never know.
I just have a question. Did you depreciate all that stuff in your PTR in the same tax year, or did you use a declining schedule? I mean, in our fractional reserve banking and whatnot. How did you depreciate that asset, or is that fraud?
And uses the word asset lightly.
Well, each phone is only $40, so you could buy 20 phones for $800 if you know multiplication, and it's a $15 a month, subscription. You cancel it, then you start live streaming everybody on YouTube, and you just keep building and building momentum until eventually you become monetized, and then I can start actually monetizing highly annoying people like yourselves.
Don't put out the whole plan.
So wait, you haven't even started monetizing yet? Is this a future thing?
Yeah, it's an investment in an annoying future.
You still haven't monetized yet?
See, when annoying people like Aisha say kick John Kitover from the room, well, I'm already in the room anonymously. You can't actually kick me.
That's right. I make the same.
That's all right. John.
Here's.
Go for it.
No, I was going to say something largely trivial. John, I'm loving the Shazam and the DC comic stuff you got going on the left-hand side of the room. That's what. Are you a comic book fan?
Yeah, I've got a large comic book collection,
Are you DC or Marvel?
I like both.
Bunch there.
I like both.
I not hear you.
I like comic
One of
books.
the other $40 phones.
Hello?
Yeah, but
Where you don't know how to read regular books and anything that's of value that allow you to have a brain that works. It's okay, kiddo.
Hey, comic books have lots of value. What?
Yeah, not anything to actually have anything within any sentient and subjective value. Objective value. Objective